right, things are starting to look on the up and up right now for our Korean player here, but with Mickey already stacking up his side of the table with a lot of units here, I think it's going to be decision time, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a really awkward swing from Mickey, right? Because Mickey could just go for the swing, but Reroll could just heal another 5 of that block as well. And not to get them looking at Reroll's hand, he got that Poke Stick and he could still, remove one of these units off Mickey's board. And there you have, immediately stunning the ephemeral one, and that actually just stopped 2 more damage from going into his Nexus.
All right, on whatever he can do right now. He's still technically behind here, but he's hoping that the healing will be able to keep up here to keep him in play, especially against Mickey's aggression here. So Mickey picks up another card. It's still going to be his turn for now. But right around this point, any kind of thoughts at the situation here?
Well, I mean, Mickey's hand is just filled with burn, right? That's like 6-10 damage worth of burn into Mickey's hand. But the problem is that Tasty Faithful, you have to remove it. And even if you top deck another Noxian Fervor in his hand, from his deck, which is really impossible right now because 2 of them is already in his hand. There's only 1 more left in deck. So the probability of him drawing into another Noxian Fervor is just too low. And he have to try to defend himself against that Tasty Faithful as well so that he wouldn't heal back up. So, when it comes to aggro, your biggest enemy is the healers.
That's the thing. He's got to get rid of those as soon as he can, right? But, oof. Taking certainly his sweet time right now to try to decide here. Haven't quite ended the round.
Yep, it seems like he went for the Decimate right there. But I think so there we have, Decimate immediately bringing Mickey down to 9. And I think the turn already flipped over to Reroll, and Reroll went for the offense, and immediately, this Noxian Fervor has to burn that Tasty Faithful that I was talking about. And, but Mickey is running really low on gas, like only 1 card's in hand, 2 units on board, and everything on Reroll's side is able to still block whatever that Mickey is going to throw at him. So, and right here, Mickey could only pass. There's nothing much that he could do.
Yeah, apologies for just a slight jump there. There's a bit of lag, unfortunately, on the broadcast there, so that's why things kind of jumped a little bit too quick there. But nevertheless, yeah, it seems like it's still a problem for Mickey at the moment because the healing is still enough right now to keep Reroll in play for now. So it's going to be a bit of healing brought in, but it seems 7-4. That's a big chunky unit right there.
Yep, and there, this is a really huge swing coming in from Mickey, and that is exactly lethal if Mickey don't stop whatever Reroll is throwing at him, immediately going in for the Noxian Fervor onto that Fizz, and that is not a smart decision because the Fizz is going to deny that Noxian Fervor right here. Pure Cascade going in, and this is a easy 1-0 going straight right to Reroll.
Dang, 5-7, that's more than 11, that's for sure. So that's a bit unfortunate there for Reroll, a defeat for the Korean player, but victory for our Thai player right here, Mickey with the win.
Yep, I believe, the biggest misplay or maybe, the biggest advantage that Reroll actually had was Mickey didn't take the advantage to immediately remove the Tasty Faithful out of the board, right? When it immediately drops down, that is the priority target. You have to remove it via your Noxian Fervor or whatever form of burn that you have in hand. So allowing it to, heal the additional 5, and that was that 5 point that he needed to just cause that lethal.
But do you think there might have been another reason why he didn't go for that immediately? Was there another card he was waiting for, perhaps?
Well, I think usually in the aggro scenario, right, these burns are usually going straight right to the Nexus instead of removing things off your opponent's board. But you would want to remove it because it's a lifesteal unit. So I think that was a dilemma that he had at that point in time. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just dive right to game number 2 right here as Mickey switched right to the, I think it's the Spider Aggro going up against Reroll with the same deck.
Same decks, okay.
No, this is the Victor Vi Astro, yep.
Alright, so a bit of a switch around here. Let's see how this is going to play out for now. 1 unit on each, a 3-2 on Mickey's side. I assume Mickey is the one on the bottom here, rerolled on top. So trading a bit of damage so far.
Yep, I mean, we don't know what exactly is in Rero's hand right here, but Mickey have the advantage, right? He got that 1, 2, 3, he got those creatures down on point as well. So this is the time for him to go for the offense, because we know that the Astral Vi deck is really slow. They capitalize into the late game with the Shao Folk to actually gain some value out of your opponent's hand. So Alpha King's game plan right here is just trying to just smoke him down as fast as possible. Like, take a look at this aggressive board that he have. It's turn 2, he already got 3 units on board, and this is a really good swing for Rero to capitalize on.
Yeah, that's the thing. Alpha King just needs to finish this as quickly as he can, but in the reroll, he just wants to delay this as much as he can so he can finally bring everything to bear, isn't it? So, yeah, it's a race against time for one, but then a race for time on the other.
Yep, that is exactly right. And this is just turn number 2. He already pushed 2 damage into Rero's Nexus. And I think, Rero has been running some burns in his deck as well. So, with this Station Archivist, he could dig a little bit further into his deck to search for some burns or some removals to control Alpha King as much as possible. And the first Fearsome Spider lands down the Frenzied Skeeter, and I believe the next turn is going to be another Frenzied Skeeter into the 1 mana Fearsome unit as well. So it's going to be really aggressive, and we will really have to try to stop this one, or else it's going to be too late.
Ooh, that's gonna be a big decision now for him to make, isn't it? So, what realistically he could try to do at this point, though?
Yep, so I think we will right here have to start burning off those creatures. If he has Mystic Shot in hand, he has to fire it off, and he have to try to put down a 3 attack unit so that he could protect himself against this fearsome unit. And exactly as we said, Mystic Shot immediately going down to one of the Frenzied Skeeter, and Alpha King is not allowing this to rest. If you remove one more, I'm gonna be that pesky spider, and I will have another. Instead, a Mark of the Owls going in, making it really awkward for Reroll. This Mystic Shot is not going to be KO this Frenzied Skeeter. If you want to take it out, you got to use more resources.
I mean, just putting everything on, just making sure that he can keep that board advantage, isn't it? So, sorry, the things just kind of flip around. So Alpha King is right now on top, but still very much the same units on board right now. So that's going to be popping off now. It loses only 1 unit so far, but a 6-2 still on the board. So that's going to be 9 damage he can bring to bear right now and re-rolls his face here, unless he can do something about that. So at least 1 managed to block it out. So it's, at the end, only 6 damage done so far. So it's 12 on the Nexus right now for reroll.
Yep, looking at Mickey's hand right now, Mickey seems like he is running out of gas really soon. There's no way that he could activate the Nightfall activation for that Doom Beats as well. So, but however, it might be looking in favor to reroll right here. As the Vi comes down, Vi is already at 7 health. It has the Challenger tag as well. It's going to be making it really awkward for Mickey to put any unit down. And if he plays a unit, reroll could just remove it. If he don't, it's just free 7 damage for reroll.
Oh, that's just a really bad dilemma to be in, right? It's like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. So, wow, what do you do then?
Yep, I think he just tried to go to find another unit in his hand. Legion Saboteur looks good right here. It's probably the best play or the best units that he could place down this turn. But you have to try to defend yourself against the 7 attack. Or, you could just take the 7 damage into face like a man and just see what he's going to do. By reroll, taking a good pass, not allowing Mickey to develop his board, and now is the time for Mickey to go. Then he has to go for a huge swing. He has to go wide and try to be as fast as possible, because reroll already spent another 4 mana onto that Victor as well. And right here, it is a great opportunity for him to go for a big push.
Big indeed. That's a lot of damage on his side of the board right now on rerolls, and Mickey desperate to set as many units as he can on the board here to try to block. Hopefully that might be enough, but
oh, that is a great prank coming in, as the Doom Beast might be his next play, but immediately Doom Beast, the cost was increased to 5. This text coming in from prank is just too annoying to be dealing with, and Mickey is in an awkward position because with the Demolitionist, he had to remove one of his unit because the rest of the unit on board is 1 health.
Man, that's just gonna be so annoying, isn't it? You just had enough mana, and then now he just completely blocks you. Just that one prank move. I mean, one simple trick, and now Mickey is on the back foot.
Yep, exactly. He's really on the back foot right now, but there's only one thing that he could do is just go for the Decimate, or maybe just bring him down by 4 health, bring reroll down to 8 and go for a swing. Maybe you could just achieve 2 more damage in the process, but instead he goes for the Demolitionist, decided to take one of the owls up, and this is It's gonna be a old school push right here from Mickey.
Yeah, so at the moment right now, Mickey's going to be setting his units on the board, but at 10-4, it's still going to be the biggest threat right now, and I don't know if that's going to be able to eliminate the situation here. But for now, though, it's still going to be a bit of a standoff here. 4-4 is going to be sent to the... he's still deciding where he exactly wants to place it. He wasn't going to prioritize on that or this. Well, he does unleash it, so here we go. Survive, managed to survive. Still under 10-2. 8 health right now on KDF rerolls his Nexus. How about things at this point? As far as I can see here, I mean, Mickey seems to be doing all right.
Mickey has lethal.
Yeah.
2 decimates.
So Mickey does have 2 decimates, so he does have lethal at this point if he wants to try to play it. He does have 7 mana though, but... Bit of damage done on the Nexus so far. Curious Shell Shock going to be dropped onto the board now. Oh, the weapon damage though. And that's going to be victory here from Mickey. Oh man, I kind of wish that your mic didn't cut out there, unfortunately. So that you could be able to break this down. But man, it looks like Mickey really had that in the bag by the end of it. So unfortunate here. So sorry guys. Seems we had a little bit of issue here. Technical difficulties. So man, talk us through what just happened at the end there.
So basically Mickey was, good, lucky enough. He's a good player. He's lucky enough to top deck another decimate. Just nice that Rero already got 8 health on his Nexus. 2 decimates is equal to 8 with 10 mana available to him. He just closed off the game. Yeah,
apologies. I think your mic is still cutting out at this point. So yeah, we're having to just go ahead and jump into the next game right now here though. So KDF reroll still going to be on top. Mickey is still going to be on the bottom. We're in the mulligan stage here, so still plenty of time for them to figure things out. But with Mickey already taking 1 game as well, so this is looking like it's going to be dragging on to a much longer series here. So Dunekeeper going to be the first one brought on the board. Octopus on the rerolls aside. So let's see how this is going to play out. He sets out down the board here. So far only 1 damage done. Not much in the grand schemes of things, but at least for Mickey, keeping up to his theme of aggression here, definitely. So a Conchologist going to be brought out. 3 cards to choose from. Which one will it be here for reroll, I wonder? Also, apologies on the stream right now because Moonboy has a little issue with his microphone at this point, so unfortunately he's not going to be able to talk us through this at this point. So I'll try to do the best I can, even though my card knowledge isn't as great as old Moonboy over here. So in any case, reroll is still mulling over his choices here. Looks like he's picked one of it. Can't quite tell which one is it, unfortunately, until, well, let's see how that plays out. So a Decimate in hand here for Alpha King. He sends out the Merciless Hunter, specifically target at 1 unit. It's on rerolls' side. Remember, there's a lot more units on Mickey's end here, so what is this reroll going to try to do in response? Trinket Trade and an Octopus in hand, rather on the table now. So Mickey's going to try to commit to this attack, but not a lot here to block on rerolls aside, so most likely he's going to be taking a lot more damage on his Nexus here. And trade out 17 on the Nexus right now for reroll. Alpha King still having full health on his Nexus for now.
Okay, I think I'm back. Okay. So right here, Mickey is on the offense, and I think reroll. He got all the burns that he need. Right, he got the Mystic Shot in his hand as well. He got the Playful Trickster if he wants to, remove some of the burns in Mickey's hand. So those are options available for reroll. And there you have Archivist once again find himself another Mystic Shot, and the Mickey's hands are kind of tight at this point in time. However, the only one that is available that is able to sustain all this burn damage coming in from reroll is this 6-3 right over there. With that spell shield available, he's just going in for the push, but he's unable to sustain, survive this defense coming in from reroll.
So what do you think? I'm not sure you can hear me here. Do you think it's going to be the play from this point on, though?
Yeah, but I think it's just looking kind of bad for Mickey as the turn goes by, because he's not fast enough. He could not burn reroll as fast as possible, because right here Mickey only have 7 points of burn damage in his hand, so he still have to figure out how can I get 5 more burn to reroll's Nexus. And as his turns goes by, if he's able to just keep drawing into this burn spell, it's gonna be looking great for Mickey. But if reroll could just control these units on Mickey's board, reroll would be able to just take the flip right over to him, gain that control, and just start rolling from there. Shuffle immediately coming in from reroll as well. So down is now the big question is, Mickey, what are you going to do? Because I got my key piece already online. Victor already got Scout and Elusive as well. It's going to be free attack for reroll, as the Victor would be going in again and again and again. And there we have it. It's not going to be using that for burn. Instead, he's drawing in one card as well. Prank coming in. And this is not exactly the prank that reroll is looking for, because those two units are not going to stop Mickey from burning him down. So what reroll wants to be actually looking for are those 2 burn spells in Mickey's hand. But unfortunately, this prank is unable to get it. But just do a little bit of pranking on the Demolitionist as well. So this is kind of like information, right? So if I know that there's Demolitionist in hand, I could play around it. And with the Shellfolk, he got another Demolitionist in his hand as well. And there we have another prank going in. A Decimate and Noxian Fervor is revealed to reroll, with both having a text on it. And that's going to be a 5 mana Noxian Fervor. And that being said, Victor is leveled up.
So Victor 8-5. Oh, that's one chunky boy right there on rerolls' table. So what can Mickey do right now? Does he have enough units to block here, or is he going to have to try something a little bit more creative?
I don't think they're from attacking. And right here, Victor already got 9 attack with Scouts and Elusive, and that is lethal that Victor have. And Mickey has no choice, but he scoops it out, and reroll gets that 2-1 victory against Mickey.
Oh man, when he saw that Victor go all the way up to 9 attack, he knew it was all over for him at that point. But man, what a turnaround there for reroll, though, isn't it?
Yep, exactly. All you have to do is just hopefully he gets life steal or even the Elusive on the Victor, and this way he could start to roll. And he was lucky enough to hit the Elusive and the Scouts at the same time, so that he could have a double combat with Victor, and with 9 attack, and that's 18 damage, and that's lethal.
I mean, overall though, do you think Mickey made missteps along the way, or was it just a luck of a draw there, do you think?
Well, I think that is down to this kind of matchups, right? If you're an aggro, you really have to try to draw really early game or really aggressive start and have lots of burn. But however, on the other side of the spectrum, where what reroll is running, you have to start to have units removal. You have to have mainly units removal and units to block against whatever Mickey is going to be throwing at you. So with his hand, he got those Mystic Shots. He got the Archivist to bring himself a Mystic Shot as well. I believe there was a Poké Stick that actually happened as well. So these are ways that he could deal with whatever Mickey is having and slowly run him out of gas. And reroll was at a pretty good health level as well. So he's not exactly in the danger zone against Mickey.
So very well controlled then in terms of his thing. So Yeah, very well done there to re-roll. Taking this first one means that he's already through into the the quarterfinals right now. So definitely gonna be a little bit happy because he's gonna be a lot more closer to that $2,000 main prize there for the first place. So hopefully he'll be able to get a smooth sail all the way to there. But for Mickey though, bit unfortunate. This is a single elimination though, so he is out, unfortunately, in this tournament, but still very well done for him being able to make it to this point. Again, it's no slouch at all, you know, to be able to make it to the top 8 here in this split number 1.
Yep, I mean, players have been playing the qualifiers for like 4 weeks, if I'm not wrong. And this is the playoffs where they actually, play it off. So it's not easy, to be qualifying for the playoffs. So to actually reach into the top 8, that is a big achievement.
Yeah, so in any case, we'd like to give a huge shout out to the sponsors of this Snapdragon Pro Series, starting with Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, this is the platform that provides all of the best players right now in this region. For today, it's going to be for the Legends of Runeterra for them to show themselves on the world stage. And also, we'd like to shout out to Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast. These guys have been energizing our tournaments over here, so shout out to them. Check them out at their website. Now, in any case, we're going to be taking a short break right now, but we'll be back with the next matchup here on Legends of Runeterra, only on the Snapdragon Pro Series, so stick around. We'll be right back after these messages.
Player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not afraid, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional, working devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like wall. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Tell me who us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. This is my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, now we throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping. Now believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, right now. Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like,
Here yet again is Moonboy. We're here for Split 1 Mobile Open Finals for Legends of Runeterra, and this is going to be match number 2. So after having an exciting match number 1, what's going to be your expectations moving forward here?
Well, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of clean plays, right? We haven't seen Viego happening on screen as well. So, those are the decks that we could be expecting moving forward. We saw the Fist of Philios, we saw Shellfolk as well. So I believe, there might be Pantheon Yuumi or even Viego. These are the decks that we might expect later on.
I see. So in any case, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be a lot of exciting action here today because again, we are running all the way from start to finish here and on this stream. By the end of today, we'll be finding the champion for split number 1 here for Legends of Runeterra. So in any case, like to let you guys know that if you guys have an active social media presence, why not put it to good use though? Use the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series on your social media to send out your messages of support, messages of perhaps antagonism against your favorite rivals. Who knows what, right? Whatever you like to say, use the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series in order to let us know. And if your message is good enough, you might be able to see it on stream here today. So this next matchup here, this is going to be against Mana and Overdose, 2 players I'm not quite familiar with. I don't think you're familiar with either.
I'm not. I think they're from the Korean or the Japanese region. So, though they are players, they're meant to be really spicy, right? They bring in really spicy decks. They tweaked it a little bit to fit into whatever their favor is. So we might see a little bit of spice per se from these Asians.
I mean, again, it seems like the Asian regions are the ones that usually bring out very interesting decks, doesn't it? I mean, is that sort of like a common thing amongst most of the players in this region?
Yeah, I mean, that's their flavor, right, in a sense. So with this complexity, players might not know what to expect. But there you have, Reroll on screen.
Yeah, Reroll coming in for the interview here. How are you doing, my man?
I'm fine.
Oh,
I'm very happy now.
Actually hear from this side. Probably, could you try to say something again, Reroll?
I'm very happy.
Okay. All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very loud and clear there, Reroll. So, yeah, congratulations yet again on that win. Moonboy, do you have some questions you'd like to ask him here?
Yeah, so Reroll, what is your strategy coming into this tournament?
I want to.
네,
네.
네, 혹시 지금 이번 대회에 들고 오신 계획이 어떻게 되시는지?
일단 오그로한테 지지 말고 직스 탈리아를 좀 잘 잡자. 이게 목표였습니다.
Okay, so he's basically maining for the Ziggs and Talia and not getting the aggros.
Maybe for the 6th Talia, not going for the main aggros, he says.
Oh, alright. So, but previously you were facing the aggro decks. What is in your mind? Like, it's so aggressive, right? So what's in your mind, or how do you want? What was in your mind to stop them or stop Mickey from the onslaught?
혹시 이제 미키가 사용한 덱에서 이제 그런 어그로들을 상대하기 위해서 어떤 그런 마인드를 가지시고 어떤 방법을 사용하셨는지.
굉장히 덱 구성이 극단적이고 드로우도 별로 없었기 때문에 필드에서 좀 밀리더라도 넥서스 체력만 최대한 보존하자는 생각으로 했습니다.
Right, so Mickey's deck is very extreme. So he is trying to just maintain his Nexus health and get as passive as possible.
Ah, okay. So, do we have enough questions, or do we?
I mean, last but not least, like for reroll, what are you going to be? How are you going to be preparing for the next matchup you're going to be going on there? Are you going in confidently, or are there some things that you're going to be planning for us in the future?
네, 혹시 다음에 오는 경기에서는 어떤 자세로 임하시는지, 자신감 있게 임하시는지, 아니면 또 어떤 방식으로 임하실지 대해서 여쭤보십니다.
누가 올라오냐에 따라 다르겠지만 제 최선의 패에 최선을 다해서 플레이하도록 하겠습니다.
Right, so it depends on the opponent, but he will try his best to reach to the top. 네, 여기까지인 것 같습니다. 감사합니다.
I'm sorry. I think I lost audio a little bit here, unfortunately. So couldn't quite hear what you said there, but never mind. Still, congratulations, reroll, on winning that first matchup here. Hopefully, we'll be able to see you again in the next subsequent ones. Good luck for you in the rest of the matchups here for today. All right, so it looks like we're going to be preparing for our next match here. So, seems like a really soft-spoken guy, isn't he? Reroll.
Well, I guess like is he's shy, but he's a really good player, like based on his play as well. So we gotta see, let his play do the talking.
Indeed. It seems like it's on the table where a lot of these talks tend to happen, isn't it? But in any case, we're still awaiting our next matchup here for you guys. We're still going to be seeing whether or not, we're going to be seeing our players on screen right now. So Mana from Korea has an open final seeding of number 5, qualifying ranking 2nd place in Cup number 1. His favorite champion is Echo.
Yep, 2nd place. So he is here to win this title. He's here to do his best to get the prize money all for himself. He's a really good player coming in at 2nd place as well. Echo, favorite champion Echo. So I mean, this guy maybe likes a little bit of a rewind, kind of like action going on right here as well. But final seeding coming in at number 5 is not an easy place to be. So this guy we have to watch out for.
Who his opponent will be here, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Overdose, and let's go ahead and see what his rankings are going to be like moving forward. But given that his his favorite champion is Echo, what does that kind of tell you about his own, maybe his own personal style or maybe his preferences?
Yeah, maybe he might have an Echo lineup coming up. I'm not really sure what exactly is he playing this today. So I believe he likes the design of what Echo is doing. But however, ladies and gentlemen, Overdose all the way from Korea as well, coming in at 6th place from Cup number 1 with a 20th open final seeding with his favorite champion. Oh my god, I love this man already, Teemo.
Teemo, so what exactly does that tell you though?
Well, this guy's gonna be cheeky, right? If this guy's gonna be cheeky, this guy's gonna be playing a lot of maybe he likes to play a little bit of interesting decks in a way. But hopefully we might see a little bit of Teemo in his lineup. But hey, I'm a Teemo fan and I'm with this guy.
All right, so already having a bias there, aren't you? But in any case, it's still Korea versus Korea here. Let's talk a little bit about the Korean region. I mean, what's been the kind of specialty that you've noticed from the Korean players here in LOR?
Well, the thing about these Korean players is that they are really clean. The moves that they make are clean, and they usually add a little bit of spice or a little bit of tweak into whatever decks that they are playing. So let's just take a look at the decks that they have right here today. From Mana, we got Mono, Viego, Control, and Aphelios Fifth. This is not stranger to us. It's from the previous game as well. Jace, Heimerdinger, there's something spicy coming in from Mana. But however, in Overdose side, we got the Mono Shurima, Azir, Azareth, the Shurima Battle City with Talia Ziggs, and last but not least, Azrael Victor Vi. It seems like a Shell Folk build once again.
So is it more of a Varival level spice on mana and a bit more Dao on the Overdoses end? You think?
No, I mean, Mana is definitely having a lot of like control matchups, right? Like Viego and Jace, they are really control-y kind of deck. But compared to, Aphelios Feast is just a great deck overall. So, why not just chug it into the lineup? But however, in Overdose's side, the Astral Victor Vi is a little bit control-y. And then you got, Azir Zareth, which is like doing Mono Shurima things. All he have to do is just flip the Sundisk, and then that could roll from there. And Talia Ziggs is pretty aggressive as well. So I think Overdose lineup has a pretty balanced set of decks. There's fast decks, there's combo decks, there's slow decks. But however, compared to Mana, they're just really slow and controlling. So he's looking for snowballing his opponent.
Yeah, so now you can see on screen here, there's going to be the list of cards here on the Piltover, Enzon, and Shadow Owls. Talk to me a little bit about this specific deck here. Like, what kind of like cards here that mainly they'll be using, or rather prioritizing in this deck?
Well, when it comes to Jace, the number 6 is the special number. So you look at the spells column right there. Shock Blast, Vengeance, Piercing Darkness, Assembly Line. These are the 4 main cards that we will be looking out for, because this is what's going to be leveling up Jace as soon as possible. And stacked together with Heimerdinger, Heimerdinger would be able to spawn himself a turret based on whatever the mana cost spell that you cast. So the number 6 is really interesting right here, because it gives you Mark 6, which is an elusive 6/1 unit.
Well, doesn't that leave him a little bit open in the early stages of the game, doesn't it? I mean, it doesn't look like he has much in terms of followers there.
Yep, that is definitely right. But however, with the units like Forge Core and Pharaoh's Financer, these are the cards that could allow him to sustain in the early game. Speaking of aggressive, Overdose coming here with Ziggs and Talia. This is a really aggressive deck coming in with those landmarks focus or landmarks style kind of deck, right? Because we have Ziggs and Talia stacked together with Herald of Magnus or even the Arsenal. These are the end game cards that he is going to be looking for to close off the game.
Very interesting, because his one is a lot more stacked when it comes to the 1s, 2s, and 3s, but a little bit less when it comes to higher mana cards. So perhaps aiming a little bit more on that early game dominance here for Overdose for sure.
Yep, he could have lots. This deck is just pure aggressive, right? Turn 1, you can just go for the Chemist, or you could go for the Ancient Preparation as well, which could pop himself a 2/2 unit in the following times as well. But take a look at right here, the bans are already locked in, as Aphelios Feast is banned by Overdose and Mana banning the Mono Shurima.
Was that a no-brainer there in terms of the bans?
Well, I think, Aphelios Feast is just too good to be dealing with, so you don't really want to deal with this kind of like style of deck. Just take the strongest deck out of the equation. But however, Mana banning Overdose, so he don't want to bang on whatever Overdose style, like the old Shurima style, is going to be. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen, game number 1, Overdose versus Mana.
Yep, so here we go, Mulligan's Gauge once more. What decks are they bringing on the table here?
Yep, I believe on the top side is going to be Overdose, right? He's going in with the Shellfolk deck. So, however, on the bottom side, Mana is likely coming in with the Jace Heimerdinger. So this is an interesting deck to start with. He already got their Forge Chief in his hand as well. So he could start those mana rolling, and once those mana starts to roll, he would reach 6 really early, and this way, by turn 3, that Shock Blast is ready to fire off.
Yeah, it seems like Overdose swapped out 1 for the Conchologist, so he has 2 in hand right now, alongside the Curious Shellfolk. So it's like they're going to be committing that to their hand right now. It's going to be round number 1. Let's see how this plays out. Yeah,
I think both sides really want to take it slow, but I think Overdose might want to exert a little bit of aggression into the early game. So this way, the Mana would be able to just not able to breathe, or just not allow any breathing room for Mana to rest. But however, Mana have to wait for turn number 3 to go for the Shock Blast, and then he could start the ball rolling with Jace on turn number 4.
Yep, 4 is going to be the magic number here for the Jace, but let's see what Overdose will try to bring to the table here. So sends out 1 unit on top onto the table, and that's 2 damage onto Mana's Nexus.
Yep, I think Overdose right here, he could go for a little bit more of aggressive push, but knowing that there's 6 mana open for mana, that he don't want to play into a Shock Blast. So not expanding his board, immediately go for an open attack, just secure that 2 damage in, and just see what mana is going to react, because right here it's looking really awkward for mana, because that Shock Blast, usually you want to target two units to get a little bit more value, and passing 6 mana back to Overdose, I think Overdose is just happy to just let it go and burn 3 mana off Mana's mana pool, but instead he played a unit.
Yeah, he played the unit, and on top of that, Mana's hand doesn't even have anything until at least the 4 mana mark. So for the most part, he's just going to have to just bide his time, just wait and see what Overdose decides to bring in. So he already got 2 units on. That's already cleared out completely there.
Yeah, I mean that's a good point, and that's a good time for Mana to actually go for the Shock Blast, right? Overdose could have just end the turn then and just make it really awkward for Mana to deal with. But instead, he decided to play a unit, and he was kind of punished in a sense where he got mana to actually activate a 6-cost spell, and that's not where you want to allow the Jace stack to be, because once 2 6-cost spells are casted, Jace would be leveled up.
So now Rana still having 3 health lower on the Nexus for the moment. Another unit is going to be sent down by Overdose. 1/1 this time. It's the Octopus. So with now the round being firmly in Mana's hands, what do you think he's going to be doing here right now? He has 4 in mana, by the way.
Yep, I think Mana right here is just going to be, playing it slow, right? Like, just baiting out Overdose's units. Because right here, the main target that Mana want to be dealing with is the Shellfolk in Overdose hand, because once those Shellfolk is activated, those pranks starts to happen, and you are just gonna be getting your cards are just gonna be getting stolen by Overdose, and at the same time it might be even taxed against your opponent, against yourself. So you have to be, and especially with a hand like Mana where all of them are spells, so he got to be a little bit more careful of that Shellfolk, because it's gonna be interrupting his game plan by a lot.
Let's see whether or not that plays out. We're on round 5 right now, so 5 mana hand on both sides here. For Mana in particular, let's see what he's going to try to play. Overdose is having the turn right now. So, he passes it on to Mana instead. So, let's see. What do you think is going to be his options from here?
Well, I think this might be a good pass, right? Just take the pass and just take the priority back to yourself the next turn. Or, Mana could be tempted to drop that Heimerdinger this turn, and exactly what he did. That is a pure discipline play right here. Just taking the pass. If you're not going to do anything, forget about it. It's my turn. I will take it back.
Yeah, just make sure you keep your moves efficient, right? And especially for Mana's case, efficiency is going to be absolute key here. So right now, ball's still on Mana's court here at the moment. Both of them just passing each other, just letting that mana pool just increase. He sets out the Jace now. So is this going to be a turnaround here?
Well, I think, Jace is already at full health. So this kind of baits Overdose to go for that double Mystic Shot that he has, right? Or even, double Mystic Shot looks good to take out that Jace now and then. But instead, he goes for the Shellfolk. So I think Overdose is looking for that opening that he's going for. Mana immediately answering off with that Thermogenic Beam, removing the first Shellfolk off the board.
Ooh, okay. So Overdose right now may have to think of some other options there, I think, but is he going to go for the resolve, or is he just going to take it on the chin?
Well, there's no other ways that he could protect this Shellfolk, because that Thermal Beam is going to be doing 5, and there's no buffs or any there's no buff or any protection spell that Overdose have in his hand. So he definitely got to let it go, but instead he goes for the trinket trade, try to get a little bit value off that Shellfolk as well, get himself a free Octopus because of the Shellfolk ability. So this is okay, because you kind of already got a little bit of value off the Shellfolk. Letting it go is okay because I got another one, but Mana on the other hand still have answers to whatever Overdose is going to be throwing at him.
Yeah, another Octopus is going to be sent out here. Jace is going to be sent down onto the board now. Big threat on the board. What is Overdose going to do in response?
Yep, this block is definitely going to be no-brainer, right? Because this Octopus are not your key priority. So, I mean, you could take 4 because, Overdose is pretty healthy as of right now. So he could, just potentially just take this 4 damage and just let the Jace through so that he still have a little bit of block presence against Mana, because life is still a resource and Overdose could use it to his advantage as well.
I mean, at this point, he has that specific resource in abundance compared to mana here, so he could perhaps afford to take a little bit of damage here, but he sends it over to Mana's side, goes ahead, clears out the board, brings the Jace back into the table.
Yep, I believe this turn is done and dusted. Even though the priority is back to Overdose right now, there's nothing much that he could do with just 3 spell mana. Take the pass, go to the next turn, maybe start with a Shell Folk the next turn, or if you could play a little bit conservatively and you know that your Shell Folks are limited, so just play it slowly. But Group Shot immediately going in for the Jace, I think he might be looking out to remove the Jace.
Oh, straight off the bat, look, to get rid of the biggest threat on Mana's side of the board there, and hopefully be able to regain the advantage from that point on. Let's see if that's going to play out well here for Overdose. Oh, still on the board though, only managed to do 3 damage to the Jace, is still in play.
Yep, and now the priority is back to Overdose. Another Shell Folk off the top deck as well. So, Overdose kind of look comfortable, right? I still have more Shell Folk, it's fine. My game plan is still carrying on. Group Shot immediately going in for the Jace, just looking for the removal. And, if Mana actually plays a Heimerdinger here, he's actually still fine, right? It's okay. Overdose is still fine because those 2 Mystic Shot is going to be removing that Heimerdinger off Mana's board. But, right here is down to Mana. What is he going to do? I think Mana would... Oh, sorry. It's down to Overdose and he's tapped out of 6. So, no Shell Folk is going to be coming down this turn for Overdose. So, it's down to Mana, right? Is he going to be playing that Heimerdinger this turn?
He can surely do it if he wants to here. So, is there any risk for him to do that at this point now?
Well, I think the risk is, Heimerdinger is one of your key units, right? One of the key champions where you want to start making value out of the turrets that you have. So if it's removed, you got to be a little bit more. You will be taking a back seat of that one. So Mana have to be a little bit careful of how he plants or even activates the Heimerdinger because Overdose still have mana and he don't really want to play into that.
Let's see how that plays out. So he gets a couple of 3 trees on the Mana's side. Now the board is handed over to Overdose here. Starts to target the 2/2. And it's removed from the board.
Yep, I think Overdose right here is just trying to contain Mana as much as possible, because look at the hand. No champions is in Overdose's hand as well. All he have to do is just go for the Shell Folk and just take advantage of whatever Mana hand have, or even it's down to luck. How are you going to prank your opponent? And there you have the Reforge coming down as well. I think right here Mana will be looking for the offense. Another Shell Folk coming in. I think this is a no-brainer for Mana, and immediately a Vengeance removing that second Shell Folk off Overdose's board.
Ooh, it's going to hurt a little bit on Overdose's side, and it's still going to be 3/3/3s to deal with after all is said and done. So, man, okay. Mana now having the advantage going in, I think.
Yep, it's looking a little bit brighter for Mana because especially that last Shell Folk in Overdose's hand is the last copy. And if that one goes down, that Mana is just, there's no other game plan for Overdose. There's no champions in his hand. There's not much option available for him as well. So that is what it is. Mana have to try to remove the next Shell Folks as Overdose drops it down.
Yeah, I only managed to drop it down a little bit, but it's only 17-17 right now on the Nexus Hell Pool at the moment, so still in play for now. He moves one of the three trees now down to 3/2, and but then still advantage to Mana at this point. Trinket Trait in hand.
Yep, and not forgetting, Overdose immediately landed the Shell Folk off. I think this is gonna be like immediate, right? Vengeance going straight down. No more Shell Folk available for Overdose, ladies and gentlemen. And it's down for the question: how is Overdose going to be playing out this one? Because Vengeance is an immediate removal. Stress Defense is not going to do anything to this one.
Just literally painted himself to the corner there, didn't he? So, wow, okay. At this point now, without the Shell Folk, without any champions in hands here, I don't know. I don't see how Overdose can dig himself out of this.
Yep, I believe the best way that Overdose could play around this one is just use the pranks to stall a little bit of time, and hopefully you get to draw your champions and then roll from there. But that's the biggest question: is it too late for Overdose?
Well, we're going to be finding out very soon, aren't we? So he gets another good draw here. Rummage Group Shot, Advanced Intel. He goes for the Group Shot.
Rummage.
Oh, sorry, the Rummage.
Yeah, so with the Rummage, he's able to dig a little bit deeper into this deck to find, he's able to draw 2 more cards off the Rummage. So this way, Overdose could find answers because right here, there's 3 pranks and 1 give it all. Like, it's not going to be doing much to mana at this point in time, and you know that Ramesh would be able to find himself some answers. But I think mana, the play right here is probably, you know, maybe the Jace or the Heimerdinger looks pretty safe for him to be playing it.
It's just so tough when the draws just don't agree with you, right? If you have nothing on your hand, what do you do exactly? So yeah, just try to draw out as much as you can from this point on. But time might be running out though, as Mana still has the turn on his hand right now, still deciding what exactly he wants to try to do here. And I think a lot of options are on the table for him, isn't it?
Yep, that's exactly right. I think he Mana is just expecting whatever answers that Overdose could, you know, answer to his champions. So he's playing it a little bit more conservatively, but I think that he's going in for the Jace, and Jace is level up right here, and this is a really cool animation for this new champion.
Oh, I love it. Now Jace all the way up 5-5 there. That's gonna be what? 12 total damage that Mana can dish out unless Overdose can try to block it. He does have a 2-1 to block somewhat, but that's not going to be much though. Most probably it's going to be taking quite a bit of damage to its face here.
Yep, because the token right now is on Overdose's side, so I don't. It's down to Overdose, right? How is he gonna react to this Jace that just came down from Mana? But immediately passing the turn straight right to Mana, I think this is the right opening. This is the perfect opening for him to, you know, go for a aggressive push, because right here, you know, Overdose has been showing signs of weakness that he don't really has much option to deal with Mana. And if Mana catches that sign from Overdose, he knows like this is time to strike, and I will be pushing as fast as possible.
Yeah, but how long can you hold the bluff though? That's going to be the question for Overdose. I mean, he still has a lot of cards in hand, that's for sure, but then not a lot of it bringing the value that he needs at this point. So another unit going to be sent down by Mana here. Again, still that stalemate right now. I mean, Overdose just hanging on by a thread at this point.
Yep, Heimerdinger coming in, and that means, you know, it's ready to go. 2 more turrets will be coming down because of Jace's first ability, that if his first 6+ cost is cast, it's going to be casted twice. So, you know, he could go for the Jace special spell as well, so that would be casted twice, and everything would be buffed up really, really well. But I think Overdose is just not allowing the Heimerdinger to stick, to allow Mana to have any value, immediately going for the burn spell to remove him off the board.
Right, so aiming on that Heimerdinger for now, but oh no, cancels that.
Okay, so instead he went for the prank and just wanted to take a look at what Mana have in his hand. So he got himself a Forge of Tomorrow. I mean, that is not exactly too impactful, right? Like, it's not scary enough to be dealing with, but instead, you know, he went for the tax on that. There's no Shell Folk for him to gain any value out of that one. I think Overdose is just going in, just remove the Heimerdinger off the board so that you could survive a little bit longer. Hopefully you can, you know, sustain until an answer comes out from your deck.
Yeah, he still has 17 health points at the moment, so he can still sustain a bit of damage, but not too much. So at least getting Heimerdinger off the board should mitigate that somewhat. But the big problem, the elephant in the room, is still there, I think, for Overdose. So he adds in another token here.
Yep, I think Mana just put off that Vengeance, right? It's not really worth it to be playing a Vengeance on the 2-1. So instead, he goes for this particular spell that will be giving him more turrets on board. So, you know, but, you know, if it's going to be doubled, I don't think they have the space for it. And there we have, you know, that J spell immediately coming in. I think everything is going to be getting quick attack and a little bit of buff as well. So there we have the acceleration. Is he going to fire it off? Yes, he's got fired off, and everything is going to be ×2 because of the Jace ability. And, you know, right here is down to Overdose. How is he going to answer? The only answer you have is the Wallow.
He's going to have to play it now. Well, that's going to buff up all units there. Ooh, 779. That's pretty much lethal on the side of Mana right now. Overdose, you got to do it. You got to do it, man.
Yeah, but however, you know, no overwhelm ability coming in from Mana. So Overdose could still, you know, sustain a little bit, just go for the block. But this the big question is, how long can he sustain? A Poke Stick from the Archivist as well. So that's not going to be doing too much against his opponent. But this attack is huge from Mana.
Yeah, still total 14. Oh, okay, he's puts down another one, so at least it's just going to be 7 hit points lost. But a gain of 3 on Mana's side means it goes back to full health immediately at the end of this. So, wow, Mana still having all all the cards in hand, literally speaking.
Yep, and it's looking really bad for Overdose right here. I mean, he could go for the Poke Stick, just go for a damage on something. You know, it's just one ping. It doesn't really do much of a damage, but he needs that draw. He needs to find himself an answer. And a stress defense might be allowing him to, you know, defend himself for another turn, you know, from the next combat from Mana. But he still haven't answered his own question. There's nothing, there's no blocker that he could do to deal with Mana.
Yeah, just delaying the inevitable at this point. I mean, man, the draws coming out from Overdose just not working out for him at all. So he does send that one out. Still doesn't quite eliminate until that point, but the Jace is still in play.
Yep, I believe, you know, right here, Mana is, you know, even though that particular spell actually put Mana on the back foot, but there we have, you know, this man, this man right here is gonna be packing in with a punch. I think when it attacks, it's gonna be dealing X amount of damage straight right to the Nexus, where X is the amount of 6-cost spell that you have already cast. But I think Mana already casted about 3 or 4, right, at this point in time. So with that attack, you know, it's not gonna be enough. Overdose know that it's over, and he scoops it up, and game number 1 goes to Mana.
Yeah, no sense dragging it out when you know it's all lost already now. So Mana wins the first round here, ladies and gentlemen. Well done indeed. So let's talk us through a little bit about that round there, though, because it kind of felt like the draws just doesn't work out for Overdose at all, didn't it?
It was really unlucky for Overdose, where, you know, he didn't exactly find himself another win condition, and Mana is just so well equipped to deal with all 3 of the Shellfolk as well. So we know that the Shellfolk is the key engine to the deck. So you know, Mana is not going to be allowing it to survive, and there's no way that, you know, Overdose could outplay or even allow that Shellfolk to survive these attacks as well, or this damage coming in, or this spells coming in from Mana. So yeah, so, you know, with this out of the way, no blockers later in the late game as well, no champions in sight, so it's just looking really bad for Overdose as turn goes by.
Yeah, that's the thing about trading card games. You know, sometimes, you know, it's how you play it, but sometimes it's the luck of the draw.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's just those moments where the luck doesn't favor you. It really gets frustrating, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, like what a lot of players say is, you got to believe the heart of the cards. And if it's not your day, it's not your day, because end of the day, how the deck actually turns out is down to luck.
So that's why we are playing these in best of 3s, ladies and gentlemen, because we don't want to let luck be the only determining factor here. So we're going to be going into our second round here. What cards are we seeing here?
Well, it seems like Mana have to go for the switch, and he immediately switched up to the Viego control deck, going up against the same Astral Victor Vi from Overdose. So looking at Mana's hand right here, it's kind of a little bit of a late game, right? Double Hydra Vine and a Viego. But however, most important piece is he have that Viego in hand. So you know, without that Viego, this deck can't start to snowball. So it's down to Overdose. How is he gonna be dealing with the Hydra Vine or the Viego? Because in his hand, he got that mini morph, and that is the answer for this champion.
Yeah, so it looks like he's going to be playing delaying tactics for now. Oh no, Aspiring Chronomancer going to be brought out. 3 cards to choose from here. But yeah, it does. I mean, again, the draw is still favoring Mana in this round yet again. So, oh man.
Well, I mean, it's looking a little bit brighter for Overdose this time, right? He got a little bit of control options. He got those. He got stuns. He got removals. He got pranks, and, you know, with Ezreal in his hand as well, he's good to even place it down. But I don't think he will be playing Ezreal down so early. That is not advisable per se, because, you know, Mana has that Quicksand in his deck as well, and as we know, Quicksand is a really scary card to this elusive unit.
Yeah, but do you think Overdose really has what it takes in his deck, in his toolkit right now to deal with that Quicksand?
There's nothing much that you could do against Quicksand, and if it's activated. So, you know, you have to be a little bit more conservatively with the Ezreal. Okay, he's playing down that Ezreal this turn.
Not conservative at all.
No, I mean, like, you know, he could not go for the combat next turn, but it is totally not advisable to attack with the Ezreal, because, you know, if Mana have 3 Mana open, you got to be really careful of this Quicksand.
Okay, Owen sends out 1 unit on the board right now. It's only going to be able to block 2 damage. So 3 is still going to get through here onto Overdose. Still not quite committing to this yet, though. He's still mulling over whether or not he wants to commit the entirety of the units here.
Yep, I think Overdose right here is just he have to cushion as much damage as possible, right? Because he's kind of like a late game, correct? Late game deck where he needs that Shower Folk to start his engine running. Mystic Shot is not going to be exactly doing too much to mana, and even though mana is a control deck, he still have a little bit of aggression going in with this Viego package. And if that Viego starts to snowball, and that's where he's looking for the late game. That's why he have to control the game all the way to the late game. But Overdose immediately going for the attack with that Azreal. No respect for that quicksand. Mana, this is gonna be a no-brainer. Go for the quicksand, take out the champion because you don't want to deal with a champion on board, especially a champion like Azreal.
Ooh, that's gotta hurt right now. 0 damage on the Ezreal, 2 damage on Mana's own unit. That's just a power quicksand, isn't it?
Yeah, and that is exactly right? Just removing the elusive tech line of the Azreal, and he's just powerless at this point in time. Blocking instead, choosing to block with this 2-3 right over there as well. I think he might be going in for a Vow Feast so that or a Vow Feast to just remove that Azreal, or he's playing around a Mystic Shot. And Overdose, not allowing the Azreal to go down, taking out the blockers. So this way, the Azreal is still healthy after this combat.
Yeah, so some bit of saving grace does draw a Mystic Shot again as well. Sonic Chronomancer going to be brought out once more from Mana's side. Which card is it going to be for him?
Look ahead. We know how to prepare.
Yep, so right here, Overdose immediately went for the Octopus. Just getting some prank stacks, right? And at the same time, I believe the Azreal is already at 2 or 3 stacks right now. So it's just a matter of time the Azreal starts to level. So Mana also got to be a little bit more careful of the Azreal because, once the Azreal level up, it's just machine gun time for Overdose. As long as Overdose casts spells, it's going to be attacking straight right to Mana Nexus. Immediately going in for the open attack from Mana, is going in to try to push some damage and force the Azreal to block.
Yeah, really trying to force his hand there. So he sets down 1 unit so far. Is he going to bring down the Ezreal as well? Potentially could, only against the Chrono Master, but I don't know. Like, what do you think Overdose will more likely be thinking about trying to pull off here?
Yeah, and like this Mystic Shot is a great one coming in from Overdose, right? So that this way he could cushion 3 damage, like just remove this 3 damage off the board, so that he could survive a little bit longer, because right here survivability is key, and it's the crucial turn for Mana. With 5 mana open, he could go for the Viego play this turn, but with 6 mana open, Overdose still have an answer with that mini-morph, just polymorphing that Viego into a 3/3 squirrel. So Mana have to be a little bit more careful because that is the only copy in his hand, and there's no other way for him to fetch another champion into his hand as well.
Yep, they committed, so no damage taken this time around. So now we're going 5 mana on Mana's side. Pun intended. So he decides to pass it over. So now it's 6 mana on Overdose's end. Now what is he going to try to do? Brings out the Ezreal onto the board. And just does a little bit of damage.
Yep,
this
kind of shows that Mana don't have a quicksand, right? No quicksand available to just take out the Azreal. Azreal immediately not wasting any time. That Mystic Shot going into that Chronomancer, adding some more stacks onto Azreal as the time goes by, and at the same time, if a Viego comes down, it's okay, right? You wouldn't get any Enroaching Mist stacks from that Viego as well. So here comes Viego, 4 mana open for Mana. He's representing a right of negation, so he's down to Overdose. How is he going to answer to this one? Because he got to be respectful of a deny, even though we know that there's no deny in Mana's hand. And that mini-morph, right? So yeah, immediately going in.
Yep. Any more bringing that down to a 3/3, so a little bit mitigated on that damage, but he still brings down a 7/6. Ooh, still a lot of damage there.
Yeah, this is a big boy coming in from Mana, and with every start of the turn, it's going to be creating an Enroaching Mist, and as an Enroaching Mist enter the field, it's going to be grown by +1/+1. So it's going to be a big swing coming in from Mana. So it's down to Overdose. How is he going to deal with this this Hydravine, because he got the Wallop if Mana goes out of control. He got the stress defense right on this turn so that he could just string the Hydravine down to 1 attack. But instead, Mana it knows that what Overdose could do, try to protect the Mana Vine, that Hydravine, and just playing it a little bit more conservatively because he got time.
Yeah, he just wants to drag it out as long as he can. I mean, again, late game is pretty much where it's going to be at. So the longer he can draw out this fight, the better it is going to be for him. But can he survive up to that point, though? Still only 3 damage, so it's not too much. Definitely could try to survive this one. That's for sure.
Yep, and you know, Overdose is just not looking very great, right? The only game plan that he has right now is try to level up at Ezreal, which just happened.
Yep, there he goes.
So this is game time for Overdose, right? With a level up Ezreal, he have to ping mana down to 0 as soon as possible before mana starts to steamroll with the Hydra Vines and those really big enroaching mist coming down to the late game. But you know, with the amount of spells in hand, I don't think that's enough to bring him down from 19 to 0 in one turn. And the prank immediately firing off. And Ancient Hourglass might be a good pick right here. You know, Ancient Hourglass would be able to protect one of his units, but instead he went for the prank on the Glimpse Beyond, so this way mana wouldn't be able to draw more options from his deck.
Well, still, he has a lot of units on the board right now. No longer going to be that aggressive from this point on, but Overdose, time might be running out for him. He sends out another prank. What's going to be a better choice here? Oh,
Wow, the Atrocity got found out by Overdose, and that is not the card that Mana want to reveal, because that is that end game card that he is looking for, and it's being taxed to 9 mana at this point in time. So it makes it really awkward for Mana to deal with. But you know, this Ezreal is just gonna be wrecking havoc because he's elusive. There's no way that Mana could deal with him right now. And 2 more damage going straight right to Mana's Nexus and a free Mystic Shot in the process. And this Mystic Shot is just gonna be dealing 3 damage every single turn if it goes to the Nexus.
well, that's the thing. Mana is stacking up his end of the table, but still feels like Overdose is hanging on for dear life, but still able to do quite a bit of damage onto Mana's end. 12 health now onto the Nexus, but I think Mana pretty much could try to reverse that if he wants to, doesn't he?
Yep, and you know, Mana got a choice right now, right? He could go for that Glimpse Beyond and just take out one of the Enroaching Mist, and this way, like, you know, he could search a little bit deeper into his deck, and he could just find himself a Viego to just close off the game. But however, the next swing that if he manages to pull off a swing the next turn, is gonna be a really big one, and he could just finish off with an Atrocity as well.
Still a lot of options there for Mana. He's only going to be able to gain another health there, but still only committing spells at this point. Not quite committing units here. Still waiting for the right opportunity here on both ends, I expect.
Yep, I think Overdose, you know, he's just trying to control Mana's board, right? So this way he could at the same time ping a little bit of damage into Mana's Nexus as well. This is definitely going to be a play. He's going to try, or maybe he could save the spell next turn. Like, you know, there's no need to rush it out, but he should drop that 2-drop in his hand so that he could have a little bit more blockers against whatever Mana is going to be throwing at him the next turn.
Next turn it might be. Could be thinking about going for the pass. Pharaoh's Financier is going to be brought out.
I mean, Mega Infernal Bomb looks pretty interesting, but no, this is a good one so that he could transform himself, one of his units, or even one of Mana units into one of, you know, it's basically a switcheroo, or even a copying kind of spell. So he is able to use that defensively the next turn, and not forgetting he got the Wallop in his hand for Overdose as well. So, you know, if all Overdose need to do right now is just go on the defense and start using the Ezreal to win. Like, that is his win condition right now.
Mana looked like he was about to commit there, but no, he sends out his mini morphed little creature over there. Oh, no, he's going for the whole hog, it looks like. All the damage in the world right now on Mana's board. What you gonna do, Overdose?
Yep, this is gonna be a huge swing coming in from Mana, and now Overdose time to answer 13 damage. And there we have the Storm trying to bring up the Hydra Vine off the field as well. But the key card in Mana hand right now is that top deck Rite of Negation. That is a encounter spell. So if Overdose is you know, not careful over here, he could just, you know, stack up every single spell that he has left right now, try to survive, and Mana could take advantage of that with a Rite of Negation. So it's down to Overdose. How much spells is he able to commit, and the Storm going straight right to the Hydra Vine.
Still, that's going to leave him at 4 health by the end of this, unless he's able to mitigate any more damage there. So still going to be a massive swing to Mana's side though, so not quite out of the woods yet here for Overdose. is he going to be able to pull this off, I wonder?
Yeah, right on the negation, immediately going straight to the wall loop, trying to just negate that one. But Overdose might have the answer because that stress defense will be able to bring one of the units down to one attack, right? So at the same time, dealing 2 more damage into Mana's Nexus. So it's not, Overdose is not out of the out of dark yet, but it might be looking a little bit brighter for him right here, and immediately going for the 6-cost spell, transforming that Hydra Vine into that 2/2 from Overdose side.
I mean, it's again trying to get out of the dark. It looks like the light at the end of the tunnel is starting to flicker a little bit, I think, for Overdose. Hopefully he's got this in the back, though. At least being able to remove some damage there is going to be able to help, and being able to constantly send shots into Mana's Nexus is really does put a little bit of pressure onto him, but I don't know whether that's going to be enough, because still the amount of units on Mana's side of the table just seems so overwhelming, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely right. Like, this is just such an overwhelming attack coming in from Mana. But I think Mana, what is in Mana's mind right now is whatever that Overdose is gonna do, it's fine, right? Because I got an atrocity in hand. But Overdose knows that of this information, and that Mana got an atrocity in his hand as well. So he's keeping that stress defense, that 3 mana burst speed spell in his hand, so that he could just switch the attack of that unit to 1 health, and the atrocity is just going to be doing 1. And right here, Overdose health is at 2, so he's pretty comfortable if Mana ever fires off that atrocity, which is the which the play would be likely happening from Mana's side.
That's the thing, he's still having the advantage even after all of that, and now continues to bolster the amount of units that he has as well. Time might be running out here for Overdose. Might be a last chance here. He does have an Ezreal in hand, though. Is that going to be able to change things?
Wow, I mean, it's looking great for Overdose, because right here, Overdose could have like what 3, 4, 6 damage. Yeah, 6 damage, and then with the Ezreal attacking as well, that's like 8. So Overdose already got lethal in hand, and now it's down to Mana. How is he gonna be playing? Like, I don't think Mana could be able to play out this one, because the only play that Mana could do is this atrocity. Big atrocity coming into his Nexus, and Overdose knows there's only one way to deal with the atrocity, and it's gonna be that stress defense and bringing it down to 1 health. This atrocity is only doing 1 damage to Overdose Nexus, and Overdose would be able to turn this around, because right here, after this attack, Mana is dropped down to 3, and that Mystic Shot is gonna finish him off.
I mean, Overdose is now pushed all the way to the edge of the cliff right now. He really needs to make this play work out for him, or it's going to be game over now, because Mana, again, he has a 1 game advantage here. He wins this, he wins it all. So pressure all on you now, Overdose. What can he do? He takes the 1 damage, does take away the 2. It's still 3-1 right now on the Nexus. By a razor's edge right now, the margins for Overdose.
Yep, there we have, immediately firing off that Mystic Shot 2. Mystic Shot to just exert some dominance into Mana. And there we have Overdose taking home the win. And it's going to be 1-1. And this is going to be game number 3.
When you back him in the corner, he's still able to bite back just like that. I mean, was that really well handled there for Overdose, you feel?
I mean, that is exactly what he could do with that particular hand, right? So if you know that you don't have a Shellfork strategy, you got that Ezreal. You got to make use of that Ezreal. And just because Mana was unable to deal with the Ezreal in the early turns, that Quicksand didn't really did much impact, because Overdose is able to just destroy the unit that is actually defending Ezreal. So that is the reason why he could be able to flip it around and just sustain a little bit longer, and that is exactly what he did. But there you have, ladies and gentlemen, game number 3 with, I believe, he's going to be Talia Ziggs going up against Viego Control.
Okay, so how does this change things now in this 3rd game?
Well, I believe, for the Talia Ziggs side, he got to be a little bit more aggressive, right? He got that one off Arsenal in his hand. He got that one off Magnus in his hand as well. So he got the strength to be offensive. But however, on Mana's side, he got to be a little bit more defensive, right? To try to finish, at least stall Overdose out as long as possible, so that you can have a big Viego in the closing terms.
Alright, so right off the bat, Mana already taking 2 damage out of the chunk of Overdose's Nexus, so he's already firing off the first shots here, ladies and gentlemen. But still, this is the 3rd game. This is the last chance right now for either of these guys to proceed to the next round. So it's all going to boil down to this one matchup here.
Yep, and the Perseverium off the top deck for Overdose as well. I mean, he could conserve this 3 mana and go, or even play this Perseverium so that he could have a little bit of an early countdown on that Perseverium as well, getting himself a Rock Hopper in the process, and that is a good start for Overdose. So this way, he could just go for the Rock Hopper and then, or he could just play the Endless Vault from his hand.
It's a 3-3 and a 1-1 on Mana's side of the table. Overdose still his turn right now. He could just opt to pass. He does have a couple of cards he could play though. I mean, at this stage right now, what do you think is going to be the winning, or rather the winning strategy here for either side?
Well, I think Overdose right here because right here Mana is the offenser, right? He's the one aggressor at this point in time. So Overdose have to play a little bit more defensively right now and try to get this landmark stacks to start stacking up, and it would flow into a huge arsenal later on into turn number 8, or even he needs to crack at least 4 landmark to let the Herald of Magnus activate the +2/+2 and overwhelm for his champions as well. But at the same time, he still have to draw into the champions, which is not available in his hand. So hopefully that Perseverium could reward him with the champions of that landmark.
So more likely than not, it's just like game 2. Overdose has to drag this out as much as he can, but then Mana still has a lot on his hand right now to kind of play. He has 2 quicksands, in fact. Man, that's a very heavy hand that Mana has though.
Yep, and the Rite of Calling, fetching himself that Viego from the deck into his hand. So with Viego in hand, he's gonna have a little bit more leverage against Overdose. But however, with this Roiling Sands from Overdose, he's gonna be putting vulnerable tags onto Mana's unit as much as possible to Viego in his hand, and it is looking a little bit clunky for Mana right now, because I believe the play for Overdose is definitely gonna be summoning out 2 more Roiling Sands into that Ravenous Devolved, and this way making it really awkward for Mana to play that Viego down on turn number 5.
Yeah, sends out the spell, draws out a Pokey Stick. Yeah, it just looked like Overdose is having a much better start to this round here compared to the last 2. So Mana perhaps has to try to come up with some creative plays here, I think.
Yep, I think he's not, he's just ignoring the Roiling Sands, immediately putting that vulnerable tag onto that Viego. I think what Mana is going to say, if you want to challenge the Viego, so be it, right? Because it is going to be growing as the turn goes by. And I believe Mana right here he has to go for the swing with that 3-3 and 2-1 as well. So this way he could add a bit of stacks, or even start the stacks rolling on this Viego as well. So Mana is saying, it's fine, it's totally fine if you guys want to, put the vulnerable on my Viego, because it is going to grow as the Sand Charges comes down, and you will be adding additional 5 more stacks to the Viego.
Yeah, Walking Sands brought out here from Mana. That's going to bring out a 5-2. At this point now, I mean, Mana still has a lot of units on his hand, on the table here compared to Overdose, but I would still say Overdose is holding more important cards at this point. So at this stage right now, is I mean, again, is there much that Overdose could do at this early game, or anything he should do at this early game stage?
Yep, I mean, he went for the Hexcore Minefield, so this way the Viego is unable to attack this turn, but I believe Mana wouldn't be swinging with the Viego this turn as well. So this is a good push for Mana. Just attack with the Sand Charger because of the ephemeral tag. It's just gonna be died. It will be die off as well. There we have the Eroaching Mist breaking down that last Roiling Sands, and Mana is free to drop the Hydra Vine on turn number 7 if all goes well. A Talia off the top deck from Overdose as well. I think it might be this card coming in from the top deck might be that turning point for Overdose. If he already cracked 4 different landmarks, that Herald of Magnus is going to be triggering, and that Talia would have overwhelmed tag, and that would make a huge difference in this matchup.
Very critical round right now, so Overdose has got to play this right. He sends out the Talia, levels it up immediately. Is this going to be the one that changes the situation here? So up to a 4-6.
Yep, and there you have, another stun onto that Viego as well. I believe, he might be going in for the offense onto the Enroaching Mist, and then maybe with the Absolver, he's able to push the Overwhelm damage onto Talia on the very same turn. But Mana have 7 mana open, Vengeance in hand. Vengeance might be going down onto the Thalia, taking it out of the board and making it really, really awkward for Overdose because Vengeance.
I know, right? I completely forgot about the Vengeance. Yeah, so Mana still has options in hand though. So, oh boy, this might not bode well for Overdose. And again, even though he managed to get the stun, it's still only going to be delaying the inevitable. And again, with the Vengeance, he's going to play it. Oh boy.
Well, it seems like it's gonna be a Despair. Okay, so
Okay.
he's going in for the Viego Despair, removing the Thalia, and at the same time taking 4 damage because of the Despair effect. But, you know, Overdose got the answer for this one, immediately going in for the Ancient Hourglass, defending that Thalia. I believe that's what Mana is going for, so that he could, you know, preserve a little bit more Mana for the next turn. And that is just, you know, good play and good precision coming in from Mana. But with 3 mana open for the next turn spell Mana as well, Mana has that Vengeance opened, so that's what that he could explore later on into the next turn if he really wants to deal with the Thalia.
Yeah, he really wants to, but for now, he's going to buff up his units. 8-7 right now. Ooh, very, very thick boy right over there. So, I mean, now 7-7. I mean, for Overdose, he's able to bring the Thalia back up here, so still status quo, I feel.
Yep, I mean, it's still looking pretty okay, right? So it's now down to the question and answer of that Thalia. Could Mana deal with that Thalia, with that Vengeance in his hand? But Overdose just top deck another Hourglass, so this way he could still protect the Thalia from that Vengeance. But however, you know, instead of, you know, going it for the removal style, he's just gonna be, you know, playing that Merciless Hunter, putting the Vulnerable onto the Thalia, and he will be removing it the old school way via combat.
Old school, I like that. But in any case, he is going to be able to buff up the Thalia to a 6-8 right now, so at least it's going to give her a little bit more survivability. But now the game's still on Mana's hands right now. I mean, okay, he's going to go all in, so Thalia's going to be committed as well, or not.
Yeah, because I think right here what Mana wants to do is just remove the Thalia, right? And the only unit that could remove the Thalia is that Viego with 8 attack going up against Overdose's 8 health. So it's down to Overdose. I mean, he could go for the Absolver and just try to take out Viego now and, like, you know, immediately. But if he goes for the Observer play, Mana could just go for a send, quick send and just drop his attack down and, you know, protect his Viego as long as possible. So those are all possible reaction or even replies that Mana could do. And with this, so many units, you know, going down in this process of this attack, that Viego seems to be leveling up this turn as well. So it's not looking really great for Overdose if once that Viego levels up.
Yeah, that's just going to be the danger zone from his point on, isn't it? But time might not be on his side though, because he's gonna have to commit sooner or later. It's gonna be a tough one, isn't it?
Yeah, I
Stop
mean,
bringing
right
in-
here he have to decide, right? How much damage is he willing to take? Because if that Viego survives after this combat, he is gonna be snowballing, right? Viego is a really snowbally champion, and he got to be really careful of how to deal with it. And Ancient Hourglass immediately going straight right to Thalia, not allowing it to go for the KO this turn. But I believe Mana got that perfect answer to this Ancient Hourglass, which is Vengeance. Mana is coming in with Vengeance and taking it out, and down goes Thalia to the spells finally.
Oh, that's gonna be heartbreaking there for Overdose. I mean, he tried its best there, but the Vengeance, it just keeps coming back, doesn't it?
Yep, and there's the best way that Mana could just remove Overdose's unit. Viego is still alive, and at the same time, I believe he will be leveling up this turn as well after that Enroaching Mist goes down. But Overdose still have one more key card in his hand, which is that Arsenal, that level 8 card. That might be his turning point for him to turn this around. But with this level up Viego, it's gonna be so tricky because Mana's HP is still 20 and it's so difficult to be dealing with. A Ziggs is still not gonna cut it.
Ooh, okay. I mean, again, that's pretty much lethal. I mean, he still could try to bring some blocks, I think, but man, I think just like that, Overdose right now is looking like that light at the end of the tunnel there. I think it's just so dim right now. I could barely even see it at this point.
Yeah, Overdose have to be really careful of what he plays down, because as the turn goes on to the next one, Mana will be stealing one of his units because of that Viego level up ability. So, you know, at least Overdose need to place down 2 units right now, and the strongest would be taken over by Mana. And if it's a champion, you know, it's gonna be immediately obliterated. So there we have, you know, Overdose choosing to go for the Arsenal 1 unit on board. He's just banking on it. He wants to remove that Viego now and forever, because that Viego has that vulnerable tag. With 9 health available, that Arsenal is still not enough to take that Viego down.
Oh, Quicksand's going to be brought out. That's going to bring its damage down to 4. Ancient Hourglass is going to be brought out in response, but I'd say Mana still has the advantage here. So how is he going to try to dig his way out of this right now?
Yep, I mean, with this Ancient Hourglass, you know, that Herald of Magnus would not be returned over to Overdose's side. So I think Mana right here is just manipulating his board so that he would not return this unit back to Overdose, because that 4-1 is loaned by the Viego per se. So there we have, you know, Overdose have no answer to this one, immediately scoops it up, and there we have Mana taking home 2-1.
Very, very well done there. Mana yet again reigning supreme in this run here. I mean, even though Overdose managed to get the upper hand on him coming on game 2, but it felt that was even by slim margins to begin with, wasn't it? So game 3, was that pretty much Mana like dominating it?
Yeah, Mana was dominating at that point in time, right? It was really clean play coming in from Mana. Once that Viego goes down, and you guys could see in the previous game, once it starts snowballing, it's going to be really, really difficult to deal with. And you know, it gets the 8 with the Hydra Vine as well. He didn't even get to play his second Hydra Vine, so he's totally fine by himself. And once that Viego is leveled up, it's really difficult for the opponent to come back off that one.
Yeah, exactly. I think once that Viego reached the right level, it seemed like Overdose was out of options already. So man, that must have felt a little bit heartbreaking there, especially given how close the second game was. It felt like maybe that third game could have been the magic ticket there, right? But sadly, it wasn't meant to be. Mana, again, he's going to be through to the quarterfinals here, so congratulations to him. Overdose, unfortunately, his journey is cut short right over here. So that's going to be the end of our second matchup, but we still have even more action here in the Legends of Runeterra on Snapdragon Pro Series. Quick shout out to our sponsors here, to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, the platform where winning matters. These guys, they are the ones who are providing the platform here for our Legends of Runeterra players in order to show what they're capable of here, the Snapdragon Pro Series. Also, shout out to our other sponsor, Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast, because these guys have been energizing our tournaments from start to finish. So in any case, that was our matchup number 2 for now. We're going to be coming back with matchup number 3 very, very soon. So hopefully you guys will be able to stick around for that, because we're going to be taking a short break. So don't go away, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back after these messages.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve it with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me eating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks till y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team's on me right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Love, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone, man. Cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you gotta cry with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you gotta cry with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Ooh, here we go. Back again, same scenario. Win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then, we was down with nowhere to go. Might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, ooh, us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my
Yo, guys and gals, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. This is a Split 1 Mobile Open Finals, and we are in our third matchup for today. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Boon Boy. And man, after that last match, that's a pretty long match, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's basically two control decks staring down at each other. But I believe, we will get a lot of this kind of deck. I mean, I've seen some of the deck lists as well. It seems like control deck is pretty favorable in this format.
I mean, it was the two Korean players, by the way, who were the ones who brought it out that time around. So I don't know. We'll see whether or not the other Korean players here are going to try to play the same thing. But nevertheless, we have another matchup here for you guys to go ahead and check out. So, but before that, we're going to go ahead and interview the winner of that previous round there. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mana, the winner of our second matchup there. Mana, how are you doing here today, my man?
네, 마나님 혹시 지금은 기분이
네네네.
어떠신가요?
기분 일단 좋은데 이제
I'm not sure if you heard us there.
앞으로
So
이제 남은
Mana,
경기가
if you can
있으니까
hear us, please give
긴장을
me a
풀면
thumbs
안
up
되겠죠.
or hello? Yes.
일단은 좋습니다.
Alright, so he's basically saying that he's feel good and he will be prepared for the rest of the matches.
All right. So Moonboy, have you any kind of questions you'd like to ask him?
Well,
perhaps?
I mean, coming in game number 2 against your opponent just now, how did you feel when you got that loss via the Azrael, especially with the new Azrael rework, and literally that rework cost you that loss?
May I? Oh. I think the audio is having some problem here.
Apologies to everyone on stream. I'm not sure if the question kind of got through there. So maybe you can try to ask again, maybe.
Oh, okay. So I mean, because of the second round, you actually lost to an Azrael. So what do you feel of the new reworked Azrael? Is it like fair to you in a sense?
Well, seems like we are having technical difficulties there, so looks like I have to wait a little bit longer on that question there. But I mean, overall thoughts about like how Mana actually handled that matchup there?
Right, I think he played it really clean and really well. It's just unfortunate that on the second game that he couldn't get that KO on that Ezreal. So if the Ezreal can't goes down, the Ezreal is just staying around, getting more and more stacks, getting the level up, and which inevitably caused that downfall for him. Well, he was so close to winning, but it's just he can't find that final card to actually get that push. So it's really unfortunate for him, but overall he played it really well in all three games, but it's just number 2 is just not in favor of him.
Oh, he did manage to clean it up by the end though, so I suppose he's not too heartbroken over how that turned out anyway. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, so sorry couldn't really get the interview through smoothly. Hopefully we'll be able to hear more from Mana in the future. Let's see whether or not his quarterfinal is going to prove fruitful for him as well. But nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be moving on to our next matchup here, ladies and gentlemen. So before that, would you like to remind you guys that you can go ahead and give a shout out here to the Snapdragon Pro Series on your social medias. Make sure you use the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series along with your tweets or with your social medias, and hopefully you'll be able to get your messages featured on the stream right here. So that's again hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series to share your thoughts, and you might have a chance to have your messages come up on stream here. And exclusively for those who are on the Twitch chat right now, you can also bring in your votes. You can bring in your predictions on which players are going to be the ones winning these matchups, or perhaps who do you think is going to be able to take it all. Send those predictions to the Twitch chat there, ladies and gentlemen, and bring in your predictions. So let's go ahead and have a look right now at our next couple of players that are going to be facing off against each other. Starting off with Odyssey, all the way from Thailand. Open final seeding of 14th place, qualifying ranking of 4th, and a favorite champion, Ari.
Wow, I mean, Odyssey from Thailand. This guy is no stranger to the community. This guy knows the game in and out. This is one of the best player in the SEA region, and he's not here to mess around, right? He's here to win, and I feel this guy, man. Ari, favorite champion. It's Ari, come on.
Who doesn't like Ari, right? But just look at that face. That's a face of confidence right there. He's definitely aiming for that top prize, and nothing less than that is going to satisfy him at this point. So I'm excited, but let's see who he's going to be going up against in this matchup here, because as a heavyweight as Odyssey is, we really want to see him go up against some of the best, don't we? But up on to him, it's going to be Kaizen 2001, hailing all the way from Vietnam, a final seeding of 11, which crucially is a little bit higher than Odyssey. He did take 3rd place in cup number 3 as well, which is also a little bit higher. His favorite champion, Twisted Fate.
Yep, I mean Kaizen, he's around the block for a while as well with the Vietnam community. So coming forward into this matchup against Odyssey, this is a really big challenge for him, because Odyssey is a real heavyweight at what you said. So it's down to the mind games. Is he going to be overcoming himself? Because this is a big giant in front of him. How is he going to stop this giant?
Indeed. I mean, again, we're talking about the best from Thailand versus the best from Vietnam, so it's going to be the best of the best right now, hopefully in terms of the decks as well.
Well, let's take a look at the lineup right here. Odyssey going in with the Fizz Affiliates, Jace Heimerdinger, and Caitlyn Ezreal. So it's a really kind of controlly and burny lineup coming in from Odyssey. However, on Kaizen's side, Fizz Affiliates, and oh my god, it's Victor Karma, ladies and gentlemen, and last but not least, Timo Tristana. So this is likely going to be a little bit of Swamp, zoo kind of style, Yodels and Arm maybe, because I'm not familiar with Banner City Ionia, so we got to see what Kaizen have with this spicy list we have, and not forgetting the Victor Karma. We haven't really seen this deck running around in tournaments or even in ladder, so hopefully Kaizen give us a good display.
I mean, why is that so? I mean, is the Victor Karma a very difficult deck to deal with?
I mean, Karma is kind of slow at this point in time, because you have to wait until turn number 10 for her to get that level up ability.
Wow,
so,
that's a long time.
But however, when Karma is leveled up, every single spell is cast twice. So that is probably, the game plan coming forward. And there we have, ladies and gentlemen, there we go. The next round right here with Odyssey going up against Kaizen.
Yeah, and you already see a Karma on that side there, so he's just going for it. He's just going for it, isn't it?
Yep, and it's likely going to be a Azure Caitlyn from Odyssey going up against that Victor Karma that we were talking about. So hopefully this game we get to see a little bit of display of this deck, because this is something that everyone is not exactly familiar with.
I know, right? I mean, again, what's the kind of like a special? I mean, you did mention Kama. She only comes like really comes into form at level the 10th round, which is wow, it's a very long time to wait, isn't it? So I mean, leading up to that point, what other kind of stuff is Odyssey going to be? Kaizen going to be doing up to that point?
Well, it's all about control, right? Take a look at Sam Wilf, Ionia, and the barrier and healing spell as well. So it's all about controlling the board and just delaying delaying the game as long as possible. So this way, that Karma could come online and maybe stack together with the Victor, and with additional spell of that Augment coming in from Victor, he might get 2 keywords per Victor spell. So this is probably what he might be going for, and that Victor is a key piece to the puzzle.
Yeah, and this is going to be in for the long haul here, ladies and gentlemen, unless Odyssey could bring something else in edgewise. I mean, you mentioned his decks are a lot more aggro compared to what Kaizen was bringing to the table, wasn't it?
I mean, it's not exactly aggro, but
Okay.
but however, Odyssey, the Azure Caitlyn actually focuses a lot on that tri-beam on his hand, on the top, on the most far right corner in his hand. So things like Caitlyn and even the Archivist are key cards to level up that tri-beam. So as long as you get a really big stack, it's gonna be snowballing as the turn goes by. So Odyssey is also looking for a kind of like a late game strategy, but Odyssey deck is likely to be faster than Kaizen. So it's down to Kaizen. How is he gonna control Odyssey during this process?
Yeah, and already Odyssey is already putting a lot of units on the board right now, and he's already committing to the attack here. So right off the bat, he wants to put Kaizen under that pressure. He knows that he will only come to form in the late game, so it's early in the mid game that Odyssey wants to be able to stretch that advantage for sure.
Yep, as the Caitlyn goes for the attack, those flash trap is already in Kaizen's deck. So if Kaizen actually draw into those flash trap, it's going to be dealing 1 damage to a random unit on his board. So with this Poro, that could be a potential flash trap target as well. And I believe right here for Odyssey, he's just going to try to grow his tri-beam as much as possible, get that Archivist down, get a little bit of stacks onto that tri-beam, and hopefully he get a really big tri-beam later on, because as the tri-beam fires off, it not just does X damage to his opponent, but also summons a X cost unit on his board as well.
So here we go. It's going to be able to draw that one down to a 0-1, but it's still Kaizen that is a little bit on the back foot. I mean, as expected, Odyssey right now obviously has been doing his utmost best here to try to commit more attacks here. He's going to commit yet another round of attacks here, or is he not? He's still mulling over it, I think. What other things do you think Odyssey could try to do here, you think?
Well, I mean, he can just put down a unit and just see what Kaizen could do, right? Because if you're playing against PNZ and Ionia, they have burns, they have stuns, they have recalls and things like that. So you got to be a little bit more careful. So maybe that's what's going on in his mind. And with just playing something and passing the priority back to Kaizen just to see or bait what he could do. But I think Odyssey just goes for the attack, and
that could be an interesting one. If he knows that there's not much Kaizen could do, could he perhaps really extend the advantage even further here in this early game stage? I mean, right now they're already at the 6th round here, so there's at least a lot of mana for him to try to burn here. A lot of opportunities, I think, but I don't know, like Kaizen, is he still going to be trying to bide for time, or is he going to be forced to take action from this point on?
Well, I mean, there's not much action for him to take to begin with, because right now there's nothing much in his hand but those really reactive spells. So Kaizen being the Karma deck is not exactly a reactive kind of deck. It's not exactly a proactive kind of deck. So it's a really reactive style. So it's down to Odyssey, right? If Odyssey does something, then Kaizen could do something against him. So Odyssey really have to, at the same time, Odyssey can't allow Kaizen to have too much rest time in the early game. So he have to go for the offense and try to free up his board and start having those stacks on the tri-beams.
Yeah, it's going to have to play that perfect balance, isn't it? So let's see how he's going to try to play this out. It's going to be a good buff on that unit there, 5-3 right now, but it's now going to be yeah, he's gonna commit that onto the table now. Turn's gone over to Odyssey here. But again, you mentioned that Kaizen's deck a lot more. His game plan here is going to be a lot more reactive. So that does mean that every move that Odyssey makes literally has to be really well thought through, doesn't it?
Yep, and not just really well thought through, but he also have to try to bait out those key counter spells coming in from Kaizen. He got a deny in hand, and I believe he got lots of like tricky, tricks coming up his sleeves for Kaizen. So Odyssey really have to try to manage his resources so that it wouldn't be wasted on the key targets. So this way he have to try to rearrange, or at least think it through. How is he gonna be baiting this counter spells or this reactive spell from Kaizen? So once Kaizen is running out of option, that is the best moment for you to strike.
Alright, so Odyssey is going to try to buff up his end of the board. Some Dredger going to be brought out from Kaizen's end here. How is that going to change things, though? He does eliminate one unit off his board. What exactly does that achieve?
Well, I mean, taking one blocker out of the process, that Daring Poro is unable to, block against Odyssey. And this looks like a really good swing coming in from Odyssey as well, with that Caitlyn, that with more traps going in, and that also means that, that Caitlyn is going to be leveling up pretty soon also. So there we have, Odyssey playing this spell. I think this is his special tag, right? I have not really seen this spell running around, but I believe this is a good target for Kaizen to go for the deny. I mean, it seems like he might be going in for a deny, but if he denies this, Odyssey, Kaizen is open to a thermal beam in the future turn also. So Kaizen really have to pick and choose the right targets to deny.
Oh, it's going to be a very tough decision, isn't it? Well, let's see if he's going to be able to play that out right now, but Odyssey, he's just going to be waiting right now to see what's going to be played. Victor is going to be brought on the board here by Kaizen, so finally, character on deck right now. He's going to try to bring all of his units out to bear, so no holds barred here from Odyssey's side.
Wow, I mean, getting both of the challenger unit, that Victor is immediately gotta be challenged, right? But with this Mystic Shot, he's able to just protect that Victor as the clock goes down to the turn number 9. That means the Karma is getting online really soon as well. But there we have, Odyssey is just going on the offense. I believe the Tribeam is enough to actually deal with the Victor. So if it's able to remove the Victor for Odyssey, I mean, the key targets for Kaizen is definitely going to be the Victor and the Karma. So Odyssey really have to try to time the right moment to just take these 2 units out.
Well, all going to be hinging on how he's going to deal with that Victor then. So here we go. There's on spell. Only managed to deal some damage done. He's going to be able to get the level up now onto the Victor. So that's going to be a dangerous one to deal with here. 5/5 just on Kaizen's board here. A lot of damage potential, definitely, for the Vietnamese player.
Ooh. Wow, and the Flash Trap immediately going in for the Victor. That means that Scorched Earth is online, and Odyssey could remove that Victor. So, all Odyssey have to pray is that this particular spell is not gonna give Victor a spell shield, and that's the only one that Odyssey do not want to see. Immediately going in for the Scorched Earth, not allowing Kaizen to do anything. Kaizen with the Notify onto the Scorched Earth as well. How would Odyssey react to this one? He got 2 more Scorched Earth and is firing off the second one. Kaizen got a second counter spell. Would he fire off this deny? And yes, he does. So it's gonna be a deny onto that Scorched Earth as well. And a third Scorched Earth going straight right to the Victor. It honestly is saying no can do. This Victor is not gonna survive this one after a long stack of chain just to take down one champion.
Throw out the sofa, throw out the cabinets. Why not throw in the kitchen sink as well? Else everything committed there to onto the Victor. Oh man, Kaizen had nowhere to go, nowhere to run.
Wow, I mean, Odyssey is not allowing Kaizen to rest, going in for the Captain Farron. Karma coming down with that Evolution. Level 2 Karma is going to be 2 times spell for every single spell that he casts. Odyssey says, no, no, no. And I'm going in for that big push. Karma is going in for the Insight, trying to find for an answer. And he got a burst spell in the process that could actually save him some health. But I think that is not enough, and he have to block with that Karma.
Oh boy, yep, he's gonna have to commit that down now. Who's he gonna try to block it? He's gonna try to block the 8/8 with it. Oh boy, That's going to be instant gone then. With 2 Spirit Refuges going to be brought out here. So, okay, at least some sort of shielding, but I don't know, man. It looks like Kaizen got a little bit caught out there, and now he's just desperate to try to regain some sort of advantage here. So, it just feels like now Odyssey seems to have him on the run.
Yep, definitely. And right here, even though that Karma manages to heal himself back up to 5 health, Odyssey still have the capability to burn him down. But with one more deny in Kaizen hand and with that deep meditation as well, Kaizen would be able to dig a little bit deeper into his deck. So Kaizen is still not out of the race yet. Another flash trap happening, and there we go. That Caitlyn leveling up as well, and that means if that Caitlyn manages to strike, one more damage would be going straight right to the Nexus.
Oh boy, this is gonna be a critical time now, ladies and gentlemen. Kaizen hanging by a thread. Odyssey still having a lot of health, but all he takes to take out that one Karma, and it's gonna fall like a house of cards. Well, house of cards indeed. He lost 2 of the units, leaving only Karma left on the board for him now. Is it over for Kaizen though, as he loses the Karma?
And he got that rally off that Tri-Beam, and with 3 mana open for Kaizen, he have no point but to scoop it up. Odyssey bringing it, wow, rolling into the right champ, into the right units, and just take the win. Game 1 to Odyssey.
I am flabbergasted by how that all ended. I mean, wow. I mean, from like everything but the kitchen sink onto the victor to the Karma just getting wiped out at the end there. It seemed like Odyssey had the answers, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, though the 3 Scorched Earth was a great, that was a great moment, right?
Right.
We haven't exactly seen a chain like that happening in a while, and with that, that was a good display of how a counter or reactive deck would be dealing with.
Oh man, I wonder how they're going to try to top that after game number 1. But ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to game number 2 now. So what are they bringing to the table this time?
Well, let's just take a look right here. I think Odyssey is going to switch up to the Jace Heimerdinger compared, and I believe Kaizen is sticking on to that Karma deck that he brought in previously. So Odyssey, he got that turn 1. He's going in for that attack. I mean, he could stack up those spell mana up as well the next turn. So being a Heimerdinger deck, you got to be a little bit more conservative, right? Because turn number 2, you're not going to do much. You have to conserve that mana so that you could go and have 6 mana in turn number 3.
So it's still going to be turn number 3. That's going to be the decision point here on this one. So far, only Kaizen's taken some damage here, but that's only from the 2-1. So not much, not much in the long run, hopefully. But after that absolute spanking, I have to say that Odyssey managed to pull onto Kaizen, one wonders how his confidence must really fare when it comes to this round. I mean, does confidence really factor into these kind of matchups though?
Yeah, it does, right? Because it kind of like, it's mind games when it comes to like games like that. And Odyssey immediately got that Mark 6. I think Kaizen is not allowing it to rest as well, as that Daring Core comes down as a blocker. And it's just at this point it's just chill, right? Odyssey could just take out those units because he could play the Jace the next turn as well. He's gonna get Challenger, and that Eye of the Dragon will be easily removed by Jace.
So assembly line gonna be good, drawn out from the top of the deck there for Odyssey. He still has a decision whether or not he wants to try to play anything here, or he could just try to pass on, because like a lot of the cards in his hand are like 4 6/6s, there's no 3 6s, and a 5 there as well. So he might do as well just to wait the next turn. But Kaizen already has 2 units committed, though granted it's only 1 damage in total. But do you think there's other things that Odyssey might have to watch out from around the corner?
Well, I think, Odyssey only has 1 play right now. It's definitely going to be putting the Jace down, going in for the Challenger, trying to take out the Eye of the Dragon from Kaizen's board, so that, he wouldn't be able to spawn more Dragonling as turn goes by. But he is a little bit afraid of things like Wheel of Ionia, or even, mainly Wheel of Ionia or Concussive Palm, so that, it could remove that Jace of the combat. But I think, Odyssey just going in and just saying like, if you have it, you have it, and if you have it, show it to me. But it seems like Kaizen is playing as though like he have it, because he's just conserving those mana. So this strike or this attack from Odyssey is just gonna give Odyssey a little bit of information. Does Kaizen have this kind of protective spell in hand?
And that information is power, isn't it? And Odyssey, it certainly wants to know what exactly Kaizen has in plan here, or at least on hand. But yep, going to be trading there, but not going to trade. Jace is still on the board for now. So now the turn is going to be on to Kaizen here. So what do you think he might be thinking of at this point?
Well, I think, Kaizen right here is just waiting reactively and hopefully draw into his champion, because we've seen in the previous game, it really relies a lot on the Victor and Karma together. So without these two champions, he can't exactly be doing too much. So, and at this point in time, no Victor in sight, no Karma in sight, and Odyssey have to start the bullying game going. This way he could just control and just, take out Kaizen as soon as possible before the Karma actually comes online. And the Wheel of Ionia coming in from the top deck from Kaizen is crucial, as it will be able to send Jace up to Odyssey's hand, and Kaizen could just buy some time.
That's the thing. It's like if like Odyssey doesn't act soon enough and Kaizen successfully draws either the Victor or the Karma, then perhaps only then does Kaizen have an opportunity to try to fight back. But I mean, is there any kind of way for Odyssey to know ahead of time that he could literally try to try to end this early?
Well, I think, looking at the state that Kaizen is playing, he's just basically buying time, right? So even though we haven't seen a Wheel of Ionia in the previous turn, it's just a recent top deck by Kaizen, Odyssey is still gonna be, going in for the attack, because he might want to remove that ballistic board before it turns too big. So Jace with the challenger, he's still able to hook the ballistic board straight right to Jace and just remove it, because right here, Jace will be still alive after this combat.
That's the thing. So let's see how it's going to play out here, ladies and gentlemen. We're still 18-18 right now. Odyssey and Kaizen still a little bit of a stalemate for now, but only because Kaizen is playing delaying tactics here. So time is about to run out here for Odyssey. Is he going to commit the spell here? Or is he going to get it? Yep, he's going to level up the Jace.
Yep, and his second 6-cost spell has already been fired off for Odyssey. He's trying to just take out that ballistic board. Kaizen is not allowing this to go down though, with the deny and just denying it off it as well. But the Jace, the damage is done. The Jace has already been leveled right here, and the ballistic board has nowhere to run. Kaizen only way to protect this ballistic board is the Spirit Refuge going it down, having some barrier and 2 points of healing from it as well. So this is not going to be doing too much damage to Kaizen, and everything is still under control.
Oh, okay. A little bit of a few, I expect there. A breath of relief from Kaizen's side, but now that the shield's already used up, maybe all the tricks might be out of the back here, but Odyssey still has a lot of advantage on his hand though, not least due to the level Jace, that's for sure.
Yep, definitely. Like with the level Jace, it's gonna be cloning or duplicating whatever 6-cost spell that he's gonna cast. So even though with a deny, it's not gonna be enough, because you have to deny something twice, because it's gonna be duplicated. So Odyssey got an option right over here to go for the Shock Blast to actually remove the ballistic board once again. But instead, I think he's just gonna be playing slow, right? Hopefully Kaizen commit to something, a second ballistic board, and this is the opening that Odyssey is looking for. Once and for all, destroy both of them at the same time.
Ooh, 2 birds with 1 stone there. So Odyssey might just have a little bit of a coup here onto Kaizen. Let's see if that's going to play out that way though. Still waiting for it to commit. No, he's going to switch around to a different spell.
Yep, I believe, with this one, Odyssey is just trying to fill up his board, right? Because he can remove that ballistic board easily with Jace. But look at this amount of board, right? He's just going in for the offense. He just wants to remove Kaizen as soon as possible, because we know as turn number 10 is the crucial turn. Get excited going on to the Jace as well. Odyssey, I believe that is a second Jace. Yes, you have a second Jace in hand, so that is a-okay for Odyssey, as he could just replay the Jace later on.
And he got a Hammerdinger off the top of the deck as well, so he has options, obviously. But very aggressive right off the bat here from Odyssey. Is it going to pay off for him, though? I wonder.
Yep, Odyssey immediately firing off the accelerator at this point in time, giving everything additional keyword. And there we have quick attack on everything. So right here, Kaizen is have to try to defend, because right we got a 10-2, 7-2, 6-2, and 6-3. And this is a huge swing coming in from Odyssey. How would Kaizen react to this one? It's not over for Kaizen yet, but it's looking really grim for him.
He's got to bring all hands on deck right now. Got to try to tank all of that damage there. Luckily, he's going to be able to bring it down to a 4, but only just. But man, that's every single unit gone on the board there for Kaizen, and still a lot of aggression available here for Odyssey.
Yep, Kaizen immediately going in for the deep meditation, trying to filter his deck off those spells so that hopefully he gets into a champion. No, but a Sam Dredger off the top deck. Is that a Victor or a Karma that he's looking for? Still no, and it's a Boon. Baboon is really looking bad for Kaizen right now, even though with just a Wheel of Ionia is not enough. Odyssey could just replay that Victor, that Jace once again, or he could go for the Heimerdinger to get more value. There you have that shock wave, the shock blast right over here and getting a Mark 6, and there we have Kaizen surrendered it over, and Odyssey, the heavyweight all the way from Thailand, taking it home 2-0.
Yo, that was a big splash at the end there, but Odyssey with the win. My goodness. I mean, back to back there, I mean, it was just bombastic. That's really the only word I can use there.
Yeah, definitely. I think the downfall was because of Kaizen choosing the Karma deck, right? Because there's not much way that he could really deal with the early game, and Odyssey knows that, you know, this deck is running on a late game strategy. So all he have to do is just focus on the early game, swamp his bot, go for the big swing, and that is exactly what he did and executed to perfection.
Yeah, I mean, further compounded by the fact that neither the Victor nor the Karma ended up in his hand throughout the entirety of that game. So that just basically really put him in the corner there, because like not only does he not really have the means necessary to stop whatever Odyssey is gonna do, but now he's just basically been left out open for attack.
Yep, that is exactly right. And you know, no champions, no way, and you know, with a level up Jace, as Ionia deck, there's not much ways to deal with, you know, a duplicated spell as well. So it's not exactly the best matchup coming in. So, you know, maybe what Kaizen could do, maybe switch it up to his second deck and just bring the game to Odyssey, and maybe, you know, bring it down to game number 3 and just let the game do the talking.
Yeah, well, that was whatever you want to behold, but ladies and gentlemen, quick shout out to our sponsors here, starting with Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, the platform that provides the space, the opportunity for our top Legends of Runeterra gamers in order to show themselves on the world stage. And also to our other sponsor, Monster Energy, unleashing the beast right here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. So that was a very exciting match there, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure, if you guys want to join in on the action, don't forget Split 2 is coming up soon. The signups are already open for registration on snapdragonproseries.com, so head on to that website right now if you want to join in on this Legends of Runeterra action. So that's going to be all for this particular matchup. We're going to be back with more Legends of Runeterra matches right after this short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after these messages.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Don't step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah, out of the way. Here we go. Back again, same scenario. Win, 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 win. Yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6. We like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then, we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. Ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping. Yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up?
Heyo everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, snapping to you right here live. So ladies and gentlemen, my name is Victor Cax, joining me here is Moonboy. We're here to bring you the last of this round of 4 here, ladies and gentlemen, and it's gonna be a big one, I expect. But nevertheless, you know, talking about the previous match, I mean, what a heavy hitter Odyssey was in that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, those were really clean play coming in from Odyssey, but I think, like what I said previously, his opponent didn't really draw really well, and especially in game number 2, where Odyssey found that loophole and he just went on the offense, filling up his board with turrets, and then just go for a big push, and that was the turning point of the game.
Yeah, I mean, once he had that, it seemed like there was nothing that was going to be able to stop him from that point. I mean, literally, Kaizen had nothing in his hand there to really deal with it. So, who knows what's going to happen when he's going to be meeting our next opponent really soon. It's going to be the last one before we move on to the the semifinals now. So, this is going to be All Creation versus Pokeberry. I mean, man, All Creation, I'm not sure where he's from, but Pokeberry, very familiar name in the Legends of Runeterra community, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, Pokeberry, an old timer coming in from Singapore. I'm from Singapore, so
No, don't be too biased now.
Yeah, I'm not going to be biased, you know, but I know this guy. He's really cool, he's really nice, and he has been playing it ever since the game started from the beta series. So this guy has all the knowledge, this guy has all the technicality skills online, and not forgetting he has been doing really well in the local or even the seasonal circuit once in a while as well. So this guy is also one of the heavyweights coming in from the region, so he's also one of the players to be watching out for.
Exactly. I mean, again, given that whoever wins this is going to be facing off against Odyssey, I mean, chances are if Pokeberry does get through, it's going to be back-to-back heavyweight fights here in this one, and that's even before the grand finals. I mean, imagine that.
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting if these two actually clash, but before that, I think he has to go through the first hurdle, which is All Creation. He's not gonna be an easy opponent for, I would say, because I've seen some of his game, and he's pretty scary.
How so?
Yeah, I mean, he got really clean plays as well, but it's all down to the deck choices and how, you know, both players actually match out. But All Creation, you know, he played it really clean, he played really well, and I think he played really creatively the last few qualifiers as well. So I think he's gonna be not an easy opponent for Pokeberry to be dealing with.
Well, let's see. Let's see if all the experience that Pokeberry had gathered up until this point has really served him well there. But you know, when it comes to card games, experience really means everything, doesn't it? I mean, the depth of knowledge you have to really gain from these kind of games. I mean, obviously, someone who has started very early on is going to have a huge advantage compared to someone just starting out, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, right? Because you know how the mechanics actually work, how one card or one effect actually interact with the other. So with this amount of, you know, game knowledge and this kind of experience, you can pull off some funky decision, like maybe going with the Cataclysm not during your turn on a Scouts unit, like that could trigger an additional attack as well. So like this kind of interaction, you need experience or you need to play it out to get to understand it. But I believe everyone who made it to the top 8 have that amount of experience or like that amount of knowledge, but with the additional playing time from Pokeberry, that really would give him an additional mile, because he basically know most of the cards or most of the archetype in the game.
I mean, leveraging off the observations I've seen from other esports scenes, sometimes, especially in the highest level of competitive play, it really boils down to the little tiny differences that players are able to find, either in terms of their play style or maybe even those tiny little things that they themselves discover that other people may not have known in the first place. So do you think like those kind of trickeries are those the kind of things that people watch out for in Legends of Runeterra?
Yeah, definitely, right? You have to be a little bit careful of what your opponent is trying to do, or any funky moves, or what any tags that your opponent deck list have, because this is an open deck list format where you get to see what your opponent is playing. So like it's just things like that, but we are at the highest level of Runeterra, because this is the quarterfinals. It's going to be tougher and tougher from here on. These players are not here to play, and they're here to win. So they are waiting or even baiting their opponent to go for a misplay or a slip, and that's where they actually get the advantage and just take advantage of that particular slip that your opponent have and just roll over there and just snowball over because of that one mistake.
Oh yeah, capitalizing on mistakes so important, isn't it? Just want to remind you guys to use the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series if you want to shout us out on your social medias, or if you're on our Twitch chat right now, send in your predictions. Who do you think is going to be able to come out on top when it comes not only to this competition, not only to this matchup here, the whole competition? Who do you think, who is your favorite right now for winning this whole thing right now? But ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and introduce you guys to our players. The last matchup before we head to the semifinals, starting with All Creation, hailing from the land of the rising sun. Oval final seeding of number 7. Very lucky number, isn't it? Qualifying ranking, 2nd place in cup number 3. Favorite champion, Lissandra.
Yep, it looks like this guy is on to some control of Felroid style of deck, right? Like, with Lissandra being his favorite champion, I am hoping that he will be bringing a Thrall lineup with a Lissandra in it as well. So, if he manages to pull this off and, playing his favorite champion in the process, it's gonna be really achieving for him.
Yeah, but then he's going to be up against one of the best, if not one of the most prolific competitors here in Southeast Asia, and that is going to be Pokeberry, all the way from Singapore. Is he going to have what it takes, though, to take on Singapore's very best? I mean, what is there left to say about Pokeberry at this point?
Well, we got to get a little bit of recap right here, because he came in with a final seeding of 18th place and qualifying 5th place in Cup number 2 with his favorite champion, Swain. This guy was on the roll back then when Swain was, Swain was one of the top champions, and he knows the in and out of this particular champion. So it's down to him. How is he gonna adapt to this new style? Because All Creations, he looks pretty good and pretty promising during the open rounds. So it's down to Pokeberry. How is he gonna deal with All Creation as well?
Yeah, hopefully all of that kind of experience is going to come in handy here for Pokeberry. Well, let's have a look at the decks they're going to be bringing in, and even the bans are already been decided here.
Yep, All Creation immediately went for a 3 good deck style of lineup with Caitlyn Ezreal, Pantheon Yuumi, and Miss Fortune Queen Scout. So I believe, looking at this, with the Pantheon Yuumi being banned, All Creation is looking for, really aggressive with the scouts, and at the same time being a little bit controlling with the Ezreal Caitlyn. Pokeberry, on the other hand, Fizz Trinamir, that's a really funky deck. I have not seen it before. Jace Heimerdinger, we have seen it previously as well. And last but not least, Zoe Aurelion Sol. So with Zoe and Aurelion Sol, likely he is playing the Targon's Peak, which will be giving one of each player's card for free every single turn. So that's also one of the interesting decks to be looking out for.
Oh, Targon's Peak. I mean, that's a very interesting thing. I think I remember distinctly Pokeberry using that before in the previous cup. So it'll be interesting if he decides to play onto this one. So let's go ahead and have a look at the deck list right now for both of these guys. So starting off with, is that actually Kaizen's
This
deck?
Kaizen's deck.
Um,
But anyways, we can take a look at this
Yep.
deck, right? Previously, this deck is pretty interesting as well. This deck is just filled with burn, counter spells, and protection spell at the same time. So it looks like, it's all out to protect Victor and Karma. So yeah, that was a pretty good one. But however, let's just go back to what these two players actually are playing, which is the main priority right now. But I think, the odd ball right here is going to be the Astro Caitlyn, because, it needs to start rolling into a burn style. So, it would do really well against maybe a Jace Heimerdinger, but I'm not sure how Astro Caitlyn would do well against Aurelion Sol unless the Scorched Earth is aiming for that Hagen's Peak. So that is probably the way, but All Creation could capitalize with his speed with that Misfortune Queen, because it's going to be a really fast deck. It's going to be having a lot of combat step. It's down to Pokeberry. How is he going to deter this aggression coming in from the scouts? Because he's playing two really slow decks.
I mean, you are familiar enough with Pokeberry 34, so let me ask you, if you're in All Creation's shoes, which deck would you go with?
Well, I mean, I would first go with the aggressive deck, right? Go with the scout, be aggressive, win the first game fast, so that I got more time to think, with my slower deck. So I could, draw it out. Even if I lose, it's okay. I still have game number 3. I could still capitalize on that. So, just go with the fast deck first and just hopefully, get that first win, and you could snowball from there.
I mean, again, you want to catch them by surprise, right? So maybe the fast deck might be the ticket for that, especially if you can get a really good hand-on-hand right to begin with there. So we still have to mull over what exactly they're going to go with here, because we're still waiting for them to decide which which deck's going to be using for that first round there. But overall, I mean, it seems like either side here seems to be quite well prepared.
Yep, yeah, definitely, right? Like, all these lineups are just really clearly thought out after Pantheon Yumi. That's the deck that nobody wants to face, because it's like, we have seen it time after time in the game, a big kaiju just staring in your face. It's not really easy to be dealing with. But I think the interesting deck is gonna be that Fist Trinamir.
Yeah, tell me more about that.
I have no idea what is he running on that thing, but I believe it might be, based on the champion selection, it might be a Fielder Rush deck as well. Adding a little bit of SI kind of flavor in it, like a little bit of control, like Vengeance, or even some healing in the process. So it looks like it might be that kind of style, but we might see maybe later on into the rounds, we might see more from him. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, All Creations on the Scouts, while Pokeberry on the Heimerdinger Jays.
Okay, so going for something that's more familiar here. So let's see how it's going to play out. Just only drawing out the hands, not quite committing anything quite yet. I mean, talk us through right now, like what's going to be the game plan here for either side?
Well, I mean, All Creation is all about speed, right? Putting everything down on point. He actually missed himself a turn number 1. Turn number 2, he dropped himself a Fleet Feather Tracker, and he got a clear 2 attack going in. Immediately going in, Pokeberry just controlling it, right? Not able to deal any damage with that Valve Feast. So All Creation, he has to drop that MF on 3. But it's a little bit awkward right now because, there's no other attackers. He could go for Misfortune on 3 until a Navigator on 4. So this way, he could trigger double stacks onto that MF. So Pokeberry right here, he have to think of a way, or even, preserve a little bit more mana so that he could remove that MF off the board.
Yeah, so MF is going to be a thorn on the back there if we can deal with it quickly, though. And like just you said, brings out the 4, so that's going to be a 3-3-2-4-1-2. All Creation side. Spell's going to be committed here.
Yep, and immediately going in for the Shock Blast, removing the MF. You don't want that MF to be on the board, but All Creations have to protect the MF with his life. Sharp Sight immediately going into the MF as well, not allowing it to go down. Upright Island Navigator attacking for 2 damage plus the effect from MF is just dealing 1, and I think, this is going to be a, Pokeberry is able to just take down this 3 damage, and All Creation would go for his second swing with the Navigator, and together with the MF.
Yeah. Or rather, just going to go to Navigator alone for now. But again, he's going to have to deal with that sooner or later, though, Pokeberry is. So for now, though, things settling down. It's going to be his turn here. What do you think he's going to try to do here?
Well, I think, Pokeberry right now don't really have enough mana to deal with the MF. So, going with attacking with this 2-1, get himself a a spell mana, so he could allow himself to go for that vengeance onto that MF, but it doesn't feel valuable for him to actually do that just to remove one MF. And there is a chance that All Creation actually have a second MF, which is right now in the form of a Make It Rain. All Creations could still bounce back off that vengeance. So it's down to Pokeberry. Like, I don't know, is he gonna commit to this vengeance? Because I don't think it's a really good idea to do that.
Maybe I might have to try to pick something else here. Who knows? The All Creation is going to have his turn. Oh, he skips it over back to Pokeberry again. So perhaps just waiting to see what Pokeberry is going to try to do here, or is he is he already charging up his side of the table? Because that's looking very stacked though on All Creation's side.
Yep, All Creation is still going on the offense right here, and I think Pokeberry have to defend off this one and not allowing any more damage to go through, because All Creation has such a wide board. And however, Pokeberry managed to go for the vengeance onto the MF instead of the True Shot Barrage the next turn. So this way the MF is being controlled right now, but All Creation have a second MF into a Golden Aegis later on as well. So All Creation is not going to allow Pokeberry to breathe at this point.
Yeah, still maintaining aggression here on All Creation's side of the board. He's going to be committing a lot there. Not the MF this time though, but still Pokeberry is still going to have to figure out a way to mitigate all of this damage here. Still able to bring it down to at least 3, so not too bad in the grand scheme of things, but still quite painful indeed.
Yep, so looking at the board of All Creation right now, we see the perfect number 3, 2, 1. And that is the number that Pokeberry actually want to see with the True Shot Barrage in hand. But Golden Age is immediately going onto the MF, so that All Creation would go for the rally and have a second attack. Pokeberry is not allowing that to happen, just taking out one unit on the board at the same time. So this way, he could have some breathing space. And it's just 3 damage, bringing Pokeberry down to 9. He have to start conserving his health, because right now it's really looking not exactly great for him.
Yeah, and he also still has a Navigator in hand though, so wonder if Pokeberry, I mean his hand's also starting to dry up as well. They've got what, 979 on his hand there, so he's gonna have to go in for the long run in this one unless he can somehow pull another card out of his hand. So, looking a bit tough there, I think.
Yep, and the top deck Cithria from All Creation actually is a kind of a showstopper for All Creation, because right now after this True Shot Barrage, he could just play down the Island Navigator and then play the Cithria the next turn if he chooses to, and continue that offense, because right here the Island Navigator have the Scout tag on it, and this is going to be a free 3 damage coming in for All Creation.
Yeah, all damage coming from his side, and not much on the Pokeberry side. And in fact, he's going to be brought down to 6 at this point. Ooh, that's looking very much on the danger zone there for Pokeberry. So I wonder if he has a plan right now to try to get out of this.
Yep, and there you have Cithria the boat coming straight right in, immediately getting the vengeance on that Cithria, saying, if you want to attack, you have to go through me first. But this is still a really big swing coming in from All Creation. It's 3 damage if he actually goes for, he's going for the challenge, and this is going to be 3 damage going straight to Pokeberry's Nexus. And Pokeberry this is not a good spot, right? Especially when All Creation have a Golden Aegis in hand. He will be having an additional combat stat the next turn.
Oh, and right now Pokeberry still not much on hand he can try to play. Okay, at least he's able to get those steals done, but and an 8/8. But he has to start though whittling down All Creation's Nexus from this point onwards, because cannot afford to take any more damage here. So at least brings it down to 11, but only just. Still a long way to go here for the fellow Singaporean here.
Yep, I mean, it's looking, oh my god, it's actually looking really good for Pokeberry from this turn on. After drawing into that Withering Wheel, he could deal 1 damage to everything, and at the same time healing 3 more in the process. So immediately firing off the Withering Wheel and that Vow Feast as well. So this way, removing 2 units of All Creation. This for the Master is not going to be doing much to Pokeberry, because right now he got the amount of units to actually defend himself and at the same time remove All Creation possibly.
Ooh, okay, good turnaround there. So Pokeberry now having the advantage despite spending majority of that early to mid game pretty much on the back foot, but now seems like he's going to have something to fight back with. Brings his 8-8 down to 8-3 there, but at least removes the Island Navigator, so only one unit on the board now for all creation. And well, is he going to go with that? Well, he is.
Well, and he get himself another vengeance of that as well. I mean, this is looking really good for Pokeberry. He might be able to swing this around. This is a huge swing, and bringing all creations down to 4 health after this attack, and that is a huge backswing coming in from Pokeberry. All creation is really running low on gas as of right now with that vengeance in hand and no unit on creation. Whatever he's been dropping down right now is gonna be removed immediately, and there we have a surrender from all creation, and Pokeberry takes home game number 1.
Wow, I mean, I'm kind of confused. Like, what exactly went wrong there for all creation, or maybe what went right there for Pokeberry? Actually, which one should I ask?
Well, I think Pokeberry did it really well. He actually controlled the opponent's board, removing those both MF while it comes down, having that shock blast, removing 2 units as that goes down as well. So being a control deck, as long as you control this aggro deck, it will run out of gas sooner or later, and that's what Pokeberry did it to its finest. And there we go, game number 2, and we got Targon's Peak going up against Scouts.
Oh boy, Targon's Peak. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, out from Pokeberry's side. But yeah, to your point, I mean, it was like very thin margins though for Pokeberry in that last round, not gonna lie, but still to be able to turn that around from that point on, surely no mean feat there.
Yep, and I mean, being a control deck, all you have to do is just hang on, right? Hang on, hang on till the aggro deck runs out of gas, and that's exactly what he did. And looking at all creation hands right now, he got that 2-drop, he got that 3-drop with the MF, and he even got that Queen ready to roll at turn number 5. So Pokeberry is kind of on the line, even though this 3 damage coming in from all creation, Pokeberry say it's fine. I got the Tavern Innkeeper, I could heal back up for 3, and at the same time, or even, I could go for the Catalyst of Aeons, healing 3, and getting myself 1 mana back. So, those damage is not going to be doing too much to me.
Yeah, I mean, that attack just completely negated, isn't it, immediately? So all creation back to square one, I'm afraid, but at least he does have units on the board, so he has that to start with, including the MF as well, so he's going to commit all of that on the board right now. What's it move, Pokeberry?
Well, Pokeberry did a really good pass straight right to all creation, saying like, I'm not gonna commit to the Targon's Peak yet, because if I do, you got the opportunity to have a wider board later on with the additional 2 mana. So at 10 health, I'm fine. I got that Targon's Peak, and I got an Radiant Soul and a Feel the Rush in my hand. And right here, Pokeberry could still heal back 6 more damage with 2 Tavern Innkeeper. At the same time, he's thinning down his hand. So, this Targon's Peak is going to be working well for Pokeberry if the Targon's Peak actually hits on that Feel the Rush.
Oh boy. Maybe Pokeberry might be feeling the rush very, very soon, but he just needs to wait for the right moment right now, because all creation still has a lot of units on the board.
And there you have 0 cost Feel the Rush for Pokeberry, and this is what he is looking for. He even top deck a stun spell to actually stun one of his unit. Yep, one of all creation's unit, and this kind of like shows that not allowing all creation to do much in this process. And I think it's gonna be the time, baby. 0 cost Feel the Rush. Discount is good. Good chip is good.
Oh boy, it's gonna be all downhill, I guess, from this point on. Here he comes. Feel it. It's gonna come. Oh!
Take a look at this. Just turn number 6. 2 10-10s already on the board, and a Zoe as well. And it's looking really, really good for Pokeberry, because that luck on that Targon's Peak is just high rolling for him.
Jeez, like, what did he need to trade in his life to get this level of luck? I wonder. My goodness. Oh man, but what can all creation do now? I mean, it's 10-10. That's game over, isn't it?
Well, it's not game over yet for all creations, because right here, all creations could still maintain this aggression, right? Just go on for the aggression, just push Pokeberry down to 0 as soon as possible. With 2 10-10s, it's fine, because I'm wider than you. I could still lick a little bit of damage into your Nexus, and he might have to try to level up the MF as soon as possible. So, with this, bringing the Zoe and Aso out of the way, but the MF is gonna be sharp-sighted right here, and he's gonna be surviving this attack. So the MF is a key piece for all creation for his victory.
Yeah, he needs to keep that one alive now, but it's all or nothing for this point on, because all he needs to do is just slip a little bit. Already Soul is gonna get leveled up now. Oh no, 12-10.
Oh, and it's looking really, really grim for for All Creation. I mean, it's looking great for Pokeberry instead. And you know, even it's just unlucky that he didn't get the She Who Wonders with it as well. But I think, you know, he's going for it. He's going for the bot clear with the. I'm not sure what is that called, but you know, he's going for the bot clear, just removing everything from All Creations. If he have 11 or 12 mana the next turn, so he's onto it, guys. He's onto it.
Oh, now the Nexus Hells are now even-ish. All Creation at 10, Pokeberry at 9, but it's that 13-9 Aurelion Soul. Wow. That's just going to be so painful if we cannot figure anything to deal with it. I mean, now All Creation sends out Golden Aegis. What can he try to do now?
Crescent Strike!
Crescent Strike!
Oh my goodness, he got that Crescent Strike off that and stunning 2 enemies in the process, and that would be the Quinn and the MF at the same time. So, I mean, that is a way that he could, you know, slow All Creation down in the process, but yep. Oh, instead he's not going for the MF, he's just, you know, going for the stun on the Quinn and the Fleet Feather Tracker. So this way, it's really awkward, right? If you want to go through me, you really want to attack, you have to go through these 2 huge 10-10s or even 13-9 Aurelion Soul.
He wants to draw out the MF. He wants to kill it right on the table, right there and then. Doesn't want to give him a chance at all. I mean, wow. Talk about like taunting. This is like some next level taunting right here, I think.
Yep, and All Creations goes for the Valor, but immediately gets Sunbreak. And this is a 6 damage spell on a 2-1 bird, ladies and gentlemen. This is how committed Pokeberry is to stop All Creation from his shenanigans. Maria Warden coming down and an elusive unit that's not gonna stop Pokeberry because he got an elusive blocker with that Zoe in the form of Zoe as well. And he draws another Target Speak to you know, just thins down his hand or thins down his deck in the process. But you know, All Creations going for the swing and MF immediately leveling up.
Yep, coming sooner rather than later. He's gonna need every little bit of damage he can try to bear here against Pokeberry, but can he survive this next onslaught though?
Well, I mean, the turn will be immediately moving straight right to All Creation. All Creation have to do is just go for a clean attack, right? And the bullet time will be removed, will be winning All Creations this round. But, you know, here's the big question. Is All Creation going in for the open attack, or he will be greedy to add additional unit onto the board because he got a Jan from the top deck, but instead he goes for the top deck. He knows it, and there we have Pokeberry scooping it up even though he got an early Field Rush.
Ooh, surrendered right there. So, well... yeah, you got to really break that down for me right now, because what the heck just happened there?
Well, I think, you know, what exactly happened was All Creation take advantage of his whiteboard. So, you know, being a Scouts deck is swarming the board, you know, it's always on curve, and the MF is doing so much work for the deck. So as long as he could level up the MF, he could take advantage of whatever Pokeberry have, because Pokeberry only have 2 units on board. Let's just take a look at this as we go right straight to game number 3. And it's, you know, anybody could just take home this one, but Pokeberry unable to get that Target Speak, but 2 Field Rush in his hand.
Okay, so 2 better than 1, hopefully, this time around. But All Creation definitely will be having quite a lot of momentum on his side, though, having been able to survive that last onslaught. So I would say he has a really decent chance here.
Yeah, but the key card that All Creation is actually looking out for is going to be that Scorched Earth, because he wants to remove the Target Speak away from Pokeberry as soon as possible, so that, you know, the Target Speak would not do its shenanigans. So look at this, 3 Field Rush and a Diverging Path. So he got that Field Rush, he got that exactly. He's drawing out that Target Speak right now, and the chances of hitting that Field Rush is just too high, and everything in his hand right now is overvalued. In minimum value is 8, and those are all premium cards in Pokeberry's hand.
Yo, that's a lot of value in his hand right now. All Creation is gonna have his work cut up for him in this point now. What's he gonna try to do here? Oh, another Divergent Path gonna brought out.
So I think the only play for Pokeberry is simple, right? Target Speak. Just play the Target Speak and let the pig do the speaking, and hopefully it just lands onto a Field Rush, because, you know, looking at All Creation's hand, there's not much removal, right? There's only the small ping removal in the form of the 3 mana and the 4 mana spell in All Creation's hand, and, you know, Pokeberry is just ramping and just getting 2 more ASOs in the process.
Yo.
So I mean, he's not playing the Targon's pick just yet because he got to respect all creations having Scorched Earth in his hand.
I really dread when they wants to reach round number 10 there because Pokeberry, I mean, again, what did he have to sell in order to get this level of luck? He had to sell his soul to someone? I mean, honestly.
Well, I mean, all creation already found himself at Scorched Earth, so Pokeberry is playing really respectfully, right? Like, not playing straight right into it because they only have one Targon's Peak in hand. He could just drop it down to just bait that Scorched Earth away, but he still have to take a little bit of mindfulness on his health as well. 15 health seems like a lot, but it's going to be going down really, really soon as the turn goes by because all creation has unit and Pokeberry doesn't have any.
Yeah, that's a crucial thing right now. So again, Pokeberry may have all the high value cards in hand, but until he's going to be able to play it out, there's nothing that's going to stop all creation from doing some serious damage onto him though. So he continues to widen up his side of the board right now. All creation is. The turn is now firmly into Pokeberry's. What's he going to do?
Well, I mean, there's nothing much that Pokeberry could play, right? I mean, he could just go for the Zoe and maybe go for the Catalyst of Aeon to just heal a little bit up, or he could choose to go for the Targon's Peak, bait that very first Scorched Earth away, and he still needs, and there you have that Targon's Peak and all creation. I think this is a no-brainer for him. Scorched Earth immediately going into that Targon's Peak, removing it off the board. Pokeberry is forced to play that Zoe for a blocker purposes.
Yeah, first finance here going to be brought out again here from all creation side. It's going to be a very wide board on the top end, so hopefully not too top heavy right now. Pokeberry, he's got to have to play the Zoe sooner or later, unless he might have something up his sleeve. I don't think so.
I mean, it's not exactly looking good for Pokeberry right now. With this particular board state, all creation is free to go for a 12 damage swing if he goes for the open attack, and there you have, immediately attacking for 12 damage, bringing Pokeberry down from 15 to 3 in one single swoop. But I think Pokeberry is not allowing it to rest as the Fielder Rush comes in, and he's betting on it right now. All creation have a 3 damage spell? But I think all creation have, right? They have that answer in the form of that True Shot Barrage, bringing 3 damage straight right to the Nexus if all creation chooses to fire it off, because why not? Pokeberry is tapped out of mana right now.
Yeah, exactly. Completely empty. Shock Blast going to be focused on the Aurelian Soul there. And that might be -3 on his Nexus as well. Oh, what a defeat there. All creation.
Wow, I mean, that is a good match coming in from all creation. Congratulations, the match winner right here, all creation, all the way from Japan, winning Pokeberry 2-1.
Wow, that was quite the knockout there. I mean, again, all creation coming in really strong after that first game and continued to carry the momentum to the second game. Wow, like again, coming in here as like the newbie, I would say, when it comes to Legends of Runeterra. I'm completely in awe right now about how quickly things can turn in this game.
Yep, I mean, especially when you're playing against PNZ or even Noxus that has actually landmark hits. It's actually really bad on Pokeberry. Like, that is a very bad matchup for him because he could not drop that Targon's Peak on time. They have to be really respectful of landmark removal, which could stop his game plan, which that game actually put to display that once the Targon's Peak goes down, all creation is not going to allowing him to have any space or any value of that landmark.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to show that even if you have all the best cards in hand, doesn't necessarily guarantee you to win. So shout out to our sponsor, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters, providing the platform for players just like all creation to bring the knockdown of some of the best players here in Southeast Asia. But also, shout out to Monster Energy, unleashing the beast, literally speaking, here in this Split 1 Mobile Open Finals. So that is going to be it for the quarterfinals here. We're going to be moving on to semifinals, but I want to remind you guys one more time, if you guys really want to show us what you're capable of in Legends of Runeterra, sign up right now for Split number 2. The registration is open at snapdragonproseries.com. And okay, so it looks like we're going to be going straight to the interview right now. Okay, to all creation. So I mean, again, I think like definitely you're gonna have to ask him like how exactly or what exactly was his game plan going in. He knew that he was going to have this advantage going in, or like was it really something he played out?
Yeah, I mean, we could pose him this question, or what else do you want to find out? I think maybe what is your game plan against the Italian Spig, right? Like
Right.
After seeing two 10-10s on board, how are you not intimidated?
I know, right? I mean, I'm straight up. The moment I see a 10-10 on my opponent's
oh my
board, like,
God.
okay, I'm done. It's like it's over. I had no idea what to do from here on, man. But it just goes to show that when you keep your cool, when you have the right kind of cards and the right knowledge on how to use it, you can literally turn a losing situation into a winning one just by the snap of the finger, isn't it?
Yep, I mean, this is where the experience and the calmness or the competitiveness comes in, because as you play, you know what are your outs, you know your deck in and out, and that is what exactly All Creation showcased just now, right? Even though with two 10-10s on board on turn number 6, a Feel the Rush on turn 6, that looks really scary, but he knows how much or how well his deck is that could counterplay this big Feel the Rush from his opponent.
That's it. So hopefully you'll be able to hear from All Creation very, very soon here, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, I just like to remind you guys that we're still going to be playing more matchups later on. So make sure you guys don't tune away after this. So let's go ahead and hear from our fellow Japanese player here, All Creation. How are you doing, my man? How do you feel after winning that matchup?
今、
Hello.
どうですか？さっきのマッチを終えて、今の気持ちはどうですか？
とても不利な構成の当たりだったので、乗り越えられて、一安心っていう感じですね。はい。
Definitely it was a disadvantage for me in the beginning, and I'm really glad that I got over the disadvantage and won the game.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, but what is your game plan? Or what was in your mind when you see that turn 6 Feel the Rush?
さっきのゲームで不利な場合を見てどういうふうに対応しましたでしょうか？勝つために。
そうですね。スカウトを使ってたときは、もう次のドローでトップでゴールデンイージスを引くしかないかなという感じで、プレイして、運よく引けたので、勝てたかなという感じですね。
So there was a few cards after that came up, and then I got pretty lucky as well, and I guess that was one of the parts that got me to win the match.
Wow, I mean, luck, right? I mean, it's such a huge factor here, ladies and gentlemen. But I think last question to you there. I mean, what's going to be your like move from now on? I mean, we're going to be going into the semifinals now. How confident do you feel you're going to be able to make it to the grand finals?
はい、最後の質問です。今の次の対戦でどういう風な準備をするのでしょうか？それと最後グランドファイナルまで勝てるかどうかどう思いますか？
そうですね。当たり運が良ければ勝てるんじゃないかと、そういう構成を持ってきているんで、一貫して僕のデッキが強く出れる相手が出てくれば、優勝はできるんじゃないかなと思っています。
はい、ありがとうございます。So definitely it will be of course luck, but at the same time it will be the decks that I use. So I'll be choosing the strongest decks against the players and fighting using the current decks.
Oh.
Just taking whatever opportunities you have. So yeah, definitely sounds really good for you there. Congratulations once again to you, All Creation, and good luck for your next matchup, man.
はい、次の対戦まで頑張って。
All right, all right. So that was all creation there, and again, very soft-spoken. A lot of these guys, aren't they?
They're shy. They're really shy, right? But hey, that guy is good looking. I gotta give it to him.
Oh wow, yeah, definitely a smoking hot right there. All creation. I mean, maybe you guys can let us know in the chat. Who do you think is the hottest Legends of Runeterra player in this split one right now? But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for this matchup now. But we're going to be still going on for the rest. So hopefully you guys stick around. We'll be right back after these messages.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like walls. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play.
Hey yo everyone, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, brought to you here by me, Victor Cax and Moonboy. We're going to be into the semifinals now of this Split 1 Mobile Open Finals, and man, I'm excited to see how this is going to turn out. We've got, what, 2 Korean players, 1 Japanese player, and 1 Thai player. Yeah. I mean, man, that's a really nice, what do you call it? A nice lineup here, isn't it?
Yep, I mean, all 4 players are very strong. We're down to the semi-final now, the final 4 contestants. So it's gonna be neck and neck, and it's right now it's just, you know, who is the better player, who makes the least mistake, or even no mistake. So
Yeah.
it's really tight, and one small mistake could even, sweep you off your feet.
Indeed, ladies and gentlemen. So let's go ahead and have a look right now at the brackets as it stands. So early on, we saw Makey go against KDF Reroll. Reroll won that 2-1. Mana beat Overdose 2-1 right now. So it's KDF Reroll versus Mana for that first semifinals. For the second one, though, Odyssey 2-0 Kaizen 2001. Pretty spectacular fashion there. So he earns his slot to the semifinals. He's going to be going up against All Creation, who took down Pokeberry 2-1 in that last matchup that we saw on stream just now. So that's going to be your semifinalists here. So between these four right now, I mean, who do you think, or rather, who do you, which players here do you think is going to will have to kind of be highlighted here?
Well, actually, after watching all four of them play, I'm actually leaning towards Odyssey or All Creations. Like, this two looks really strong coming forward into this tournament. But it's when it comes to the deck lineup, it looks kind of similar, right? When these four players come together.
Indeed. So a lot of very similar play styles here. So I guess it's going to come down to the fine details, isn't it, when it comes to the actual matchups? So, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at our two competitors for this first semi-finals here, starting with KDF Reroll. Open final seeding 9, qualifier ranking 3rd place in cup number 1, favorite champion Aurelion Sol.
Yep, we have already seen this guy in the previous, in the very first game, in fact. So, he's back once again with 3 of his control decks. So, we've seen him play those control matchups against a aggro matchup really well. He really hang it onto the line, really disciplined player. So, we gotta see how is he going to deal with his opponent all the way from Korea as well.
Yeah, a fellow Korean player as well from the same region, so no doubt it's going to be a familiar matchup for the two of them. Mana, open final seeding number 5, qualifier ranking 2nd place in cup number 1, favorite champion is Echo.
Yeah, we have seen him just now in game number 2, so he's back and he's here to try to find himself a way into that grand finals. It is a Korea versus Korea matchup, so they are here to not just win the game, but also prove a point who is going to be the better player in the country.
Yeah, the best of Korea right now is on stake here in this semifinals alone, so definitely a lot to play for once we come into the actual game itself. Well, let's have a look right now at the deck list for both of these players here, so let's take it away.
Yeah, first off, we got the Fist of Philios and Azrael Victor Vi, and the Scouts, MF, Garen, and Quinn coming in from Reroll, while Mana on the other hand have that Viego and Fist of Philios, and last but not least, the Jace Heimerdinger. So the bans is gonna be that Azrael Victor Vi and Heimerdinger Jace.
Which would you rather, like going up against a deck that's different, or go for the literally mirror matchup here? Because we got two Fist Aurelios here, man.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to Fist Aurelion, Fist Aphelios, right? The Moon Boy himself. So, it's all down to whoever can stack the right combo pieces onto the right unit at the same time. So it's likely going to be a 1-turn sweep or even a 2 big attacks coming in from the deck. So it's down to whoever could draw well, whoever could make the right decision, a right call onto whatever attachment the base unit is going to be is the most important part. But however, on Mana side, you got the Viego, which is a little bit controlly compared to Reroll's Scouts, which can steamroll really fast, as we've seen previously as well. But instead, he's running 1 copy of Garen and removing that removing 1 copy of Quinn to add 1 Garen inside as well, to kind of act like a Genevieve kind of style. So it's a little bit more offensive, I would say, but it boils down to Mana, how that Viego could boil up to the other 2 decks, because Viego control usually don't really do well against that Fist of Philios.
So very likely you might be going for the opposite then. So okay, very interesting situation here. I wonder which ones are they going to try to commit though, because they already banned out 2 of the decks for now, so they can really only choose one of those 2 coming this one. But will they go for the ultimate gamble literally by going for that mirror match? Again, it's going to come down to draws, isn't it, if it comes to that point?
Yeah, I believe Reroll might be starting off with the Scouts, right? If I'm a Scout, if I have Scouts in my lineup, I would always start with a Scout first. Like as I said in the previous round, get the win fast and then move on ASAP. And Mana have to get the Viego win first. right? Because the Viego wouldn't do really well against Fizz Aphelios. So, his game plan might be, get it done and over with and immediately bringing him in first. Hopefully, you could match up into the Scout and control him and control your opponent and hopefully get the win from there on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and jump right in. Semifinals number 1, game number 1 is a go.
Yep, and on the top side we see a Scout, and that is likely going to be the POV of Reroll, while on the bottom side with Mana going in with the Fizz Aphelios. I mean, there's no champions coming in from the Fizz Aphelios side, and it's going to be a 3-card mulligan. He got a Fizz, got a Rainbow Fish, and a Papercraft Dragon. And looking on the Reroll side, he got that 1-2, but unable to find the MF. So without the MF, it's going to be looking really bad for Reroll.
Yeah, he's gonna be on the on the disadvantage as long as he doesn't have a character in hand. So, yeah, I think Mana might have a good opportunity here to go aggressive early on. Let's see whether or not he's gonna go for that option though. Aphelios in hand right now for Mana. So yeah, things looking very much on the up and up.
Yep, and however, Revo is not out of the blue yet, because he still got those units on board. He could still flood up back his board as well. Here's a Duran Sculptor that could potentially buff up the other units that is coming down into the board as well. So with this particular swing, the Commando would be able to bring him an Owlcat in his hand, and Owlcat with Spell Shield is a little bit messy to be dealing with, but going up against Scout is not going to matter too much.
Yeah, so here we go. Already dealing 1 damage onto Reroll's side, but not much in the grand scheme of things. Mana still having a lot in his hands here to play now. So what do you think will be his game plan from this point on? Is he just going to go for that, go all in quite early on, or does he have to pay some respect right now to Reroll's hand?
Well, I think what Mana could do is just flood his board, right? Just have a lot of defenders right now and try to block off whatever Reroll is trying to pull at him. And especially right now with the Fleet Feather Tracker on the board right now, Reroll is able to grant it a challenge attack, and if Reroll plays the Bright Steel Protector, it could give the Fleet Feather Tracker a barrier as well. So it's gonna be allowing him to have a few good trades before Mana actually could come online. Yep, so especially right here, Reroll got a decision to make, immediately going in for the Maria Warden, going in for a wider board. It feels like Reroll might be going in for a bigger swing, and I believe it's going to be the Commando going straight right to the Fleet Feather Tracker, and he will be pushing in 3 damage. Mana I don't think it's smart for Mana to actually go for the block with the Owlcat, so go having that Pale Cascade onto that Commando, just having it alive. So with the Commando being alive, the Owlcat is free to go down.
Alright, so that's already down and dusted here. Mana still having on a balance. Yoda Squire going to be picked up from the top of his deck right now. He's going to commit his 1-1 onto the board here. So does Reroll need to respond to this?
I mean, you have to take it out of the board, right? Like, this elusive unit is just going to be really annoying, because it's going to be spawning him a Owlcat again and again and again in his hand if it managed to hit his Nexus. So, getting the sharp side down, removing it off the board, and at the same time, maintaining tempo in favor of Reroll. So it's a, 3-2 comparison when it comes to the board state right now, but Aphelios immediately going down, going for the Calibrum, and he will be removing units on Reroll's board.
Spell team on top board, Paradise Wardling going to be brought out, 0-5 there, so plenty of health to block, but not much in terms of damage potential coming out from Reroll's side of the table there.
Yep, so Calibrum immediately going straight right for the Broadwing, bringing it to 2 health. So this way, the Aphelios is safe in the process. Gravitum is looking a good pick for the Moon Weapon as well. I mean, he could even go for a focus speed, or a focus speed into that Gravitum to deny Reroll from any form of aggression. Bright Steel Protector coming in as well. That we have, giving it barrier, giving the Silver Wing barrier so that Reroll could get a beneficial trade. So this is the opening for Mana to actually get himself that Gravitum and just stun that Broadwing Protector if he chooses to.
I think it might be it might be good actually for him to try to get initiative right now, rather than allow Reroll to continue to widen his board here. But frankly though, Reroll's hand's already quite empty at this point, so one hopes that he hasn't quite used up all of his gas in the tank right now. Hopefully, we'll see how that plays out here as Mana.
It's okay. He could even trade with the Broadwing with a Poke Stick to just break the barrier. So this way, you could just remove that Broadwing off the board. Guiding Touch off the top deck as well. He could enable some sustainability, and not forgetting he chose a Severum instead of the Graviton the last turn. So he is able to get a little bit of life back if he chooses to go attach that Severum onto one of his units, or even he could start going on the offense and putting that Rainbow Fish on the Aphelios.
Alright, so at this stage right now, reroll again still with the wider board for now. Mana still having a lot of cards in hand, but not much being played right now. So he's gonna go for the Graviton Infernum. Not quite. He's just gonna go ahead and buff up his one, bring it up to a 4/5. Rainbow Fish.
Yep, so the Rainbow Fish immediately going on to the Aphelios, bringing a 6/6 elusive and life link, and that means that reroll will be taking that 6 damage straight right to the Nexus. So the only thing that Mana have to consider is, does reroll have a second sharp side? But even if he does, there's no way that he could remove this Aphelios off the board as well. So I believe this is all clear for Mana to say, I'm gonna be attacking with this Aphelios, I'm gonna heal back up to 20, and I'll bring you down to 13 with just one attack.
So that's going to be a really good play here for Mana. So wonder what reroll can try to do in response here. It's definitely taking his sweet time though, as far as I could see. And again, he's only got 2 in hand though. He does have enough mana to bring out either though. So what do you think his choices will be?
Well, I think what Mana could do is actually just summon the Queen, and
Queen.
Then what reroll could do is just go for the Queen and just allow Mana to and just try to take out the Aphelios the next turn, right? You got that Scout's attack going in. Like, this is a really wide board, and it's really scary to be staring down at. And not forgetting with that Cithra coming in as well, if she ever commits for an attack, it's gonna be really devastating with everything getting +1/+1 and fearsome at the same time.
Yeah, I feel it's going to be committed on the board right now, so at least it's going to block some of the damage. But yeah, to your point, it's still a very wide board and reroll side, so certainly if he was able to get rid of Mana's own units here, which he already removed 1, that's already putting him in a massive disadvantage now. So he's going to have to put in a lot more units on the board now to meet this kind of aggression.
Yep, with reroll board being full right now, that Cithra is unable to enter the battlefield unless he actually sacrifices one of the unit on board. So even though the 5/1 Aphelios is actually staring at reroll, he is able to heal it back up with that helping hand. So guiding touch, sorry. So here is a great time for him to go for the Graviton, go on the Cithra, not allowing to go for the attack, no buffs for the rest of the team. And if the bird actually gets his hand onto Aphelios, he could even get the guiding touch onto the Aphelios and just survive this particular attack coming in from reroll.
Yeah, good stun there, so that's going to force the 6/8 out of play for now, but he still has to commit his Aurelius there, and that's probably going to get the... Oh no, it still has a shield there, so at least it's still going to be alive, but still, things still looking much stronger for reroll's end of the table there. What do you think... Yeah, I mean, where do you think they stand at this point? Do you think Mana still has a good opportunity to flip things around here?
Well, I mean, it's looking really bad for reroll, right? Because even though he's able to push in some damage, but Mana is still consistently alive at this point in time. So and not forgetting, as long as he could not allow the Cithra to move and control the Cithra, he's able to just keep everything in check. And there you have Mana already got, I think he should have enough damage to actually go for a push. So and the Infernum immediately going on to the Lantern as well, leveling up Aphelios. The Moonboy is online, and these weapons are going in for discount after this. So I believe it might be a Calibrum to just control reroll's board a little bit.
Oh boy, things are not looking good now for reroll. He's gonna bring out the turn Squire, 2/3 on that. Papercraft Dragon gonna be brought out 2/1 there.
Yep, so the Papercraft Dragon immediately going on to the Lantern, and that is 14 damage with double strike and overwhelm. That is a lot of damage coming in just by one unit, and not forgetting the Aphelios is at 6 as well. So it could even buff up the lantern and go for a double strike and overwhelm and just clean off the game, because all he needs to do is just push in 13 damage, I think, and I believe he had enough damage to actually push through, because right here Reroll have already showed his whole hand and mana is clear to go. There's likely no way that Reroll could be able to stop what Mana is trying to do.
Oh boy, this is not looking good right now. So Mana, literally the choice is yours, man. You want to end this now, or you still want to try to toy with your food right here? Nope, he's going for the whole hog now, committing both his units on the board. No, he pulls back. He's undecided.
Well, I think he might be. Oh, okay. He goes for the Gifts Beyond, goes for a Crescendum. I think that's just for like secure and the Graviton, right? Like this is just for security purposes, so that the Citra don't come and block, and just stunning it. And I believe this is how he could secure the victory. And Mana is just going for it. Go for the safe play and win with the safest option.
I mean, he's got stuns on both the Cintras, so not a lot of damage you can take. Oh, there she blows. Victory right there and then for Mana, and I think, I don't know, I felt I was kind of reading that wrong the whole time. I thought Reroll was having it, but then it seemed like he ran out of gas, didn't he?
Yeah, he actually ran out of gas really fast, but I think the key problem with the matchup is that he didn't draw into the MF, right? Like the Scouts is really dependent on the MF that he needs, and he didn't get to draw it in time, or didn't even see an MF the whole game. So it gave Mana the opportunity to actually grow his board and at the same time get some favorable trades, and the attachment was well done and right on time, and he just steamrolled from then on.
Yeah, very well done there from Mana, but it's really tough luck, I think, for Reroll to not get the misfortune throughout the entire matchup there. So, yep, looks like it's going to be onwards and upwards, unfortunately, for probably really well actually for Mana here. So on to the next game here. Let's see how this is going to play out there. Is history going to repeat itself, or is Reroll going to be able to reverse these fortunes?
Yep, I believe, right here is going to be a Viego control going out against Aphelios Fizz. So, this is looking kind of bad for the Viego control, because, that Quicksand is it's not exactly good enough to deal with a Rainbow Fish. So, that's how the Aphelios Fizz is able to counter the Viego deck. So, it's down to Mana right now. How is he going to deal with this? Because right here, Reroll already got the Rainbow Fish and Fizz in his hand.
Yep. Still starting things off real slow for now. Yordle Squire going to be brought out on Reroll's side just to respond to the 2-1 that's on Mana's end. So pretty much they're just going to try to play this for the long run, it feels like. So, I mean, at this point right now, what are your thoughts about this match here? Because on the one hand, you already have Mana taking that one, but it just felt like if Reroll just had gotten his draws just right, could have possibly turned that around, didn't it?
Yeah, that is possibly true, but I think right here in this matchup, Reroll actually have the advantage against the mono Viego, right? Because this way, he got the advantage. The Quicksand can't exactly do too much to them as well. These attachment units are just so difficult to be dealing with. So I think Reroll would be able to just capitalize on this and just push it on.
An advantage is an advantage, though, so he's just gonna have to capitalize on it as whatever he could. Taking a sweet time though with Mana, he's definitely mulling over whatever he has on hand right now, not quite committing to any aggression yet. There's still 2 units already on Reroll's side. He's going to commit the spell straight onto one of them.
Yep, I think this is not the smartest things to do, because targeting Fizz, especially knowing that opponent actually have Mana open. So Mana is just banking that Reroll has no other spells in hand, and that actually negated that Valve Fizz and gave Reroll, or even gave that Fizz that elusive keyword as well. So this way, it actually passed the favor over to Reroll, and it just looks better to Reroll right now, because here with the Fizz, and it's online, and it's really difficult to be dealing with.
I know that, like, if the longer you leave a Fizz in play, though, the worse it gets for you. So hopefully that doesn't transpire though for Mana. But for now though, brings out a 3-3. Still not able to draw out the Fizz quite yet. He does have a Quicksand in hand though, but he has 2 actually. But yeah, again to your point, may not be that effective here.
Yep, and there we have, the Rainbow Fish immediately attaching himself to that small little mice right over there, but it's not looking small anymore because right here he's going at a 6-5 stats with Elusive, where, that Quicksand could not even stop this Elusive because the Quicksand only targets the base unit and not the attached unit. Therefore, this interaction would not play out with the Quicksand.
Oh boy, that's just going to compound his problems right now because that big fat rat is still going to continue to be a thorn on his side alongside that Fizz. So he does bring out a 5-4 though, so he does have some attacking options here, but still that could easily be blocked off, isn't it? So
yep, the Viego comes down right now, so all Mana needs to do is start growing that Viego. So the only game plan that he could do right now is just level up the Viego as fast as possible. So this way he could steal those big units off Rero's side, and it's not unwinnable for Mana, but it's just looking really difficult because of this Elusive unit. That mice right over there is right now is 7-7 in attack and health. That's not what you want to see on the opposite side of the board.
yeah, you know what happens when rats get too big, right? They start taking over the subways. So, man, I hope that doesn't quite happen here, but Reroll is literally on a roll right now. That rat is continuing to grow and grow and grow. So, Spell's going to be committed here. 3 cards to choose from, and still, Reroll still has the advantage as long as that rat continues to be ready to pounce.
Yep, and there you have, he found himself a Lantern, making that Rainbow Fish a 2-drop unit, or even a 2-drop attachment at this point in time. I mean, he could even drop that Rainbow Fish on the Fizz for safety measures, and instead he's just playing straight right into the Lantern, and this is a huge swing, right? This is going to be a 13 damage Elusive, 15 with the Fizz coming in straight from Mana's throat, as the Quicksand only could just remove or drop the damage by 4. He's still unable to answer that Elusive. This is what we were talking about, that you can't remove the attached Elusive tag on this unit.
Yeah, that just makes it so much worse, isn't it? I mean, the only option, the logical option you have isn't going to be the effective one. So what are you left with in the end, though? Just try to widen the board? Nope. It's going to be a straight up defeat there. Reroll wins it on this round here. So it looks like it's going to be going to a 3rd game decider.
Yep, I mean, that Harpoon actually came into handy, right? Just immediately dealing 1 damage to the Nexus and just close off the game. That's the reason why. That's really clear why the Viego deck is actually a disadvantage against the Fizz Affilios. So that really bought that's a good display. That was a big trashing coming in. But that's a big question. How could the Viego actually deal with the Scout's aggression? For game number 3, because right here, if Viego could sustain it and just drag it on to a later game, the Viego would be able to snowball and just take over the game once it reaches about turn 7 or so.
Yeah, but it's only if it gets to that stage, though. So, I mean, it's a big gamble, that's for sure, for Mana's side. So, I don't know. It still feels like Reroll might have a really good chance here closing out the series, but we're going to find out, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go to game number 3.
Yep, here on game number 3, and it's looking really good for Reroll here. Fleet Feather Tracker and Misfortune is already in hand. He could just remove it, and looking at Nana's side, it's not looking that great because there's no early drops. We got the late drops, and right here, Mana really have to start hunting or digging for the early drops to defend himself against his opponent. Look at this. Turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, all settled for Reroll. He's right on curve, he's right on time, and he will be on the offense really soon. Things are not looking great for Mana. How is he going to react to this one?
I don't know, man. I'm so worried for him right now because, yeah, like you said, he has to draw. He has to kind of delay this out. He's gonna have to pray that his draws are gonna be coming in clutch every single time from here. He needs minimum. He only got 2 mana spells, and the rest is all really high on that mana pool. So he's gonna have to wait a long time before he's gonna be able to execute his game plan.
Yep, and also Mana, right here is 1:1, right? Mana could just give the pass, right? Pass it over straight right to Reroll. Hopefully that he plays that MF in this turn. So if Reroll is disciplined, he would not play this MF, or he would just take the pass and just take the turn over to turn number 4. Because if he plays the MF, the Merciless Hunter is going to come down from Mana, is going to be hooked, and that MF is immediately going right down the drain.
Yeah, hook, line, and sinker. So Reroll is going to have to be very careful what he chooses to do at this stage now. Even though he technically has a massive advantage for this early game, all it takes is just one mistake. Again, mistakes can be capitalized on, and can capitalize on heavy. He goes for the misfortune. He's committing to this now.
Yep, and it's looking really great for Mana right now, because taking out this misfortune is big for him, so that there's no more misfortune left in Reroll's hand. As without a misfortune, this deck don't really function that well. And right here, this might be the turnover that Mana needs. He got that default off that top deck as well, so this is gonna be a good block against a scout attack coming from Reroll. It's looking really awkward right now, so it's just not looking great.
Yeah, it's been unfortunate. I mean, again, he gets the misfortune in this game only to lose it just like that. So, I mean, I don't know. Is that karma or is that just pure bad luck? I wonder.
I think it's pure discipline, right? Like, you know that your opponent passes at turn number 3, and you should not be dropping down your MF in that kind of situation. So that is probably like, a small little slip up coming in from Reroll. He might be greedy because on turn number 4, there's an Island Navigator ready to go, and the MF could stack up really well with it. So, and that might be in his head, and he have to go for the valuable play at that point.
That's the thing. You try to go for those valuable plays, but you kind of like, you missed the cow for the farm, so to speak. So he's gonna send his Island Navigator down onto the board there to get his 1-2. So it's gonna be blocked a little bit, but still some damage sent through. So at least Mana is kept a little bit under pressure with his Nexus down to 16 for now, and further down to 14 at this point. So at least Reroll is doing some damage, but that's literally all he could try to, all he's capable of doing at this point, isn't it?
Yep, I mean, Mana is just pretty comfortable, right? I would say that Mana is comfortable right now because he has really dealt with the biggest threat that he could deal with. And right now, with 5 mana open for Reroll and Mana at 2, if Reroll don't drop an MF this turn, this actually shows that he doesn't have it in his hand. So those are open information that Mana could read off whatever Reroll is trying to do. So without an MF on board, Mana is on the free range, right? He could, just do whatever he wants. That Viego is also clear to go for a big swing, because with the fearsome tag, there's no 3 attack units in Reroll's hand that could deal with Viego right now.
Choices. Time's gonna be running out here for Reroll. He commits a spell, Blinding Assault. Now the turn's gonna come into Mana's side.
Yep, the Blinding Assault coming down, he got one more attacker, but that also means you got no other ways to block my Viego. Without this, not committing the sharp side to actually take out the block that Viego, and it's not even worth it to even do that, right? So just take the 5 damage and go to the next one. Hopefully Reroll find himself that MF that he's looking for.
He's gonna have to pray really hard that top deck is gonna be in his favor, but really it does feel like he's trying to plug up whatever leaks he's having on his boat right now, because otherwise it's going to be rapidly sinking from this point on. Now that the health balance is pretty much only a difference of 1 right now, certainly Mana is starting to even the odds, even though Reroll does have the majority of units on the board.
Yep, and looking right now, even though he got the Silver Wing at 4 health, it feels like he might be able to remove that Viego off the board as well. Genevieve immediately coming down, buffing everything by +1/+1 for this turn. Mana have to find a way to actually defend himself against this one. He got the right answer. He got the Vengeance, or even he got the Hourglass to actually defend the Viego of this particular strike as well. So it's not out yet. Reroll is not out of the... Mana is not out of trouble yet, but he could still survive a little bit more of this combat.
He's gonna he needs to try to survive as long as he can so they can finally bring those late game cards into play, but one wonders whether or not he'll be able to withstand this onslaught that Reroll is going to be able to bring to bear onto him. But he's managed to eliminate 1 of the units off the board there, so that's not too much damage he's taking so far. Still able to recover from this, I feel, but now, I mean, it's still advantage to Reroll.
Yep, I mean, Reroll is still on the offense right now. He's still trying his best to remove Viego, and this is a perfect opportunity, right? Like, that Silver Wing has the perfect answer to deal with the Viego, and this Viego is likely to be going down this turn. So without a Viego for Mana, it's not looking that great for him, for this turn. So Mana have to try, go for that Hydra Vine the next turn and try to, get up those Rave and have additional units to block as much as possible, but immediately go for the this right of calling right here, getting himself another Viego by sacrificing that 1/1 miss, encroaching miss.
Is that a worthy trade though? But at least you do have a vehicle in hand, so maybe it might work out in the long run, because the long run is what Mana is aiming for at this point. But reroll, he's already brought Mana down to 5 health points, so it just feels like one mistake from this side here, and it pretty much could be all over. So one hopes that Mana knows what he's doing at this point.
Yep, I think it's gonna be only one play for Mana right now. It's definitely gonna be that Hydra Vine. He could have another enroaching miss in this turn, but reroll is gonna be filling his bot right back up, right? Putting on the Duran Sculptor into the Island Navigator buff, giving them +2/+2 because of 2 Sculptor. I mean, right here, reroll got the unit advantage, right? He got additional units and the Cithria off the top deck as well.
Ooh, Citria. That's going to be a really strong one to deal with there for Mana. He at least has a quicksand, but is that going to be useful at this point now? I mean, there's still a lot there that reroll already has on the table.
Well, I mean, the quicksand could deal with all those 2 units, two damage units, right? Like in the meantime, he could just block some of them and not gonna not take some damage, and down goes Viego as well. And there we have a big swing coming in from reroll, and Mana have a big decision to make. How am I gonna be stopping this one? As I think he could survive, but 2 more shop site in reroll's hand. How is this block gonna be? This is gonna be crucial.
Oh boy, this is not looking so good there. I mean, mathematically speaking, is there even enough here to block all the damage? Okay, he does have a couple of quicksand. He's just going to try to remove a couple here.
Yeah, I believe it's going to be minusing 4 damage in this process, bringing it to 5. He could block one of them. That's 4, but the shop side is going to be cleaning it up. I believe there we have reroll already got that lethal right there. We have exactly shop side onto the Island Navigator, second one for insurance. And ladies and gentlemen, there we have this fella is moving straight right to the grand finals right here with a 2-1 win with reroll taking home the win 2-1 against Mana.
Woo! What did I tell you? It was the details, the little details that made all the difference in the world. I mean, man. And he literally had to do so much mental arithmetic through that to just make sure you had enough. But it just seemed like Mana barely had enough, but he didn't expect those 2 spells, didn't he?
Yeah, exactly. Like, he has to play to his outs, right? And the quicksand was the best play at that point in time. But unfortunately, his opponent got them both sharp sight. There's nothing much that he could do at that point in time.
I know, right? Wow, that was an incredible run there. I gotta say. I mean, reroll. He had the advantage, to be fair, for the majority of this round, but it just felt like Mana was finally starting to formulate an answer to the aggression he was bringing, and was starting to bring things to bear. Got the misfortune out quite early on, so that was already a good move. But in the end, details. The details, they all matter, especially at this level of play here, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. So that was already our first grand finalist already confirmed in this bracket right now. So we're going to try to see who's going to be able to join him next quite soon. But for now, though, just want to remind you guys that split number 2, that is going to be coming very, very soon. So if you feel inspired after having seen such amazing plays right here today, maybe you could stand a chance to win some cash prizes. So why don't you go ahead and sign up over there at the Snapdragon Pro Series.com there, because registration is already open for split number 2. Start grinding in those qualifiers, and hopefully we might see you guys on stage here in this split 2 open finals. So back to split number 1 though. So the next matchup here is going to be Odyssey versus All Creation. There. That's going to be an interesting one, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, heavyweights from Thailand, Odyssey, All Creations. We've seen him play really well against Pokeberry. So those 2 are my favorite running, and they have a good chance in taking home the whole tournament. So whoever's gonna win this one is gonna take it.
Maybe. We'll see. Maybe reroll might have another trick up his sleeve or 2. Who knows? But yeah, that was a really good one so far. I mean, I think my takeaway from this so far has just been, it really boils what kind of decks you kind of bring to the table is going to be so important. you know. And then number two, like you have to know the ins and outs of everything, doesn't it? I mean, what kind of training you really have to do to be able to get to that kind of level?
Well, I mean, it's all plays, right? Just, you know, play everything, play every day, and just practice and practice and practice. At the same time, have a lot of understanding on, you know, what decks are in the market, and you know what could, or in the meta, how could you play around every single thing. You have to respect every single card in your opponent's deck. So, you know, but at the same time, you can't exactly play around everything. So, you know, there's a fine line that you have to, you know, sit on or walk on, that, you know, when is the right time to respect everything, and when is the right time to just say, screw this, I'm just gonna go for the Hail Mary and go, because this risky play would even, like, you know, reward you for winning.
Yeah, and it also makes for a very spectacular play, doesn't it? In any case, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a short break, but we'll be right back for the next semifinals to find out who's going to be our next grand finalist right here after these messages.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Stop dissing on me, yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby, the way that I'm...
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. I'm Victor Cax, joining me here is Moonboy, and we're here to bring you the second and it's going to be a big one here, ladies and gentlemen. So, quick shout out to our sponsors here, Snapdragon Elite Gaming as well as Monster Energy, without whom this tournament wouldn't have been possible. So, Odyssey versus All Creation, the best from Thailand versus the best of Japan in the split number 1 here. I mean, so far, you've been quite impressed by their play so far, haven't you?
Yep, I mean, both of them are really clean. Like, you know, we have seen great plays coming in from both of them. They're so knowledgeable of, you know, whatever deck they're playing and whatever deck their opponent is playing. So they know exactly what is the speed that they have to adjust to counter-react to whatever their opponent are playing. So, you know, it's good to see these two clashes right here. And you know, it's gonna be really exciting for the semifinals too.
All right, so let's go ahead and jump into an interview again with Reroll. We didn't manage to catch him last time. Hopefully we'll be able to get you this time around. So Reroll, how are you doing, my man? And how do you feel right now going into the grand finals?
I think I'm very happy now, and I want to win final match.
already going very confidently into the grand finals, right? Have you a question here, Moonboy?
Well, I mean, what are you gonna be looking out for in the semifinals too? You know, that player is gonna be your opponent. So, is there anything that you're in particular looking out for?
Please say again.
Okay, so is there any player, like, you know, anything that you're looking out for the next game? Again, with Odyssey going up against All Creations.
I think this is sound issue. I can't hear it.
Oh, okay.
Quite a shame there, unfortunately. We're still having technical issues there with Reroll. Oh, just feels so bad. I really want to hear what he had to say about that, though. But my bad, or our bad, unfortunately. But then again, Reroll, he's still going to be true to the grand finals anyway, so maybe he might have another chance to do it again, hopefully. But in any case, right now, it's time to focus, I suppose, on this next matchup here, the semifinals between Odyssey and All Creation. Odyssey being a more control player, All Creation a little bit more faster with a lot more aggro style decks. So, I mean, what has been your takeaway so far when it comes to this? It's like literally this kind of aggro versus control kind of matchups.
Well, I think for the control player is mainly like, you know, how are you gonna run them out of gas, right? Just put the brakes onto their high speed vehicle and just slowing it down as fast as possible. And you know, if you could control them, right, that's where you could flip over the game and just put it into your favor. So as a control player, you have to be really disciplined and just manage your resources really well. If not, you know, you're gonna burn out first against the aggro. That's not where you want to be.
That's the thing. It's like, I'm thinking, especially as someone who is usually quite tense and anxious, I don't think I'll be a good control player in that sense, right? I literally will just want to, I really want to just put everything out there and hopefully that we will do the job, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm an aggro player myself. So, you know, all we think of is just, okay, how can I get this down to 0 as fast as possible? I'm going to attack, right? But however, coming in from a good aggro player, attacking might not be good all the time. So, you know, you need to know when to throw your punches and when to hold them and guard up really well, because, you know, you have to respect what the options that the control player actually have. So as an aggro player, you know, it's not the easiest archetype to be playing, because, you know, you have to know when to full on attack or when to be a little bit more reserved with your resources.
I mean, frankly speaking, it's literally float like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
bee.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, very good insights there. And, well, we'll have to see how that plays out here in this next matchup that's going to be coming up very, very soon. But for all you guys who are still on your social medias, make sure you use the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series. That's going to be the hashtag we're all watching for this broadcast. And if your messages are good enough, they might come up on this stream here. So make sure you use the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series, you know, to shout out either your favorite players or even maybe give some messages of support for those who are going to be playing in this round. Let's go ahead and check out the brackets right now as it stands and recap a little bit of what has happened throughout today. So we started off with the match between Mickey and KDF Reroll. Reroll won that 2-1. He then went on to beat Mana 2-1 in the semifinals to earn his grand final slot. Now, Mana, he did beat Overdose, only lose a reroll later on. And in the other side of the bracket, Odyssey, he beat Kaizen 2001 2-0. He's going to be in the semifinals now with All Creation, who beat Pokeberry 2-1. So right now, it's going to be the fight for that final grand final slot.
Yep, and it's not just a slot in the finals, but also a chance to get himself that $2,000 championship prize as well, and call themselves the Series 1 champion. So, you know, it's gonna be a tough climb because there's still like 2 more stage to, you know, we crown a winner. But, you know, Odyssey and All Creation is gonna be giving it their all. And even though, you know, you are out of the race, you have lost in the semifinals, it's not out of the race yet because you still have a third placing match.
Indeed, that's only the advantage you have after winning your first round there, isn't it? But nevertheless, let's go ahead and profile our players right now for this semifinal number 2. Odyssey, open final seeding number 14, qualifier ranking 4th place in cup number 2, favorite champion Ari.
Yep, if you guys have missed the game previously, this is the game to watch, ladies and gentlemen. This is a giant from Thailand. So, you know, he is here to win the tournament and his eyes is on the prize. So no one is, you know, anyone is going to be in his way, he will try his best to stop them.
Yeah, and All Creation coming in hot on the heels after a victory over Pokeberry. His open final seeding was number 7, and that certainly was a lucky number for him. Qualifying ranking 2nd place in cup number 3. Lissandra is his favorite champion.
Yep, he's not just hot on the heels, but he's also hot as well. Yep, so, you know, this is the guy to look out for. You know, he's really aggressive. We have seen him against Pokeberry. He didn't allow any breathing space or any breathing room for Pokeberry to survive. So, you know, he's out to slay, and Odyssey is in his way.
Oh way, oh way, oh way. I just wonder, is he going to be hotter with heals or without heals? I wonder at this point. Moving on to the deck list here. Take it away, Moonboy.
Yep, there you have, you know, Odyssey first deck with Spiz Aphelios, followed up by Jace Heimerdinger with Caitlyn Azrew being banned by All Creation. However, on the other side of the board, Caitlyn Azrew is available for All Creation, but Pantheon Yumi is banned. However, he's going all that speed with that Scouts deck with MF Quinn.
Yeah, so that's going to be the choices right now between Odyssey and All Creation. I mean, what do you think? Okay, let me frame the question this way. Which matchup would you rather see?
Well, I haven't really seen, like, you know, Azrew Caitlyn going up against Fizz Aphelios. I think this might be a really interesting matchup, right? Because there's, like, you know, so much pings, and this flash trap could actually remove Fizz from the board. So, I mean, on paper, it actually looks, you know, unfavorable to Caitlyn Azrew. But, you know, the question is, if it's going up against the Fizz Aphelios, is he able to, you know, sustain a little bit longer until turn number 8, where he could drop the Captain Farron and capitalize on that? Odyssey, would he allow, you know, his opponent to go to turn 8?
Yeah, let's have a look at Odyssey's deck list over here. Bandit City and Targon. So that's a Fizz Aphelios 1, isn't it?
Yep, definitely. You know, this deck is no stranger to you guys. We have been seeing it all day long. It's all about that Fizz, it's all about the Aphelios, it's all about those Rainbow Fish and Papercraft Dragon. These 2 attached units is gonna be, you know, so annoying to be dealing with because there's no way to silence the attached unit, but you could silence the base unit. So, you know, putting that Rainbow Fish on Fizz, you kind of have a double elusive, and not forgetting Infernum from Aphelios could do a lot of damage with those Overwhelm stacked together with the Papercraft Dragons.
Very, very nice deck indeed, and certainly seen a lot of examples, really good examples on how to play it actually throughout this tournament. So, really good opportunity actually to go ahead and check back the stream after this game indeed. So let's also have a look at what the deck list is going to be for all Creation here. And yeah, he's going to show obviously Caitlyn Azriel here.
Yep, Caitlyn Azreal, you know, this particular deck has been around for as long as it could be. As long as Tribeam is alive, this is kind of a Tribeam Improbulator deck, right? It revolves around the number 3, and you know, Caitlyn is 3 mana, Azreal is 3 mana, Arkanoid Sentry is 3 mana, and you know, so on and so forth. There's so many special number 3 in this deck. So with this, as he casts these 3 amount of spells, that Tri-Beam Improbulator, if it's in hand, it would level up. So it would deal X amount of damage and summon a X cost unit onto the battlefield as well. So X equivalent to how many 3 cost spell you actually cast. So that is basically what they're going to do. Have the Tri-Beam in hand, just keep playing these 3 cost units or spells, and this way just leveling up the Tri-Beam and get so much value out of this 5 mana card.
Very much of value is going to be the key word here for all creation, but efficiency is key when it comes to all these kind of moves. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going into this semifinals matchup very, very soon. One last chance to get into the grand finals here, and I don't know, like when you're thinking about this level of pressure here, what do you think is going to be kind of like on the minds of these kind of players here?
Well, they have to be composed, right? I have to calm down, be composed, and play everything to my best out. So that is probably the only way, or like the best way that they could, this player could actually go about playing this tournament, because stakes is going to be high, and this is going to be the entrance ticket to your grand finals. So you got to, be cool. You can't lose your cool, or else everything will be down the drain.
Yeah, so a reminder, you guys, go ahead and use the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series on your social medias, and also send us your predictions inside the Twitch chat right now. Who do you think is going to win this? All Creation or Odyssey? Do we have Japanese fans in the chat, or do we have a lot more Thai chatters right here in Twitch? Let us know right now, ladies and gentlemen, because we're going to be going into this matchup very, very soon, and you don't want to be missing this one out for sure. So, we're still going to be waiting for those final thoughts right now as we move into this one here, but I can't wait to see how it's going to turn out, because heavyweight versus heavyweight right now, these are the kind of fights you definitely want to watch out for, right?
Yep, that is exactly right. You guys don't want to miss anything right here as we go Odyssey versus All Creation. All Creation is going on to that Astral Caitlyn, but Odyssey is on that Jace Heimerdinger. So this is a matchup where Odyssey could not drop those champions easily, right? He could just, if not, All Creation would get those value by removing it off the board really easily with those Mystic Shots and the spells as well.
Yeah, so right now, ball's in Odyssey's court. He still has 4 mana left, so there's still plenty of cards he can try to play here. He's going to go for some champions, or is he just going to pass on and hopefully wait for the next round there to try to extend his lead? Because he does have a good lead for now. He's going to bring out a Ferris Financier. It's going to allow him to choose one of these 3 cards here. Let's see what he's going to go with as the timer starts to run out.
Yeah, the Financier actually is a great card in this support, right? Like, getting a 6+ spell off of this as well. So, and All Creations, just replying it with the same thing, getting it this 6-cost spell that actually could give him 2 3/3 units. So this block coming in, it looks great for All Creations, and Odyssey have to, it's kind of like in the back foot right now. So you have to figure out how to actually crack or even bait out most of the spells coming in for All Creations.
Yeah, very good move there by All Creation. So now we're kind of back to square one, but in Odyssey a little bit worse off, obviously. So Revenant's Flock and Scorch Earth available here.
Well, I mean, Flock is a great decision, right? Whatever Odyssey drop right now is going to be removed immediately by All Creation. And it looks a little bit awkward. And, there we have the assembly line coming in. It's going to be a 2 3/3 units coming down for All Creation, for Odyssey. And Hulk Spider is going to be a no-brainer. And I believe he will be trying to swing with everything as well, trying to put a little bit more damage into Odyssey to bring him down lower. And, with that Ravenous Flock, with Fleeting, he's not going to waste it. Whichever is going to survive on Odyssey bot will be removed by the Ravenous Flock.
Alright, so all units committed on the board. It looks like, yep, it's going to be trade in. It's still going to have the 3/3 now down to a 3/1. And yep, he's going to use the Flock right now to just get rid of that straight away. So, yep, again, back on the back foot there for Odyssey yet again.
Yep, it's really awkward because right here, Odyssey don't really have other units to be playing right now. So, Odyssey have to try to, he can't bait out anything because all he have is champions in his hand. So, maybe he might want to, just sacrifice one of the Jays to All Creation. Like, that is also one of the possible play that he could have. And there you have another Archivist on the top deck of All Creation as well. That means more chances of him digging deeper into the deck to find more answers.
Yeah, he's going to have to find as many answers as he can. Deptron 3000 brought down. So 1-3 on the board there, a little bit higher. Station Archivist gonna be brought out again. Ooh, lots of choices here.
Yep, I mean the flock looks juicy as well. Thermal Beam, not so. I mean he could use it to deal with a Jace or Heimerdinger that's oncoming with 5 mana of open. Like these are all possible plays. But you know, either way, yeah, Thermal Beam might be the good one right here. Right, and obviously, you know, he might go for the pass. He might play the Jace, and instead, you know, he goes for the production surge, and try to play a unit. And two units of that particular spell as well. So right here is down to All Creation. How is he going to answer to this one? Because 4 mana on a 1 health unit is not exactly what he wants.
Yeah, it's not a very valuable trade at all. So go for the spell instead. That's only going to take out 1 so far. Still got the 2 to deal with there, but at least 2 better than 3.
Yep, I believe, you know, right here he's eyeing on the Flash Trap to actually do the job to remove that turret off that board. Instead, you know, Thermal Beam immediately removing that 3-1 Pearson Mark 3 and you know, putting Odyssey back down to 0. But that 1-3 robot on the field is having quick attack and fearsome at the same time, because it will share the same keyword of whatever turrets that came down. But All Creation with that Caitlyn is not allowing Odyssey to rest. But I think Odyssey got the right answer with the Shock Blast.
Yeah, might just have it in the hand though. Still has yet to play it, but he still has 7 mana in hand, so definitely an option should he want to go for it. But he's taking his sweet time, mulling over the decision. He's going to go for the Shock Blast. That's going to take those 2 a little bit out for now. Yep, both of them eliminated from the board, leaving only the 1-1.
Yep, taking the Caitlyn out of the equation this way, you know, All Creations feels a little bit empty and awkward, but you know, he has no choice but to go for the Mystic Shot, trying to take out that Automaton 3000 in on the field. So right now it's an empty board, it's a late game, but you know, no one has any creatures or any unit. But Odyssey, you know, still have 4 champions in his hand, while All Creations, his next play is likely going to be a Captain Farron. But you know, this is a you know, stare and pass situation, and yep, assembly line coming in as well. So he will try to force Odyssey to play something, right? So that Tribune will get a little bit more value by removing one of Odyssey's champions.
Yeah, I want to try to force the hand before getting to do that 10th round there. So Lisa, yeah, he does exactly the same thing on his end of the board. So again, just maintaining the status quo so well this late into the game.
Yeah, this is the kind of situation where you call it a stare down, right? So, you know, it's I play something, you play something, I can't do anything. What's next? What's the next thing that you have? But right here, it feels like as turn goes by, Odyssey is starting to draw into his options, and the financier is gonna be, you know, allowing him to find another 6-cost card, maybe a Shock Blast that could, you know, remove these 2 units of All Creation's board, and Odyssey would have a really good swing then after.
I mean, if this kind of stare down literally ends up in the tie, do they do the tiebreaker by literally having a staring competition?
Whoever blinks first is gonna lose. Yeah, so yeah, exactly, right? Financier coming it down. The best card or the premium card he might be looking for is Shock Blast, and hopefully he will be able to get that one. I mean, it's taking too much time to think, so I don't think it's one of the 3.
Yeah, might not be it, Chief. So might be in deep trouble though, because I don't know. It feels like Odyssey is still again not able to find any way to get the upper hand. So he does pick up 1 eventually, at least at the first financial down.
Oh my goodness, he got himself in harrowing. So, you know, as units you know, get knocked out or get killed in the process, Harrowing would be able to bring 6 of his best units back. But however, the only trade-off is going to have Ephemeral, right? So it's going to allow him to have 1 big swing. So right here, I think Odyssey is free to go. He might be able to, he might want to even just play the Jace or play the Heimerdinger for funsies, and you know, hopefully, you know, he might get the Harrowing back as well, back to back off with the transition, with that transformation spell in his hand, and with the vengeance, this Captain Farron is immediately going down. Heimerdinger on the roll, and I believe this is where Odyssey is going to be switching to overdrive, and this is where he will be pushing more damage.
Yep, shift that gear to 5th, and let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Odyssey possibly having having an opportunity to go on a roll here. So a spell going to be focused on that Heimerdinger here. Is that going to take it out for now?
Yep, the Tri-Beam is gonna be removing that that Heimerdinger, but you know, one Vengeance comes down, remove the Farron. I got a Mach 6 in the process. I mean, he still gets a little bit of value, but it's 7-4 off the top as well. Aye, that is not where you want to take this amount of damage from All Creations.
Yeah, he's going to have to block it, so he's going to have to force his hand there. And unfortunately, they lose both units there. Back to square one yet again. Wow, what a control here.
Yep, I mean, it's down to square one, but however, it's not looking good for Odyssey, right? 10 health in the Nexus, 2 Decimate in All Creations' hand. That is equivalent to 8 damage. All Creations have to do is just find 3 points or like 2 points of burn. He could just finish off Odyssey in just a few spells. So he got the Financier. Hopefully he get himself a Shock Blast or True Shot Barrage. Like, these are all cards that he could try to close off the game.
So Odyssey's going to commit one spell here. But still...
Harrowing.
Yeah, that's the thing. He can still afford to bring out the 6 best heroes in his deck, so he does have that trump card to play. My question is, should he do it now, or is he still waiting for an opportunity later on? But do you think All Creation is going to give him that chance?
Well, I mean, take a look at what is in All Creation's hand, right? It's lots of slow spell and a Scorched Earth. So if the Harrowing actually managed to pull off, there's nothing much All Creation could stop him. But there you have Jace already going for the level up. But however, All Creation got that Shock Blast off that Financier as well. All Creation already got lethal based on his hand, all the burns coming in from his hand. Right. So if he could sustain and try to and likely he will be able to survive this turn. 2 Decimate is just going to do the job. There we have, Shock Blast immediately firing off on the Jace and the Nexus, bringing the Nexus down to 7. And 2 Decimate is in the hand of All Creation and is known knowledge to Odyssey as well. Odyssey only have 1 point of healing, which is the Vow Feast, which is not going to be enough because 8 is going to be healing him up to 8, and Decimate does 8 damage.
Youch, that's just literally just enough, isn't it? So, oh man, how is he going to dig himself out this time? Well, he's going to try to bring some Iceborne Legacy there, so at least it buffs it up to a 9-6. Is that going to be enough, though?
Yep, I mean, Iceborne Legacy on the Jace, so Jace everywhere gets +4/+4. As of right now, those Jaces are buff and muscular, but I think this is not enough for him to go for the push. No Overwhelm inside on the Jace, just a single strike and first strike, and that's going to be clearing up All Creation's board, but it's totally fine as All Creation has all it takes to remove Odyssey out of game number 1 with 2 Decimate, and I think Odyssey knows that, and it's going to be game over.
Oh boy, Pilton Pacemaker off the top of the deck right now. I mean, yeah, again, All Creation has full range to just go open fire right here and then. Is he gonna go for it?
Yep, first Decimate being fired off by All Creation. 7 mana open. That means the second Decimate is ready to go. Odyssey passing the turn back to All Creation. There we have the final Decimate to bring it down. Odyssey from 3 to 0 in 1 spell. There you have game number 1 going straight wide to All Creation.
Ooh, well done there to our Japanese player. That's already a first blow struck down onto our Thai Titan. So, man, I mean, what's your thoughts about that?
Well, I mean, those are really good plays, right? Even though there was a stare down, there was a lot of back and forth, but All Creations know that, as long as I keep doing damage to my opponent, and as long as his damage, his Nexus is below what I expected, that Captain Farron would be able to just burn him out. And he played to every single outs that he could have. And, if I can't win by units, I just burn you down.
Oh, well played indeed. So, coming into game number 2 right now, what's the decks that's going to be on hand?
Yup, and All Creation immediately switching straight right to the Scouts, while, Odyssey sticks to the same deck, Heimerdinger Jace. So, this is down to speed, right? And All Creation have to try to find himself that MF that he's actually missing. He got the turn 1, he got the turn 2, but he don't have that misfortune.
Not yet, unfortunately. So... that's the thing, when it comes to speed, who's going to be the faster one in this kind of quick draw?
Well, the Scouts definitely got the upper hand in terms of speed, but However, when it comes down to Odyssey, he got the Valfies, he got the Financier, he got the Assembly Line as well. So this way, he could still hold off a little bit more against Creation. So this way, all he needs to do is just sustain and hopefully reach 6 mana. And if he have a Shock Blast, that will have so much value against his opponent.
Well, All Creation wasting no time to try to fill up that board. So he's already got 2 units down for now. But again, it's going to be race against time, I think, for the 2 of them here. So speed is going to be of the essence.
Yep, definitely right. And right here, All Creations already got 2 units on the board. And while Odyssey still have nothing, he's still contemplating, if he should play the Financier or just, go for the Assembly Line the next turn, leaving the whole board right open for All Creation. This is looking good for a good open attack against his opponent.
An open attack he will commit to, so that potentially might bring Odyssey down to 14, unless he's got something to try to deal with this. But yep, he's going to use at least one Vile Feast there. So at least that takes down 1, but he's still going to take 2 damage though, so still net 2 in the end.
Yep, All Creation is totally fine with that Valve piece, right? Because without the, without 6 mana on Odyssey side, he can't cast Assembly Line, he can't cast anything. So he's totally okay with the Valve piece, but this Shock Blast from the top deck of Odyssey might make a lot of changes. So it's down to All Creation, right? He got the defensive card, he got Ranger's Resolve, he got Shield of Duran. So right here, he's ready to be defensive. It's just how he's going to put them to action.
Yeah, so at least Odyssey takes a little bit off the top there. So they're tied 17-17 in health points right now. Ferris Financier brought out again. Oh, it's going to be interesting to see what card he's going to be able to pick up from this. But what's certain though is that All Creation still has, I think actually they both have pretty thick boards right now, though All Creation definitely will be able to dole out more damage for sure, and even more now. He's brought that out.
Yep, and there you have, the Quinn and the Valor getting +2/+2 each from the Duran Sculptor. It's looking a little bit awkward. Odyssey has 2 Shock Blasts, that are good cards that he might be firing off this turn, and he is actually looking for targets. So the good targets are probably the Sculptor and the Valor. But however, All Creation got that Ranger's Resolve, would be able to counter that Shock Blast. So these units wouldn't be going down from the Shock Blast.
That might pose a bit of a problem. He only commits 2 so far. That's only 1 is going to get blocked at this point. So that's still 3 damage going to be done. 14 now for Odyssey. Heimerdinger going to be brought out to play from the Thai side.
Yep, Heimerdinger is safe to be coming down this turn because, especially in this matchup, because the Valor can't take out the Heimerdinger in the process, and he could still use the Valve piece to just remove that Valor of combat. So these are all really good and calculated move coming in from Odyssey, that this Heimerdinger is just safe to be landing, and he will be spawning more of this turrets later on in the game.
Well, a lot of units already committed and definitely a lot of damage potential, so how far is he going to be able to bring it down? 11 points of health, 11 on Nexus right now for Odyssey. Certainly looking like he's a bit on the back foot, but that's only because he has less units on the board. He still has yet to play his big trump cards, hasn't he?
Yep, Odyssey is just, not doing much at this point, right? And, immediately Shock Blast firing off. And this might be a good chance to go for a Ranger's Resolve to just try to save one of the Sculptor and make it really awkward for Odyssey. But however, Odyssey is just gaining more and more advantage with the turrets that Heimerdinger is actually producing, and that's where the real value is at whenever Heimerdinger is on the field.
Does clear that 1 unit off the board there, but does buff a bit of more defense, it looks like. And he's just going to be able to bring a tree up to a 3/4 now. So still keeping his side of the board very nice and packed for now to deal against whatever Odyssey has on hand. But what do you think could be the play now?
Yep, All Creation, he's likely to be dropping down the MF, and it's at full health. So it's looking really awkward, right? Because that Shock Blast can't exactly take out that MF. But, we know that Odyssey got a Valve Feast, and, but however, All Creation is saying, okay, my MF is going to be safe to save this turn because with 6 damage, you can't take out my MF. So he's going to be playing down the MF, and he even got the Shoe of Duran the next turn to protect her as well.
Ooh, I mean, again, like, what kind of options does Odyssey have for now? I mean, it seems like unless it could do something quick to either block it out.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking great for Odyssey at this point in time. I mean, like, he's just trying to remove the MF again and again and again. Like, that's probably his game plan, right? I mean, he got that Vengeance as well if he choose to use it next turn, and he even got some units for blocks. But especially with MF on the board, those 1 health unit is not going to cut it.
Well, it does do a lot of damage, but again, still have an advantage on All Creation's side, even though his health is down to 5. Golden Ages!
And a
in
Golden
hand.
Ages top deck, and that is met by what All Creation is looking for right now. And especially with this might be the final turn that All Creation need, right? Because he can't deal with the turrets coming in as well. Valkyrie immediately going on to the MF. He got the answer. Shield of Duran going straight right to MF, and this might be the final turn for All Creation. He have to close this game now, and if not, he won't have another opportunity to close it, because with 2 elusive target on Odyssey side, he got no chance to survive this one.
Oh man, I mean, so clutch to get a Golden Ages right there and then, isn't it? Oh, but then Odyssey still has a couple of 7-2s, but do you think there's still any chance for him to try to turn it around?
I mean, he has to force Odyssey. He have to force Odyssey to, use the elusive targets to block, right? So, and he's going for the Order Marcia. I think he's going for the Hail Mary play, and instead of that rally play. So, he's just buffing everything up. He's just going in for one big swing, and hopefully he will be able to leak a little bit of damage or even clear Odyssey's board.
Ooh, okay, here we go. A 6-9 brought down, a 6-6. Oh, everything but the kitchen sink out on play here for All Creation. And Quinn levels up yet again, brings her up to a 7-10.
Yep, and this is a big swing coming in, pulling one of the elusive turrets straight right to that Valor. It kind of forces Odyssey to use the elusive unit to block the MF, so to remove her out of the board. And this is actually not exactly looking that great for All Creation, because the MF is going down, but at least the damage control is done. Remove that 2 elusive off the board. Just deal 5 damage, and hopefully next turn you can close it off with that Golden Ages.
Oh man, it's not looking good at all for Odyssey. I mean, he still has yet to commit to this choice. He's still potentially going to be taking 5 damage unless he commits his Heimerdinger as well, but if he does, that's it. He has nothing left on the board, so oh boy. Okay, he keeps a Heimerdinger. He's going to take that 5 damage, and oh, that's just going to clear out so quickly right now. Down to 3. Oh, 6-7 can quite attack, so he's still able to survive for now, but only just.
Wow, I mean, All Creation has only one out right now. Is the top deck depth shop side. Look at his hand right now from Odyssey. He got 2 6 units, 6 cost cut. That Vengeance could potentially go onto the Quinn, and at the same time, no sharp side. So it could immediately go on the Quinn and just play the elusive turret and just close off the game. So here's a big question, or even like Odyssey could go for the assembly line and go for the Mach 6 and just fly into All Creation Nexus. Like, that is probably what he's thinking of, and that will be the line of play moving forward.
Oh man, I would hate to be in his shoes right now, because this is a very, very tense and critical moment in this game right now. The choice here from Odyssey could determine whether he lives or dies. There's a floor joint assembly line sent out as well, so hopefully there's some extra units to buff his line there, but again, still doesn't solve the big problem though.
Yep, I mean, Odyssey already got 5 units on board, even though, All Creations is kind of forced to play something this turn, right? Because, or else, he will be flowing 5 damage into the Nexus, and that is lethal. So he's kind of forced to play something this turn, and the Mach 6 would be coming down, and Odyssey will just be swinging with it. So the only way that Odyssey have to be wary of is to play around sharp side, but we know All Creation doesn't have it in his hand, but he could potentially bluff Odyssey for this one.
He might, but how long can he keep the bluff going? No, he can't bluff at all. He just straight up gives up. There's no way out. So he concedes around the Odyssey. We're going to a 3rd game decider here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man, still gonna have to wait a while until we see who's gonna be that last grand finals, isn't it?
Yeah, it's still gonna be tight, and you know, All Creation is not allowing you know, any chance to grab by. You know, he's going in so aggressively with the scouts deck. It's just unfortunate that he couldn't get into the MF early, but you know, hopefully he could turn this around against that Fierce Affiliates.
Yeah, so here we go, back again. Did they change up the decks?
Yep, and Odyssey actually switched it up to Fizz Affiliates, while you know the Scouts deck is still running on All Creation side. It seems like he already top decked a MF from the first draw, but I don't think he has a turn 1 play based on the mulligan, but however, he still have a turn 2 play.
Alright, yep, they skipped straight away to turn 2 right now, so going rapid fire this time around, but Odyssey again brings down the 2 units, he brings out the wing. There's only 0-3, so it's only going to be able to block quite effectively actually for this round. So let's see if he's going to try to if there's anything else to commit from Odyssey's side.
Yep, I mean, Odyssey only have one game plan right now, is to have as much blocker as possible, you know, and also play around a great sharp side coming in from All Creation. So he could, you know, start to widen up his board as much as possible and have, you know, maybe beef up his units a little bit more. Like, these are all possible move coming forward. So as you know, there's no burns or not much ways to remove the MF from Odyssey side, so All Creation have to capitalize on this one. Play the MF on 3 and start the ball rolling.
Yep, he's gonna have to make it snowball as much as possible. As Odyssey is gonna try to block him at every single turn. Tiny Shield's gonna be able to bring it up to a 3-4 there. It's gonna have a little bit of a trade-off over here. A couple spells committed. A Pale Cascade that's gonna be able to buff it up to a 3-2. Now back to All Creation.
Yep, immediately going in for the Ranger's Resolve. So this way that Broadwind would not go down to this particular combat right over here. So, you know, it's a good decision to actually go for that 1-cost unit, because the MF could just kill it off, and the Broadwing would still be alive. So, you know, with this kind of like allows pure All Creation to actually commit a little bit more in the process. And moving right to turn number 4, Rainbow Fish is already onto this small little mouse right over here. This mouse is actually a big lie.
It's gone from mouse to mice.
Yeah.
You know, not a plural. It's like it's literally gone bigger and better.
Yep, and you know, I think, you know, All Creation is good to take this 6 damage right over here, as well as that 2 Durant Sculptor immediately coming down. And with the Island Navigator coming up the next turn, it's gonna be looking really juicy for All Creation.
Oh, very thick board now as he brings out the Island Navigator as well. So All Creation does have all the things on deck right now. So with Odyssey still having the Fat Rats, what else could he try to bring out to play here, do you think?
No, actually right now All Creations is on the clock, right? Because of that rat right there is 6/6. You know, it's gonna be getting bigger as turns goes by, because it have that fated tag on it. So All Creation really have to try to rush down Odyssey as fast as possible. If not, next turn might be his last if nothing is done against Odyssey.
Well, I mean, Odyssey is just running the clock out. He's going to be able to bring... okay, going to have to choose between those 3 cards. He brings the Trinket Trade. And brings out the Octopus here just to go increase some bonus mana.
Yep, and not just that, you know, having that prank in hand with 3 cards in All Creation hand, right? There's only... And right now, All Creation have to dodge that prank going on to the shop site, right? So this way, not a lot of information would be shown to Odyssey, and you know, he could able to just, you know, pull off a good one of a sharp side against his opponent. So hopefully this prank is not going to hit it, but however, he's down to 2 cards in hand, and you know, that prank is definitely going to be hitting that sharp side next if he ever commits to that prank.
Well, he's going to commit a whole bunch of units now on the table here. It's going to be blocked immediately by the 6-3 on Odyssey's side. Spell sent down as well, so most likely there's going to be a lot of damage. 7 damage total going to be brought down to bear onto Odyssey, unless he has something else in mind. Nope, he's going to take all of it straight to the face. 10 points to 12 right now. Odyssey on the back foot-ish. But again, Creation still running against the clock.
Yep, Golden Ages off the top as well. That might be the card that he is looking for to close off the game. But Prank immediately catches that Golden Ages, but that sharp side is still unknown. And he could still go for a sharp side to block this mice right over here. Instead, he got that Overwhelm Infernum, attach himself onto the mice, getting him, bring it up to 9-3. And I think, he might be putting that 2 mana burst speed spell onto the red as well to give it impact +2/+0 and impact. So yup, there you have, the Flame Splitter immediately going straight right to it. 11-3 with impact, Overwhelm. I have no choice. All Creation have to go for all in, and he have to defend this one with his might.
This is just aiming for the Fat Rat attack. I mean, right now, that's 12 damage there in total. If All Creation has no response to this, he's going to send out the blocker right now, and that's pretty much he has to at this point. He's still going to be taking 7 damage total, though, so it's still not a good look for All Creation's end.
Yep, All Creation. This is probably the final, he have to survive this turn, and next turn he could do a reverse swing, right? And there you have Guiding Touch, trying to get a little bit of draw, unable to get a buff in the process. But it's still big damage done, bringing All Creation down to 5. And this is the final chance for All Creation to go for the push. MF is leveling up this turn, and he still have a Scout attack, and that is it. He's going in for the commit, and this is it. It's bullet time, baby.
Oh boy, Misfortune is up and online, but is it going to be enough to make the difference right now for All Creation? He's going to need every last unit here to bring to bear, but still may not even be enough.
Yup, and not forgetting that Golden Ages in his hand as well. Just with 3 combat step, there will be 9 damage going straight right to All Creation's Nexus without any unit touching it. So, right here, Odyssey really have to defend all his might. Ladies and gentlemen, this might be the final turn of the game, or even for All Creation.
Oh boy, 10s again. And remember, this is the last game. Again, whoever wins this proceeds on to the grand finals right now, and it all hinges on what the choice is going to come from Odyssey's side. Is it going to go all ham? Nope. Sends out the once again, chooses a card. Aphelios.
Right, and get a Severum. Right here, Odyssey is on the defense, and he have to try to heal up a little bit more, giving that unit life touch. That's just not looking good for Odyssey. And I mean, there's a possibility of him playing a Maria Warden and then using the Fleet Feather Tracker to pull the life gain unit all the way to the right side of the board. So this way he could, still push a little bit more damage, and this is a possible way that he could close off the game.
Well, sends out the last of his birds out of his hand and onto the table. But, like I said, Odyssey still not having a good look on his endo, despite having the 11-5 rat. He still is hanging on by a thread here. He's still not having, still has not enough units to block. Doesn't look like he has any spells to try to mitigate the damage. I don't know. Does he have any options left?
I don't think that he got much option, because MF have Overwhelm, right? And right here, all you need to do is just pull the rats all the way to the right side with the Fleet Feather Tracker. This Grandfather Fate is not going to do anything, because that MF is going to be punching in 4 damage after the bullet time, and that is going to be 7 damage just by the MF alone. And there we have, bullet time already committed as well, and I don't think Odyssey got out of this one. Grandfather Fate in front of the MF is not going to be enough, as this is it. 1 mana is not going to be enough for Odyssey to pick back his win, and All Creation will be taking this home 2-1 against Odyssey. And there we have blocks and be declared. Resolve this block, and there we have that attack going straight right down. MF will be the one to close off the game for All Creation.
Oh, this is the end indeed. All Creation proceeds to the grand finals, and it literally came down to the wire here. So well done there for All Creation, the hottest man right now in Legends of Runeterra, hands down.
Yep, I mean, it's not only that he looks good, he plays well, and he's even moving straight to the grand finals. This man is on the roll.
Hey, he's got a full package, man. You better jump on it quickly. Stong's going up, but wow, well done there for All Creation. It was a very, very closely fought, but ultimately very fruitful round there. And oh my goodness, I mean, after having beaten Pokeberry and also beaten Odyssey, is he going to be the new the new one to beat here?
Yeah, likely, right? Like, you know, he has beat the Titans, and sooner or later he will be one of the Titans himself. I mean, the APAC region recently just formed. It's a merger of the Asia and the SEA shard coming together. So, you know, this Japanese actually just joined this new APAC region, and you know, they are really putting up a good show and great fight to all the SEA giant as well. So do not underestimate these Asian players.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, quick shout out to our sponsors here, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, it really has mattered a lot here for our players here in Asia Pacific. And also shout out to our sponsor, Monster Energy, unleashing the beast right now, which will be unleashed very, very soon once we get this grand finals up and rolling. So we're going to also remind you guys to sign up for Split number 2. The registrations are already open on SnapdragonProSeries.com. So go ahead, hit it up, and hopefully bring your best plays here, because if you are good enough, you might stand a chance to win a cut of that prize pool here for Split number 2. So we're going to be taking a short break, and we'll be right back here with the grand finals. So make sure you guys stick around. We'll be right back after these messages.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Tell me who you see when you look straight up, like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you, like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up, like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you, like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping. Now believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. What it was, they all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up, like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you, like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up, like, wait, who now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you, like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh.
They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love. You don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really tryna solve them with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down when you best step. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never
Heyo everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Victor Cax, joining me here is Moonboy, and this is it. The Grand Finals, what I've been waiting for the entire day, and it comes down to this, Korea versus Japan. And boy, is it going to be a massive, massive battle here. The winner of this, remember, is going home with $2,000. Whereas the loser only going home with $1,000. But half the prize, but still a lot of money in it.
Yeah, I mean, you could do a lot of things with the prize money, right? Be it first place or second place. But it's not just about the pricing, but you're being crowned as the champion of the Snapdragon Pro Series. So, this is what they want, right? They joined this competition to actually get the crown, and they're here to the final moment.
I mean, effectively, because given that these are literally the top players in Legends of Runeterra for the Asia Pacific region, this is literally the battle for the crown in a sense, right? So, man, I can't wait to see how it happens. Reroll versus All Creation. We've seen what they've been capable of. Let's go ahead and jump into an interview right now with a winner of that previous matchup there, the semifinals number 2 winner, All Creation. Welcome back, my man. How do you feel right now? This is the grand finals. Are you excited?
はい、今どんな気持ちでしょうか？
嬉しいです。
はい、yes, I'm really happy about being here.
Yeah,
in the grand finals.
Very obvious from your expression there. Moonboy, any questions you'd like to ask him?
Well, I mean, what was your game plan coming into the semi-finals game? And, moving straight to the finals, what do you expect?
このセミファイナルに入る前のゲームプランは何でしょうか？そして次のファイナルの対策とかはございますでしょうか？
セミファイナルは、アフェリオスフィーズがいたということで、それに有利なデッキしか持ってきてないので、どこから投げてもどうやってもいつかアフェリオスフィーズを2個立てれるなっていう、ゲームプラン、持ち込みの時点で勝ってたなっていう感じですね。はい。聞こえますか？
Didn't hear the translation from that, unfortunately. So couldn't quite tell what exactly he said. But yeah, any other questions, I suppose, that you would like to ask at this one?
I'm all done. I mean, I'd like to wish him good luck and all the best for the finals.
Yeah, so good luck to you, All Creation. All the best for that grand finals. We will be continuing another interview later on. But man, okay. Down to this grand finals here, we've seen what Reroll has been capable of. We've seen what All Creation has been capable of. Where do you rank their power levels right now?
Well, I guess, All Creation has the aggression, right? He got the Fist of Filios. We have a really great aggressive strategy moving forward as with the attachment and things like that. And not forgetting that MS Queen that could, rush you down as soon as possible. So it's down to, I believe, his opponent's deck deck list is running in a really controlling matchup. So it's up to whoever could bring up the game plan first.
Right. So speaking of game plans, we're back once again with All Creation. Hopefully, less technical issues this time around. So, would you like to repeat the question one more time to him?
Oh, okay. So, what was your game plan coming into the semi-finals, and what are you gonna expect in the finals?
はい、もう一度繰り返します。セミファイナルに入る時のゲームプレーは何でしたか？そしてファイナルに入るためにどんな対策を取るのでしょうか？
ゲームプランというよりは、持ち込みの時点でかなり有利で、勝ちが見えてたかなという感じです。次のゲームプランも同様にフィーザー・フェリオスがいるので、持ち込みの時点では有利かなといった見解です。
ありがとうございます。So it was definitely the start. Once I see what cards I have, that's definitely knowing that the cards that I have can bring me to victory. That was what my plan was, and I think in the grand finals this would also be the same.
Yeah, so it's going be banking on all the best cards you have on hand there. I mean, pretty much, you came here with the absolute best. So on that note, we want to wish you all the best going into this grand finals here. So congratulations for making it this far. Hopefully you'll be able to win this one outright here. Oh.
はい、ありがとうございました。グランドファイナルに入る。
All right, so that is it from All Creation here. Let's go ahead, let him get ready for this next matchup here. So I guess back to that question here. So him versus Reroll, what kind of key differences can you kind of glean so far between both of them? I mean, obviously it's going to be one in terms of style, but what other kind of things have you noticed?
I mean, both players are clean, right? They're really clean, and they literally find outs in every single situation, and they count everything down to the finest and how they can outplay their opponent. So this is gonna be a really tight finals, and it could even go stretch up to game number 3 because both players are just too good, and the matchups are kind of like even in a sense because we have seen All Creation did really well against a control lineup, and he really got the game plan down. All he needs to do is just rerun it.
Yeah, let's go ahead and reintroduce our finalists here. KDF Reroll, Open Final seeding number 9, qualifying ranking number 3, in Cup number 1, favorite champion Aurelian Sol. What else can you say about this man?
Well, as I already said previously, this guy is great, this guy is clean, representing Korea behind his back. He's here to get that championship for himself, and this guy is not gonna allow All Creations any breathing room to get the crown.
All right, and then he's going to be up against the very best from Japan here, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be All Creation. He's Open Final seeding number 7, higher actually than Reroll. Qualifying ranking 2nd place in Cup number 3, also higher actually. And then favorite champion Lissandra, hopefully not as high.
Yep, I mean, this guy, he looks good, he feels good, and he is winning every single game in his way. He took down 2 of the biggest giants so far in SEA, and he's here to prove a point. We are from the Asia shot, and you SEA players step aside because we are here to rule this dynasty.
All right, and well, dynasties are going to be built from this point on, hopefully, because we're going to be having a look at the decks it's going to be bringing in once more. But I think once we go ahead and jump into this game here, I mean, what do you think? Right off the bat, are going to be the things you'll be expecting between these two guys here?
Well, it's going to be a lot of back and forth right here from both of the players. Let's just take a look at their deck list right now. Actually, instead, it's kind of a even deck list, right? Reroll is having the Fizz Aphelios, Astro Victor Vi, and last but not least, the MF Garen Quinn. So it's kind of like a little bit of aggressive. However, only the Shaofolk deck, the Ezreal deck, is going to be a little bit controlly. But however, in All Creation side, we got Caitlyn Ezreal, which is a little bit on the burn side, Pantheon Yuumi, which we have not seen the whole day because it's too good and he has to be banned. And last but not least, the Queen MF as well is really aggressive, and the only difference is that one piece of Garen that Reroll actually have. So would this actually ruin the consistency for Reroll just because he has one less copy of Queen?
I don't know. I mean, again, any kind of thing you can find in difference, or in any sense, any kind of advantage you can find will certainly go a long way. But hopefully, Reroll's little variation on the deck is going to be able to give him that upper edge, maybe. Who knows? But it's still going to be down to which one's going to ban. I mean, a bit of a shame that we're not going to be seeing UV Pantheon pretty much. I mean, definitely going to be a no-brainer ban on that one for sure.
Yep, I believe All Creation will be likely banning the Ezreal Victor Vi, right? We don't really want to get some value off the oh, okay, instead he bans the Scout and Pantheon Yuumi once again being banned.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I said, no brainer. But then, interestingly, he decided to ban the Misfortune Garen Quinn. So, yeah, that leaves the Ezreal Vi viable and available in this matchup here. So, what do you think is going to be the first one to go with? I mean,
I mean, Reroll might be going in for the Astro Victor Vi, right? Just start with something that is more stable against your opponent. But All Creation, he's going for speed right now. He have to be really aggressive because right here, both decks that's left is really slow. right? So maybe he should start off with the Scout and just roll over there as well. But we have seen time after time again, this guy actually goes with the Ezreal Caitlyn first for the last few games. So he might be aiming for the Ezreal Caitlyn, and that is a huge target on the Aphelios Fizz.
But in terms of like deck strength here, I mean, who does have like a significant or otherwise unseen advantage? I mean, let's have a look at the Rero's cards here on the Fizz Aphelios.
This is the Fizz Aphelios that we've seen time after time again, but this list is really interesting, is that, you know, it focuses a lot on the Rainbow Fish instead of the Papercraft Dragon, which only have one copy of it in the deck. So, but however, it comes with a lot of protection spell in the side as well. You know, one copy of Sunblessed Vigor and one copy of Bastion.
Indeed, it's a very interesting variation of this deck for sure. And if you look over to All Creations deck here, I think that's going to be the one he's going to be bringing into this first matchup here. Yep, Caitlyn, Ezreal. Definitely the ones that he always brings up first, isn't it?
Yep, we have seen this deck time after time again. As I said previously, this deck is focuses around the number 3. And, you know, those Tri-Beam Improbulator is going to be getting those stacks. And not forgetting, right, this is a spell-heavy deck. So it's going to have a lot of targeted spells onto his opponent, and at the same time he will be leveling up Ezreal as his turns goes by. So with a level up Ezreal, he could just machine down his opponent Nexus with just the Ezreal passive.
So hopefully he's going to be able to get to that stage, but that's definitely a lot of burn that he could inflict onto his opponents before that point. So hopefully this is going to be the trump deck, actually, instead of saying trump card there. So yeah, we'll see how both of these two absolute titans right now in Asia Pacific will be able to handle each other once we get into game number 1.
Yep, so game 1 starts off right here with All Creations on the Scouts. Well, you know, on his free roll right over there is going in with the, I believe it's the Ezreal Vi deck. Yeah, it's a Shellfolk deck to begin with. So right here, All Creations have to capitalize on his speed because he got the ability to just flow really hard in the early game.
Yeah, so expecting some rapid fire early game runs this time around, you think?
Yep, definitely, you know, but Reroll, you know, he got 2 Mystic Shot in his hand, and also, you know, he got the units to actually be blocker against his opponent. So All Creation is actually looking kind of bad right now because Reroll got all those control tools that he have, and even picked up a Peacemaker of their Conchologist.
So we're still going to be on a turn here. I mean, KDF, he still has the option of playing that 1 mana card, but again, I think he's going to go for the spell instead. Yep, Mystic Shots straight onto 1 there, so that's going to take it out of play. So 1 unit each, probably going to trade each other out there, so no damage done in the end.
Yep, and I think, you know, right here, what Reroll is trying to do is just minimize as much damage that he could take, right? So remove all the units that is going to be potentially dealing damage into his Nexus. So this way, he could control All Creation as much as possible. And however, still no MF inside for All Creation, so things might look a little bit bad for him as KDF Reroll already got that Victor down, and he is ready to roll, already starting off with the toughness on his tag.
Yeah, gotta have to watch out that Victor is gonna snowball really quickly if All Creation doesn't really have a response, a decent response to it. A couple of spells gonna be sent out that's gonna buff that Victor up to 5/4 now, and potentially even remove 1 of the cards here from All Creation's table.
Yep, I mean, removing the Valor makes it really awkward for All Creations to go for the strike, so, you know, this is a really unfavorable attack from All Creations, but I think he has no choice but to go for it because he wants to level up the Queen as soon as possible. So, you know, he's still unable to remove the Victor, and it looks really awkward just doing this kind of maneuver just because he wants to add some stacks onto Quinn. But there we have MF ready to go.
Yeah. His Fortune drawn out of the deck right now. Hex Core upgrade is going to be used there to yet again bring the Victor up. Now he's at a 6/2. Miss Fortune is now in play alongside the Scout.
Yep, MF dropping down as well, but this is the perfect moment for Reroll to go for that Vi. And this, you know, at the same time, he could remove the MF off the board because, and you know, however, you know, Victor even got regeneration on his name as well, so it's not going to be too big of a problem. to deal with all creations, because right here reroll is just looking really good to take home game number 1.
Well, let's see if luck is going to be on all creations' side. Reroll, mulling over what he does. He's going to bring down the Vi just as anticipated here. And let's see if he's going to try to deal with the scout as well.
Yep, Golden Aegis immediately going straight right to Quinn right over here as well. So he's going to be having the rally, and he will be having 2 more attacks. But I don't think that's the smartest choice, because he has to protect the MF as much as possible. But if he chooses to protect the MF, he can't protect the Queen, and the Queen is so close to leveling up. And you know, immediately going in for Golden Aegis, giving the Queen the barrier, and I think this is ready for him to go for that offense.
Yep, he's gearing up right now. Hasn't quite committed to attack yet. He's still handed around over the reroll here. He's gonna commit his Victor now. It's gonna leave it a little bit vulnerable, that's for sure.
Yep, I mean, Victor having the scout is probably okay for him to go for this attack. He could even block with the Queen, right? But if he blocks with the Queen, it just defeats the purpose of that Golden Aegis. So, you know, he will be sacrificing his MF in the process and just remove the Victor. But, you know, taking 6 damage is not exactly smart, as the Victor has regeneration. This is the only time for him to remove this champion off his opponent's board.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's about getting rid of the biggest threat on your opponent's table. So that's job done. Even though he lost the MF, he's still going to be able to bring the Quinn down though. So, but then still, he's a little bit weaker compared to the Vi there. So is still able to do a little bit of damage, brings it back to play again, and that time it's mutually assured destruction.
Yep, I mean, that was a great trinket trade coming from reroll, just putting Vi up to 4 and at the same time removing the Queen. So all creation just looks really awkward right now, right? His board just looks empty, and he have to commit to the Cithra. But here comes the Curious Shellfolk, and I think he is ready to roll off this one. Cithra is an easy blocker for a 1-1. Just chump it up and let the prank begin. Let the pranks begin, and now this is where he gets all the value. You know, free Golden Aegis for me. Thank you very much. You get the tax and I get the discount, and this is what Shellfolk does.
Tax and the discount. I mean, my goodness, I don't get a rebate from that. That's for sure. So reroll right now, continuing to be the trickster here, picking up an extra draw here.
Yep, so this Conchologist is able for him to invoke another card, and and you know, with that, Shellfolk is gonna get another copy of it as well. So this is the power of the Shellfolk, right? It's so annoying, and it's getting so much value, even though that Cithra got got the barrier as well. It's not gonna be bothering reroll too much, because right here he is on the roll. Golden Aegis going on to the Bright Shield Protector, and I think it is gonna be easily removed with the Sunfuse that is discounted by the Shellfolk.
Yep. So Sunfuse gonna take one out, and surrender on all creation side. What exactly went on there?
Well, basically all creation ran out of gas, right? Reroll was controlling it so well, and just, you know, put the brakes onto whatever all creations is doing. So I got the control, I got the tempo of the game, and all creation could not keep up the aggression and the pressure. You have to drop off.
What a shame. So getting surrender early on in this first game. Now we're just gonna jump straight in to game number 2. No holds barred. I mean, again, not quite a situation you want to be in here. I mean, you know, conceding that first game quite in quick fashion, I have to say. Now the game 2 is going to be even more critical.
Yep, this is not just game number 2, but this is game point as well for reroll. He takes this one, he takes home the championship, and you know, everything is on the line right here. All creations on the scouts. I think, you know, this might not be the best matchup for all creations, but you know, he have to go for the offense. He got the MF on board, he is ready to roll, and down to reroll. How is he gonna answer to this hand that all creation actually have?
Yeah, you know what's better than one misfortune?
Two misfortune.
Yeah, quick maths right there. All right, Warden going to be brought out here. So just mostly to try to maintain parity on the table for now. But looks like reroll is going to be going aggressive, sending it down the board now, forcing the block to come out. All creation and reroll ready for the stare down. Oh no, all creation just deciding not to commit the Warden, so instead tanks the 2 damage.
Yep, he actually needs that Warden, right? Because reroll knows that it's going to turn number 3 as the MF is going to be coming down right on time. So, you know, reroll have to be, all creation has to be a little bit respectful for the MF so that it could trigger its ability. So, you know, with that Mario Water in hand, he could keep that MF safe. So taking that 2 damage for this trade is totally fair.
All right, and indeed that makes it a net 3 actually. So definitely a much better outcome there for all creation. So now reroll. What's he going to try to choose this time? Ranger's Resolve coming out the top deck there for all creation. Tiny Shield's going to be placed on the rat right now as reroll preparing to fatten it up.
Yep, I mean the rat is really annoying to be dealing with, especially it has fated and it will be growing as each spell targets it as well. So however, you know, there is no attachment units on reroll's hand, so he might be able to search it up with that one mana burst speed spell where he could just discover himself a Fae and hopefully he gets himself the Rainbow Fish or the Paper Dragon.
He still has to wait for those cards to be drawn out on hand first though, so that remains to be seen. All creation going to go for the trade straight up, so now he's going to be 1 less in health compared to reroll after that little skirmish. The Philios going to be brought out to play.
Yep, Aphelios right here, he's choosing his weapon. I believe a Severum might be good, but it's a little bit too early. Maybe a yeah, Severum, right? So he's going in for the defense. He's not trying to, you know, go really low in terms of the health department. But, you know, there's still no attachment coming in from reroll, and all creations is immediately going in for the Scout's attack.
Yep, going in very hard and aggressive here. Because you know it's well within his rights to do so. A little bit of buff's going to be sent up. Then the rats continue to get fatter and fatter as rounds continue to pile up here. But crucially, the Misfortune is still in play. They're still going to be able to dole out some damage there, trading some health as well, but the units still remain in play.
Yep, Severum immediately going straight right to the mice. So, you know, and followed up by a Gravitum as well. So if all creations, you know, commit to a unit right here, reroll would be able to just fire off that Gravitum and immediately attacking with this 3-1 right here. He has, like, you know, right here, reroll is forced to go for the block. He don't really want to take this amount of damage. So, but however, if he blocks with the mice, he is able to heal back up, but he will be sacrificing the mice in the process.
Indeed, and again, given that that is literally the most important unit in his deck, he doesn't want to lose it this early into the game quite yet. So he blocks instead with a different unit. It's going to be a mutual trade right there. Still reroll looking a little bit worse for wear, being 1 health down.
Yep, and then right here, you know, is reroll's all creation played down the Duran Sculptor, and reroll has the option to actually play a second Aphelios to actually get that Nightfall trigger right now. But, you know, is this the right actual moment for him to play? I believe, you know, you could just, you know, take the pass, go to the next turn, and you know, save this mana for the next turn.
Yep, and indeed, he passes it over to all creation now, who in turn passes it back to reroll. So pretty much a skip and a hop right there. Okay, a choice between 3. Which one is reroll going to go with?
Well, hopefully he find himself a attached unit, and there you have, you know, that origami dragon, I would call it, is going to be coming down onto that mice, and he will be having that double strike. However, on all creations MF is ready to be leveled. So a level MF is really scary to be dealing with, and not forgetting a Golden Aegis in all creation hand will be able to enable that level up this turn.
Yeah, the level up just coming in just in time, isn't it? So Island Navigator going to be brought out. That's going to further thicken the board right now for all creation. Just in time for that Vi level up. The rat is going to be, is he going to commit? Is he or is he not? Just put it out there for a little while before canceling that idea. But then what else can reroll potentially try to play here?
Well, I mean, with 3 mana open, there's nothing much. I mean, like, you know, you could reconsider a combat, but Calibrum immediately going into the Squire right over there as well, just removing it off the board so that, you know, all creations board is a little bit controlled at this point in time.
Yeah, you don't necessarily want the aggro guy to be out of control, especially once we're already right here in this mid stage of the game. Golden Age is going to be committed onto the Island Navigator here. And reroll still having initiative.
Yep, I mean reroll looks like is in danger, right? Because the MF is actually leveling up the next like this combat and immediately surrendering off, and he's saying like let's not waste time over here. Let's just go right to game number 3. I don't want to deal with your scouts anymore, and let's just move on.
Are the scouts really that annoying? You'd rather just surrender rather than try to play it out to the end?
Well, the problem is that you don't really want to deal with a level up MF. It's really difficult to handle, right? And it has overwhelm. It's going to be dealing 3 damage to like everything on the board that is defending. And I don't think all creation have the ability to sustain whatever is going to come his way. So he's saying, let's not waste time. Let's just go to the next game and move on to game number 3.
Yeah, better not to drag out this losing battle here and just might as well move to the next one where potentially I could try to turn things around. What's the decks going into this one though?
Yep, first off, it's going to be Fist of Philios staying on the top side, but however on all creations he's changing straight right to Asriel Caitlyn. So the Caitlyn or the Flash Bomb is going to be crucial, right? Because so that he could remove like things like this or even the Owlcat in the process. But however, Owlcat is going to be premium against all creations because of that spell shield tag.
Ooh, okay, so definitely a little bit stronger positioning, I guess, from reroll, but does his hand really reflect that at this point though?
Well, I mean, he got the Grandfather Fay in turn number 2, if he could drop it down, or he could go for the Lantern into a free Grandfather Fay as well. So, those are possible play coming in for All Creation, but All Creation immediately going and got the Caitlyn, and he's ready for the roll. Lantern coming in from reroll, and I believe he might be dropping the mice. I think that is also a possible play, but I think Grandfather Fay has more value in this kind of situation.
All right, so indeed, Grandfather Fay is going to be committed here, swapping rounds around. Static Shock going to be brought out to bring the Grandfather Fay down to 1-1. And he's going to be able to pick a card, any card.
Yep, and I think he's gonna be picking another Fay right here, and that Fay is gonna have +1/+1. So with the Lantern, it will be -2 cost of the whatever Fay, right? The first Fay that you play. So hopefully, he gets the right one, or even a Swole Skewer might be pretty scary as well. But however, he got a the Life Seal Fey Folk, right? And go for the Assistant Librarian, and he could even go for the Rainbow Fish on the Librarian as well.
Yeah, forcing his hand a lot there, thanks to that Caitlyn being brought out quite early on. So, I mean, reroll trying to do whatever he can to maintain board advantage, but his Lantern is going to get stunned out for now. Still his turn though.
Yeah, but however, it gets stunned at this point in time, but it's going to get flocked the next turn because the Ravenous Flock will be able to target a stun target. So all creations don't really want the Lantern to get any more value after this turn, and instead of buffing the or even attaching the Rainbow Fish onto the Librarian, he went with the Aphelios with the Calibrum, and he's on to remove the this Arkanoid Sentry.
Yeah, and that's anticipated that the Flock is going to remove the Lantern from play right now. Reroll down to 4 units left on his table. Still 1 health down, only 1 mana left, and he's going to use that to bring out yet another unit. 3-1.
Yep, and and at the same time, not losing any value of the fated keyword, is going on the offense. He's like, I'm gonna attack with my Aphelios. So if you want to stop me, you have to trade your Caitlyn in this process. If not, you're gonna take tons of damage. So with so much spells in hand but no mana to cast, there's nothing much that all creations could do. And at the same time, he's pushing in so much damage. Like right now, all creations is put down to 11.
Yep, it seems like reroll might just have him on the run a little bit. He's going to recommit his Caitlyn to the battle yet again. Pokey Stick going to be brought out. That's going to allow him to draw an extra 1.
Yeah, but however, drawing 1, that means you're drawing closer into a Flash Trap, but removing that Caitlyn out of the equation as soon as possible is what you are looking for. And immediately going in for the Peacemaker, trying to remove the Librarian from growing any bigger. I think he it's okay, right? Like at this point in time, reroll is okay with the Librarian going down. He could still attach something else to another unit. And here you have Yoda Squire with the Tiny Shield. And if you want to, if that Tiny Shield would land on the Librarian, this Mystic Shot is not gonna do anything. But instead, all creation knows the timing well and immediately removing it off.
Yep, get it out of the way, done and dusted for now. Round is going to go back to all creation there, but still units advantage still on reroll side. He still has plenty in his hand to try to play out. Not much in terms of units, but definitely a lot of spells he could try to use.
Yep, I mean, like, as of right now, you kind of need to find units, right, to actually have some blockers, and at the same time, these spells will be able to remove most of the opponent's unit. But I think a Shock Blast is the answer from this Finance CR, and will be immediately removed by a Calibrum coming in from reroll. And you know, if reroll plays another card, he will no. Instead, he get a Graviton immediately off. So you know, if All Creation plays something, it's gonna be stunned immediately, and you know, it's down to All Creation. He have to try to stun one of the Fey Folk, and reroll would stun back the Arkanoid Sentry, and you know, reroll will still have a good swing for about 5, 7, 8 damage.
Yeah, 8 damage. That's still a lot of damage to deal with. So he's going to commit whatever he has that's not stunned at the moment. So that's going to be 3 units on the board. That's going to be forcing him to bring out, forcing All Creation to bring out his 3-2 to try to block. He does have a Mystic Shot there that leads to take another out, but he's still going to take 2 damage in the end here. Where do we go from here?
Well, I think reroll is actually playing it slow, right? Playing it slow, playing it safe, but Flame Spitter putting it onto the fist, just pushing 5 damage straight right to All Creation. All Creation is not in a great position right now because, you know, he got a good Tri-Beam, he got a Shock Blast, but the big question is, like, you know, how are you going to deal with the aggression coming in from reroll?
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest problem. He's still got a 6-3 there, the tasty, what you might call it? Fey Folk, yeah. Very tasty, I hope. Certainly for reroll, that's for sure, because he's having an advantage not just in health, but also in units, and also in terms of damage potential, and All Creation down to his last 3 on his hand. Yoda Squad are going to be brought down once more, and then he's going to still mull over what he has in stand. Oh, he's going to level up his Fizz.
Yeah, but level up Fizz is not what you want to deal with, because look at the amount of damage coming in. 5 damage will be flying straight right down with impact, and that would be lethal if that Fizz actually touch your Nexus. Passing the turn straight right to reroll. I think reroll knows, and no flash darts hitting, no flash trap hitting the Fizz. Tiny Shrew going straight right to the Fizz and go for an open strike, and I don't think there's any answer that All Creations could do to stop this Fizz. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the final strike coming in from reroll, taking 6 damage, and that is exact lethal, with reroll taking this home. 2-1 Shen emote exchange from reroll, and All Creation has no choice but to take this L.
Oh, wow. What an incredible way to end this round here and to end this Split 1 Championship. Congratulations, KDM Reroll, the champion for this Mobile Open final here for Split number 1 in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Wow, he played it so well, and he played it to that finest, and you know, this man just literally bring this victory all to himself. He really deserved this win, and all the best, and congratulations to Reroll.
Hell, literally calculated, wasn't it? That last move. I mean, wow. I mean, just literally had enough damage there to just really deal the hurt, and pretty much like left All Creation with nowhere to run.
Yep, I mean, All Creation kind of like bricked in a sense, right? Because you have so much spells, but you can't exactly use it out to the finest potential, especially when the Fizz is down. It literally, not most of the thing from the Astro Caitlyn is not going to stop it. But the only way to stop it is via the flash traps, which didn't hit the Fizz at all. It hit everything else but the Fizz.
I mean, wow. I mean, that's luck, isn't it?
Yeah.
At that point, oh man, it just goes to show how much that luck can sometimes factor in these games. But it's really, I think the skill at the end of the day is just knowing where those limits kind of lie, doesn't it?
Yep, I mean, like, you know, but I think it's really unlucky on All Creation sides. But you know, that those flash trap didn't hit. But all, like, you know, reroll literally calculated every single move, every single attack, every single strike, and calculated down how to actually make it from 6 to 0, exact 0, at the very last moment.
Yeah, just perfect. No, not even one over, you know, just exactly as needed. Total efficiency here coming from our Korean champion in this Asia Pacific region. I mean, man, what a way to cap off this whole series here. I mean, I think I got to ask you, like, right now, like, what do you think of this split one? Has it really met your expectations?
Yo, this is beyond my expectation, right? The quality of players, the quality of plays, and the strategies coming in are really interesting. We get to see Victor Kalmar, we get to see really cool decks as well. I believe some of, like, you know, it's just really interesting to see, like, you know, this kind of decks being brought into tournaments like this. So this is the kind of diversity that we need, and hopefully we get to see more of this kind of thing in split number 2.
Oh yeah, and on that note, you know, you guys can sign up and possibly stand a chance to win $2,000, maybe even 1,000, or maybe even 500. Who knows? You wouldn't know unless you go ahead and sign up, ladies and gentlemen. Split number 2 on SnapdragonProSeries.com. Let's go ahead and jump to an interview with our champion, KDF Reroll. Congratulations, my man. You have won this Split 1 Open Finals. How do you feel right now?
네, 축하드립니다. 드디어 그랜드 파이널을 이기셨는데 기분이 어떠신가요?
너무 좋고 너무 좋아요.
So great, so great.
I mean, of course, man. I mean, you gotta feel so satisfied after hitting that exact damage there to just win out that round. Moonboy, question for our man?
What was in your head, Reroll? What was in your head when you were thinking, calculating how should I finish it off with that last 6 damage?
마지막에 이제 마지막 6 데미지를 어떻게 끝내야 될지 머릿속에서 어떤 생각을 하셨는지.
마지막에 이제 피즈가 피스메이커로 이제 다치지만 않으면 무조건 못 막는다라고 생각했어요.
First, I thought that if the peacemaker hit the face, then I couldn't have stopped that.
Oh,
I mean, that seems like it was quite straightforward, wasn't
yeah,
it?
it was a very straightforward answer.
So yeah, I guess one last thing here to everyone who's been watching on stream, to your fans, your supporters, your friends, is there any kind of message you'd like to give? Final message to you. Final message to everyone who's watching.
네, 마지막으로 이제 팬이나 스폰서 친구분들한테 마지막으로 전하신 말씀 있으신지.
아, 네. 제가 지금 광동 프릭스 아프리카 팀 소속이거든요. 그래서 아프리카 광동 프릭스 소속 팀원들이 이제 많이 스크림 도와줘서 고맙고 그 덕분에 우승할 수 있었고 그리고 저를 응원해주신 많은 팬 여러분들에게 감사 인사드립니다.
So I'm now currently in Guangdong Prix Africa team, and the teammates here helped me to go through the scrims and the practices, and I could finally win this match. Thanks for the cheer up from the fans.
Right, thank you, my man. Congratulations once again. Enjoy this moment, my man, because you are right now officially on the top when it comes to this Asia Pacific region. So congratulations, Reroll. Hopefully we'll see you yet again.
네, 마지막으로 우승하신 거 축하드립니다.
Yes.
Yep, thank you. All right, man. Again, it's always so weird, you know. You see how aggressive and how calculated the plays are. You're expecting you're going to see the eyes of a cold hard killer, but he's just so bubbly, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's cute, he's shy, but you know, don't doubt this guy because this guy got a really good mind.
Yeah, the sharpest of possible minds there. I mean, to clutch things out that close in the end there. So. Oh, let's go ahead and have a look here at the brackets one last time here. So let's try to recap the journeys for every single one of our top 8s here. Starting with Mickey, who had to face off against KDF Reroll, lost that matchup 2-1. In the meantime, Mana, he faced off against Overdose, he won that matchup 2-1. Odyssey beat Kaizen 2001, the strong 2-0 finish, while All Creation had to defeat Pokeberry 2-1. Coming into the semifinals, KDF Reroll beat Mana, and Odyssey lost to All Creation, setting up that grand finals here. KDF Reroll versus All Creation. It still went to a third game decider, ending in 2-1. I mean, again, at this point right now, I mean, what else can you say here for these two players? I mean, absolutely incredible plays we're seeing, right?
Yeah, definitely. Right, it's not easy to actually make it to the playoff round or even like in top 8 rounds for these 8 players, because they have actually gone through a gauntlet of the qualifiers as well from 4 different weeks, and then finally making up to the top 32 and playing it off all the way to top 8 for you guys to have a great show this evening.
Yeah, and I guess for my money, though, like, which of these matches that we've watched here today have been your favorite?
Well, it's definitely going to be the finals, right? The finals was so tight, was so calculated, everything was on the dot. And Reroll really deserved this win, and he's the champion.
Yeah, perfection defined right here, ladies and gentlemen, in this grand finals. So KDF Reroll takes the champion here for Korea. This has been an incredible day here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. I'd like to give a shout out to our sponsors, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, the platform that gave the chance here for Reroll to show what he does when winning matters here, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, not to forget our other sponsor, Monster Energy, unleashing the beast here and keeping our players energized all throughout this tournament. So this has been a fantastic game here for split number 1. But split number 2 is coming just around the corner, guys. So make sure you sign up at snapdragonproseries.com, get through those qualifiers, and hopefully we'll be able to meet you guys in the playoffs here. So any final words, Moonboy, that you'd like to sign off with? Well,
I mean, congratulations to Reroll to winning this competition as well. And thanks so much to all the fans and all the viewers who's supporting the stream, and not forgetting, right, the producers and my co-caster as well for being such a great experience to be here at Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, I mean, practically you've been carrying me the whole day, I have to say. So yeah, shout out to you, man. So that has been it for us here today. This has been Moonboy. My name is Victor Cax. This was the Snapdragon Pro Series. Thank you all for watching here, and we'll see you in the next one.
They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve it with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me heating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you owe us that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team's so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Love, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got
The Snapdragon Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting. Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Don't step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Don't step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way.